The Last Hellion. Written by Loretta Chase. Chapter 11. Wednesday, 1 October. The sun had heavy going in its climb from the horizon. It struggled through the fog rolling from the river, sparkled fitfully through the mist, then was swallowed up in a grey morass of clouds. Thanks to the morning fog and a last-minute and futile attempt to talk Tamsin out of accompanying her, Lydia arrived at Newington Gate with only a quarter-hour to spare. Despite the early hour, not all of the small crowd gathered there was of the hoi polloi. Along with the expected reporters, miscellaneous ruffians, and streetwalkers, she spotted half a dozen male members of the beau monde, all drunk, apparently. They were accompanied by representatives of the aristocracy of whoredom, minus Helena, who had a cold and would rather be hanged than seen in public with a red nose. The bulk of Ainswood's associates, however, would be in Liphook. According to Helena, Ainswood had sent notes inviting all his friends to help celebrate his victory. Salaby claims that His Grace has obtained a special license and a ring, and that there will be a minister waiting at the inn to perform the ceremony, Helena had reported on Saturday. Lydia had been seething ever since. Now, however, she wondered whether Salaby had merely passed on idle rumour. It was 7:45, and Ainswood wasn't here. "Perhaps he has come to his senses," Lydia said as she steered her carriage into position. "Perhaps someone has made him recollect his position and responsibilities. If his cursed family cared anything about him, they would not let him make such a ridiculous spectacle of himself. Only think of those two girls, his wards, and how mortified they must be by his methods of winning a wife. He doesn't consider how the eldest must face society when she makes her come out in the spring. He never considers how his scandals affect others, and they're mere females after all," Lydia added tartly. "I doubt he even recollects their names." Elizabeth and Emily, 17 and 15 respectively. They lived with their paternal aunt, Lady Mars, at Blakesley in Bedfordshire. Lord Mars was one of Peel's staunchest allies in the House of Lords. Lydia did not want to think about the two girls, the elder on the brink of entering the social whirl with all its pitfalls. Unfortunately, she had already opened Pandora's box last Wednesday, when she'd opened Debrett's peerage. By now she'd collected almost as much information on the Mallory family as she had on her mother's. While Lydia worked on the Rose of Thebes, and the articles and essays needed for the next issue of the Argus, Tamsin had continued what Lydia had begun. After exhausting Debrett's The Annual Register and the standard genealogical resources, Tamsin had turned to the numerous society publications. The Mallorys were not Tamsin's sole research project. She was also becoming knowledgeable on the subject of Trent's family. Initially she'd been trying to discern an event or persons, past or present, that would explain his obsession with Charles II. In the process, she'd discovered that his family had more than its share of unusual characters. She found them fascinating, and regaled Lydia with stories about them during mealtimes. This took Lydia's mind off the Mallorys, but never for long. Her thoughts kept returning to Robert Edward Mallory, the young Duke, and she found herself grieving for a little boy she'd never met. Soon her reflections would move on to his orphaned sisters, and that was worse, because she often caught herself fretting about them, as though she knew them personally, and was somehow responsible for them. Worrying about them was absurd, Lydia tried to persuade herself. While Lord and Lady Mars had a large family of their own, that didn't mean the wards Ainswood neglected weren't happy and properly looked after. Lydia told herself this scores of times. Her mind was convinced. Her heart was not. She took out Great-Uncle Steve's pocket watch and frowned. Less than 10 minutes to starting time. Drat him. If he means to default, he might at least send word. Bellwether will claim I made it all up. A shameless bid for publicity, he'll call it. She put the watch away. As though it wasn't Ainswood who blabbed about the race first to all his idiot friends. As though I wished all the world to know I let that obstinate, patronizing brute goad me into this ridiculous situation. It was very bad of His Grace to bring me into it, Tamsin said, smoothing her gloves. No matter how desperate he felt, he should not have been so unscrupulous, not to mention completely unreasonable, as to work upon your too kind feelings towards me. One tries to understand, but there is a limit, as I told Sir Bertram. She let out an impatient huff. A dowry indeed. I can well understand why you became so incensed with his grace, for Sir Bertram did not at all comprehend the principles at issue, and I was strongly tempted to box his ears. Charles II or no Charles II, he might grasp the simple and obvious fact that I can earn my keep. But they will see. They will eat our dust, Lydia, and my ludicrous 5,000 will be used to aid those who need help, which I most certainly do not. Once Tamsin had recovered from an evening of Bertie Trent, and Charles II, and the shock of getting back jewellery she'd philosophically given up for lost, she'd taken umbrage at the part of the wager connected to her. With what must be the same single-minded determination that had taken her from her Cornwall village to London, she had insisted upon accompanying Lydia. Moreover, Tamsin remained as vexed with Trent today as she'd been on Friday, the last time she'd spoken to him. "It seems the gentlemen have decided to breakfast on something other than our dust," Lydia said. She took out the watch again. A few minutes more, and a cacophony of shouts and whistles from the crowd cut her off. An instant later, a smart Tilbury with a powerful chestnut in harness whisked through the gate and up to the starting line. When he pulled up on the left alongside her, Ainswood tipped his hat. For once he was wearing one, and flashed a crooked grin. Lydia wished she'd positioned her vehicle nearer the edge of the road, so that he would have been stationed to her right. Then Trent's big form would have blocked her view of the Duke. But only Tamsin sat between them, and Lydia easily saw over her head the cocky assurance in Ainswood's hard-edged countenance, the wicked glint in his green eyes, the arrogant angle of his jaw. She saw as well that his elegant garments might have been sculpted to him. She could almost smell the starch in his neckcloth, could almost feel the linen's crispness, and she remembered all too vividly the warmth and power of his big frame, the muscles bunching at her touch, the beat of his heart against her palm. She felt her heart lurch against her rib-cage. Then it came, the flood of unwanted recollections. The boy he'd lost, the two orphaned girls, the children he'd rescued in Exeter Street, the flower girl, the cold, brutal rage while he finished off a villain in 2 ferocious blows, the big, rugged body, the strong arms that could lift her as though she were a slip of a girl, the husky whisper, "You're so beautiful." Yet she gave him only a regal nod, clicked the watch case closed, and put it away. "Impatient for my arrival, were you, Grenville?" the Duke called above the whistling, cheering crowd. "Delayed by an attack of nerves, were you, Ainswood?" she returned. "I'm trembling," he said. "With anticipation." "I'll anticipate you to the finish line," she said, "with a mile to spare." On the sidelines, the blacklegs who infested every sporting event were taking last-minute bets, but Lydia couldn't make out what the latest odds were above the tumult in her mind. Still, tumult or not, there was no turning back. She could not give up all she'd worked for, her very identity, for that's what it came to, without a battle. And Lydia Grenville never entered a battle she wasn't determined to win. "1 minute!" a voice called out above the crowd's roar. The onlookers fell silent. Lydia's own inner uproar stilled. Someone raised a handkerchief aloft. She focused on it, grasping the whip firmly. Then the bells of the parish church rang out, while the square of white linen fluttered to the ground. She cracked her whip. They were off. The old Portsmouth road started at London Bridge, wended through Southwark past the Marshalsea and King's Bench prisons, on through Newington and Vauxhall turnpikes down to Wandsworth, and on through Putney Heath to the Robin Hood Gate. This was the route Lydia had chosen for several sound reasons. By 8 o'clock, the slower Portsmouth coaches would have already set out, leaving this their usual route a fraction less congested, Meanwhile, the fast coaches departing from Piccadilly at the same hour would gain a considerable lead over the racers manoeuvring through Newington and Lambeth parishes. Consequently, there would be less of a crush, Lydia hoped, at Robin Hood Gate, the first change, and the point at which slow and fast coaching routes joined. The slow route would also suit Cleo, Lydia's black mare, who was accustomed to negotiating busy streets and could be counted on not to take fright or fly into a fit at vehicles or humans darting into her path. Unfortunately, it turned out that sturdy, fearless Cleo was no match for Ainswood's powerful gelding. Though the Tilbury was nearly as heavy as Lydia's cabriolet, and though the men's weight more than compensated for their slightly lighter vehicle, Ainswood overtook Lydia a short distance past the Vauxhall Turnpike and rapidly lengthened the lead thereafter. By the time Lydia changed horses at the Robin Hood Inn, the Tilbury was out of sight. Lydia was aware of Tamsin's worried gaze upon her as they sped past Richmond Park. "No, it doesn't look promising," Lydia said in answer to the unspoken question. "But it's not hopeless. I only want another minute or so to make sure this creature and I understand each other." The bay in the harness was not so cooperative as Cleo, and tended to shy at every passing shadow. By the time they passed through Kingston Market Square, however, the horse's will was obliged to submit to Lydia's. Once clear of the town, Lydia told her companion to hang on. A sharp crack of the whip, a hair's breadth from touching the horse, was enough, and the bay thundered over the next 4 miles at a punishing pace. After a speedy change at Esher, Lydia plunged into the next stage, and they finally caught sight of the Tilbury at the Cobham Gate. Trent was clinging to the side of the Tilbury, watching the road behind them. "By Jupiter, there she is again," he said hollowly. "Dash it, Ainswood, it don't look like they mean to give up." Vere glanced upward. Heavy masses of grey clouds rolled above their heads, and the same wild currents driving the thunderclouds beat against his face. The wind whipped through Payne's Hill to tear fading leaves from the trees and drive them in mad eddies over the rolling countryside. He'd already pushed 2 horses to the very edge of their endurance to gain a lead sufficient to discourage any rational, sober human being. Not only had Grenville not given up, but she was inching up on him. Meanwhile, a storm straight from the bowels of hell was brewing, and the worst of the route lay ahead. For the 1000th time in 5 days he cursed himself for goading her into this bedamned race, or letting himself be goaded. He still wasn't altogether certain who had provoked whom, though he'd replayed their row in his mind any number of times. All he knew was that he'd lost his temper over nothing and made a thorough muck of matters. He wished she'd thrown something at him or hit him. That would have given her satisfaction, and maybe knocked some sense into him. But it was too late. These reflections were merely the most recent in a long series of if-onlys. Ockham Park had faded behind them, and the first straggling houses of Ripley were coming into view, under the ominously darkening sky. The wind was sharpening, and Vere wanted to believe that was why he felt so chilled. He knew better. He was insensitive to weather. Torrid heat, freezing cold, downpour, sleet, and snowstorm had never caused him any discomfort worth noticing. He never fell ill. No matter how he abused his body, no matter what ailments he was exposed to, no matter how contagious. He pushed away the memory before it could fully form, and focused on his competitor and the road ahead. They had some 25 miles yet to cover in what promised to be the worst weather over the most treacherous terrain. He could see clearly 6 places where she could come to grief, and he would be too far away to save her. Too far away, as always, when he was needed. He pulled into the yard of the Talbot Inn, and minutes later pulled out again, a fresh animal in harness, and all the while the refrain tolled like funeral bells in his mind. "Too far away. Too late." He snapped the whip over the horse's head, and the beast lunged and thundered through the wide village street. In the same way, not so very long ago, had he raced through countryside and village streets. But he wouldn't think of it, of the spring that had made him hate springtime ever since, and spend the blossoming season blind drunk. They flew past Clarendon Park and entered the long stretch, almost deserted on their near side, of Merrow Common, and Veer drove on, harder than before, and prayed his competitor would come to her senses. She couldn't hope to win. He was too far ahead. She must give up. Trent again turned back to look. "Is she still there?" Veer asked, dreading the answer. "Gaining on us." They plunged into Guildford, hurtling over the cobbled street, gaining speed down the incline. Yet the cabriolet drew ever closer. Over the River Way they went, and up St. Catherine's Hill, the horses slowing, labouring through the steep ascent, and too tired to increase their pace as they crossed Pease Marsh Common. And all the while the cabriolet drew nearer, until Veer could practically feel its horse breathing down his neck. But he was more aware of the furious wind, the lowering skies, the warning rumble in the distance. He thought of the brutal stretch to come, 12 miles of punishingly steep ascents and treacherous descents. He saw in his mind's eye the storm breaking over them, panicked horses screaming, hurtling over the road edge, the cabriolet smashed to pieces. He tried to make himself believe she'd give up, but with each passing mile his doubts grew. When had he ever seen her back down? Rescuing Miss Price in Vinegar Yard, bashing Crenshaw in front of Crockford's, mocking Veer to his face in the Blue Owl, masquerading as a man in Jeremiah's, climbing up the back of Helena Martin's house, sashaying half-naked through Covent Garden, playing jewel thief in Francis Street. Grenville was game for anything, afraid of nothing. And when it came to pride, Veer could think of but one person who could match her for pure overweening arrogance, and that was Lord Biells himself. With the thought, he became aware of something beckoning at the far fringes of memory, a wisp of an image, a recognition. It had appeared before more than once, and it vanished this time, as on previous occasions, in the way sometimes a word or phrase stays tantalizingly out of reach. He let it go because memory, the past, didn't matter so much as the present. At present, he could no longer believe the woman would give way come 40-day flood or apocalypse. To back down was no more in her nature than it was in his. The difference was, what happened to him didn't matter. By the time he pulled into the yard of the inn at Godalming, he'd made his decision. The cabriolet followed close on his wheels. The clouds spat chill droplets, and the warning rumbles grew louder. "We'll never outrun this storm, Grenville," he called to her over the stable-yard hubbub. "Let's call a halt, and no forfeit. We're as near a draw as makes no difference." "Thank God," Bertie muttered beside him. He took out his handkerchief and mopped his brow. Grenville only stared at him, in the cold, deadly way Veer found so intolerably provoking. Even now, though he was drawing perilously near the edge of panic, he was provoked and wanted to shake her. "Lost your nerve, have you?" she returned, her tones as cool and level as the vexatious look. "I can't let you kill yourself on my account," he said. A stableman led her horse up. It was a large black gelding with a wild look in its eye. "Take that beast back," he snapped at the man. "Any idiot can see he's a bolter." "Put him in the traces," Grenville commanded. "Grenville, look to your own animal, Ainswood," she said. "I'll see you in Liphook." "A draw, I said, drat you! No forfeit! Are you deaf, woman?" She only shot him another Gorgon glare and turned to raise the cabriolet's hood. "You don't have to marry me," he shouted. "It's done, don't you understand? Over. You've proved you're a competent whip." "Obviously I haven't proved a dratted thing." "You there," she called to a yardman. "Give us a hand with the hood, and never mind gawking." While Veer watched in numb disbelief, the cabriolet's hood went up, and the beast from hell was wrestled into harness. Before Veer could summon the presence of mind to leap from the tilbury and pull her from her seat, the black gelding lunged forward, knocking aside the startled stableman, and throwing Miss Price back against the seat. In the next heartbeat, the cabriolet was hurtling out of the yard. Above the shouts and curses of the grooms, Veer heard Grenville's laughter. "Oh, Lord, Lydia! This animal is insane!" Tamsin gasped. She was clutching the side of the carriage with both hands, an intelligent response, given the gelding's breakneck speed. "The Duke will go off in an apoplexy, you know he will. I'm sure he's worried to death, poor man." "Are you worried?" Lydia asked, keeping her eyes on the road. The gelding was a lively brute, to be sure, and strong enough to take them up Hindhead Hill at a good pace, but he did have a mischievous tendency to pull to the left. "No, this is too exciting." Tamsin leaned forward and peered round the hood. "They're starting to catch up again. Sir Bertram's face is very red." Thunder reverberated over Whitley Common. Lydia caught a flash of light in the distance. Another rumble followed after a short interval. The girl sat back. "I can't think how you summoned the strength of will to refuse his grace. He was so terribly upset. I know he's dreadfully provoking, and he might have put his offer overdrawn more tactfully. He believes I'm so addle-pated and irresponsible as to get myself killed, and take you with me," Lydia said tightly. "That's why he's upset, and that's what's intolerable." Out of the corner of her eye she glimpsed another shaft of light. A low boom of thunder followed. "If he had his way, I should finish sitting tamely beside him," she went on, while gazing up adoringly into his deceitful face. "But he is not going to make me his private property and tie me to him until death us do part, if I can help it." They were more than halfway up the long hill. The black gelding was beginning to slow, but he showed no signs of wishing to rest. "It wouldn't be so bad if he would gaze back adoringly," Tamsin said. "That's worse," Lydia said. "Ainswood's adoring looks can be lethal. I had a sample in Covent Garden, recollect. His Grace on his knees looking up worshipfully into one's face is a devastating sight." "I wish I had seen it." "I wish I hadn't," Lydia said. "I had to fix my mind on Susan and her soulful gazes, which are motivated by greedy doggy concerns, such as food or playing or petting. Otherwise I should have melted into a puddle on the spot." "Poor Susan! How wicked the Duke was to use her against you. Poor Susan, indeed. Her behaviour was disgraceful." "She may have simply felt sorry for him," Tamsin said. "You know how she seems to sense when one is unwell or out of sorts or distressed. Only yesterday Milly was upset because she'd scorched an apron. Susan went to her and dropped her ball at Milly's feet and licked her hand, just as though, oh my goodness, there's the gibbet." They'd nearly reached the top of the hill. On the near side stood the Hindhead gibbet. The spitting rain beat down upon the carriage hood, and the shrieking wind mingled eerily with the gallows' creaking chains. Lightning blasted at the distant edges of the Devil's Punch Bowl on the far side, and the thunder rolled, adding its ominous drumbeat to this satanic concerto. At the crest of the hill, Lydia drew the horse to a halt, for he was steaming and clearly needed a rest. But within minutes he was fretting and straining in the traces, impatient to go on. "By gad, you're a game 'un, aren't you?" Lydia said. "Still, my fine fellow, you shan't plunge us headlong down this hill." She heard behind her, close behind, the rattle of wheels and clatter of hoofbeats. Ahead and below stretched the perilous decline, with pack-horse tracks as deep as a Devonshire lane on either side. The only sign of habitation in this bleak terrain was the smoke coiling upward from the Seven Thorns Inn, an unsavoury place in which she didn't fancy taking refuge. This stretch of the usually busy Portsmouth Road was virtually deserted, thanks to the storm. This clearly was not the time or place to have an accident. The rain drummed angrily upon the hood, which, thanks to the wind, did little to keep them dry. But Lydia had no energy for considering her discomfort, having her hands full with the gelding. He fought her efforts to slow him, while obstinately, and in typically self-destructive male fashion, aiming for the road edge. By the time they reached the bottom of the hill her arms were aching, and still the gelding showed no sign of tiring. Lydia glanced guiltily at Tamsin. Her skirts were drenched, and she was shivering. "2 more miles!" Lydia had to raise her voice to be heard over the pounding rain and rolling thunder. "I'm only wet," Tamsin said through chattering teeth. "I won't melt." God forgive me, Lydia thought, her conscience stabbing. She should never have let Tamsin come, should never have agreed to this fool race. At the very least, she should have accepted Ainswood's offer of a truce. If Tamsin took a fatal chill... A blast of lightning nearly jolted her from the carriage seat, and the thunderous clap following in the next heartbeat seemed to shake the road beneath them. The gelding rose up on its hind legs with a terrified whinny, and her arms and hands burned as she strained to bring him down and away from the road edge before he capsized them into a ditch. The world went dark for an instant, then blindingly bright again as lightning bolted over the commons, accompanied by deafening crashes. It took a moment to register the other sounds. Shouts, the shriek of a horse in pain or panic, the clatter of carriage wheels. Then she saw it, hurtling down the road inches away from her wheels. Lydia pulled the cabriolet back to the left, saw the Tilbury jerk crazily to the right as it rumbled past, narrowly missing her. Lightning flared again, and she glimpsed Ainswood's taut silhouette, saw him work the ribbons in the instant before the crash of thunder and the next more frightening crash as the Tilbury went down, over the far side of the road. Lydia was aware of the sheeting rain, of the blasting light, and of shuddering thunder and voices, too, but only as something distant, in another world, eons away. All the world she knew at this moment lay in a too-still form at the edge of the wreckage, and an eternity seemed to pass as she scrambled down into the track to him. She sank down on her knees in the mud where he lay face down. "Behold me prostrate before you." She remembered him kneeling before her in Covent Garden, and the sound of his theatrically pleading voice, and the glint of laughter in his rogue's eyes belying his soulful expression. A terrible mad laughter surged up inside her, but she was never hysterical. She pulled at his coat. "Get up, drat you! Oh, please!" She was not crying. It was the rain filling her eyes, and the sting in her throat was the cold. It was so cold, and he was so heavy. She tore his coat trying to turn him onto his back, and then she could not let him lie there in the mud, and so she yanked him up by the lapels. "Wake up, you stupid, stubborn brute!" she cried. "Oh, wake up, please!" But he wouldn't wake up, and she couldn't hold him up. All she could do was cradle his head, and wipe the mud from his face, and order and argue and beg and promise anything. "Don't you die on me, you beast!" she choked past the burning thing in her throat. "I've grown attached to you. Oh, come, I never meant... Oh, I shall be wretched! How could you, Ainswood? This is not fair, not sporting of you. Come, you've won." She shook him. "Do you hear me, you thick-headed coxcomb? You've won, I'll do it. The ring, the pass, and the whole cursed business, your Duchess." She shook him again. "That's what you wanted, isn't it? Make up your mind. Now or never, Ainswood. This is your last chance. Wake up, damn you, and marry me." She choked back a sob. "Or I'll leave you as I found you." She bowed her head, despairing. "Here, in the mud, in a ditch. I knew you'd come. To a bad end." Vere was very bad. A hopeless case. He should have opened his eyes sentences ago, but he was afraid he'd wake up and find it was only a dream. His dragon girl scolding him and grieving for him. But it wasn't a dream, and she must be soaked to the skin, and he must be the greatest brute in Christendom to risk her falling ill on his worthless account. And so Vere reached up and brought her beautiful, stubborn face close to his. "Am I dead? And are you an angel? Or is it only you, Grenville?" he whispered. She started to pull back, but he was not so enfeebled, or noble, as to let her off without a kiss. He cupped the back of her head and held her down, and she yielded, as always, in an instant. Then he knew it was no dream. No dream ever tasted so plum-sweet as her soft, ripe mouth, and he savoured it, lengthening and deepening the kiss, drinking her in while the storm broke about them. But this time when he released her, reluctantly, so very reluctantly that he should be canonized for self-restraint, The truth slipped past his guard, and he said thickly, "I'd rather you, wicked girl, than all the seraphs in heaven. Will you have me, sweet? Do you mean it?" She let out a shaky sigh. "Yes, I mean it, plague take you, and I am not sweet. Get up, you great fraud." It was not Bertie's first accident. It was, however, the first time he hadn't been driving when the smash-up occurred. Still, as he told Miss Price moments after Miss Grenville had hurried down to Ainswood, even the most skilled whip could not have prevented the accident. Taking fright at the lightning, the horse had reared up with enough force to break one of the tilbury's shafts. The other one broke when the carriage overturned. The horse had bolted, dragging the remains of its draft gear with it. Bertie had leapt clear in the nick of time and only taken a tumble on the road. He would have rushed down to Ainswood's side if Miss Grenville hadn't already abandoned her cabriolet to do the same. Then Bertie's first thought was, ladies first, and he had hurried to aid Miss Price, left in charge of a clearly mettlesome gelding. As Bertie explained to her, if Ainswood was dead, no one could help him. If he wasn't, assistance would likely be needed to haul him up from the track and take him to Liphook. Since the Tilbury was in splinters and the cabriolet could not carry four, Bertie had dashed off in the vehicle with Miss Price to summon aid from the village. This had not taken long. The Anchor Inn was scarcely a mile from the accident scene, and it was filled to the rafters with Ainswood's friends, all eagerly awaiting the race's conclusion. Within minutes, somebody's carriage was readied and on its way to the rescue. Bertie wasn't sure whose carriage it turned out to be because by that point he'd fallen into a profound state of distraction. The confusion had started en route to the inn, when Bertie spotted a signpost indicating the direction and distance of several villages in the general vicinity. "Oh, I say," he said, blinking. "Blackmore. That were the one." Miss Price had been a little stiff until now, though considerably more thawed than when he'd last spoken to her, on Friday. Then she'd stalked off angry about something or other, which he was hanged if he had any idea what it was. When he'd taken charge of the cabriolet, she hadn't seemed quite so vexed, yet she wasn't altogether as talkative and friendly as usual during the short drive to the village. When he mentioned Blackmore, however, she turned to him with the keen, studying look he was more used to. "You know the village?" He shook his head. "No, it were a picture. Charles too, only not him, but his friend, and I dunno what he did to get the title on account of them long, pale, yellow curls, made me wonder why a fellow'd want to look like a female. And so I weren't listening with all ears at the moment, but he's the one I wanted, not the king at all, you see." Miss Price stared at him for a moment. "Long yellow curls," she said. "A friend of King Charles II. A cavalier, then, most likely. You saw a picture of a courtier, a friend of the king." "And he could have been Miss G's brother," Bertie said as he halted the carriage at the inn's entrance. "Only he couldn't, being dead some centuries. The first Earl of Blackmore, which my cursed sister likes the best of all the men in the pictures, she says, on account of, by Jupiter, there he is, when I never thought he'd come on such short notice, and only pray he didn't bring my sister with him." Miss Price turned her enormous brown gaze to the door of the Anchor Inn, where the Marquis of Dane stood wearing one of his famous deadly stares, which Bertie was well aware took some getting used to. Miss Price clearly wasn't used to it because she gasped, "Oh, my goodness," and fainted dead away. This was the point at which Bertie fell into an acute state of distraction. Chapter 12. "Of course I shall stand up for you," Tamsin said as she deftly pinned up Lydia's hair. "I am perfectly well now. It was the excitement coupled with hunger that made me faint. But I am not in the least unwell. This is the most exciting day I've ever had, and I refuse to miss a minute of the conclusion." The two women were in a bedchamber of the Anchor Inn. Lords Dane and Celebi had arrived in a private drag as Lydia and Ainswood were starting the wet trek to Liphook. They had mentioned Tamsin swooning. In terror at the sight of Dane was how Celebi explained it, but Lydia had been in too much of a tumult then to fret about her companion. Her tumult hadn't to do with Ainswood exclusively, though her soft-hearted or soft-headed agreement to wed caused her no little turmoil. But Dane, too, had thrown her world into confusion. Though Lydia was supposed to be the mirror image of Lord Dane's father, neither the present Marquis nor Selloby had shown the smallest glimmer of recognition during the short drive to the inn, or in the moments after their entering it, when it was settled that the wedding would take place as soon as the bride and groom-to-be had washed and changed into clean clothes. At the time, Lydia had been incapable of composing any coherent objection to the Duke's urgings for a prompt shackling. Even now, after a hot bath, tea, and pampering under Tamsin's hands, Lydia still felt at sea. The sense of upheaval, of matters careening out of her control, was not agreeable. "I should have insisted on time to rest at least," she said. "But Ainswood, oh, he is so insistent and impatient, and he makes such a bother of himself when one says no." "It would have made little sense to put off the wedding when he had everything ready," said Tamsin. "Is it not amazing how organized he can be when strongly motivated?" "Smug and cocksure is more like it," Lydia said. "Still, he had everything in hand, and his friends were already gathered, and so it seemed we might as well get it over with." Tamsin stepped back to admire the tidy coiffure she'd created. A few soft, wavy gold tendrils framed Lydia's face, and the knot she usually pinned any which way at the base of her neck was neatly gathered atop her head. "If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly," Tamsin smilingly quoted from Macbeth. "Lady Dane said that the longer a man is obliged to wait, the more likely he is to work himself into an irrational state. She said it happened to Lord Dane, and he was nearly impossible to deal with by the time they were married. The weeks of wedding preparations nearly drove her mad as well, she told me, though she isn't the sort to be easily overset." "Organizing that wedding must have been like preparing for Waterloo," Lydia murmured. "It was very grand. The church was packed to bursting, and there were even more people at the wedding breakfast." "And she has expensive tastes, according to his lordship." "Well, we shan't be very grand." Lydia studied her reflection in the glass. "Except for my hair. How elegant you've made me. From the neck up." But that was only appearances, she thought, and now even she wasn't sure who she really was. "Fancy yourself a great lady, do you?" Papa had asked so mockingly all those years ago. That's all it had been, evidently. A fantasy on Mamma's part that she was a baluster. Otherwise, surely Lydia would have detected something. Surprise, annoyance, even amusement, in Dane's dark countenance. But all he'd done was look her over very briefly, reserving his attention for his erstwhile schoolmate Ainswood. Obviously, when Selloby had made the comment after Dane's wedding about spying a female who might have stepped out from the Athcourt portrait gallery, he'd merely discerned a vague resemblance from a distance, Lydia decided. Up close, the resemblance must have proved vague indeed, since this day he'd seemed no more struck by her features than Dane had been. Maybe that was it. Perhaps Mamma had seen the previous Lord Dane at a procession or stepping out from his carriage. At a distance she might have perceived a resemblance to Lydia and subsequently built a long fictional story upon it. Lydia could hardly be surprised. Her own inspiration for the Rose of Thebes had come from a gossipy newspaper article describing Lady Dane's betrothal ring, a large cabochon ruby surrounded by diamonds. "I don't think the Duke cares what your hair looks like," Tamsin said, drawing Lydia back to the present. "I'm sure he would have wed you on the spot, as you were, your sopping hair and your mud-spattered face, and your bonnet a wet lump dangling from your neck." "He was hardly Beau Brummel himself," Lydia said, rising from her chair at the dressing-table. "In any event, he was wetter than I and bound to fall ill, standing about in dripping clothes during the ceremony. I didn't wish to spend my first days of marriage nursing him through a lung fever." She turned to meet Tamsin's gaze. "You must think me mad, or at least capricious." "I think it was a mistake to call your feelings for him a schoolgirl infatuation, or mating instinct, or the delirium of lust, as you've done." Tamsin chuckled softly. "I had the feeling he might be beginning to grow on you, like a fungus, you mean. It's no use pretending you don't care for him," Tamsin went on. I saw you leap from the carriage without a thought for the storm, that deranged gelding, or anything but the Duke of Ainswood." She grinned. "It was ever so romantic." "Romantic?" Lydia scowled. "I shall be ill." "That's bridal nerves." Tamsin moved to the door. "I dare say he's in a worse state than you are and undergoing agonies. We had better let the minister put the pair of you out of your misery." Lydia lifted her chin. "I am not subject to nervous fits, Miss Impertinence. I am not in any sort of misery. I am perfectly composed." She stalked to the door. "In a short while I shall be the Duchess of Ainswood, and then—" She glared at Tamsin. "The rest of you peasants had better look out." She swept from the room, a laughing Tamsin following. Thanks to Dane, Celebi, and Trent, Vere was in a fair way to being driven distracted. None of them could hold his tongue for half a minute and let a fellow think. They were gathered in the small dining parlour reserved for the nuptials. "I'm telling you, it's the oddest thing," Trent was saying. "And how you can't see it is beyond me, only maybe it were on account she were the worse for the rain and mud and her own mother wouldn't recognise her." "Of course I recognised her," said Celebi. "I had seen her outside the church after Dane's wedding. One could hardly fail to notice a handsome young woman of such statuesque proportions. She seemed a fair flower among the weedy clump of journalists. Not to mention that female scribblers are scarcely thick on the ground, and there could be only one Lady Grendel. Even at a distance her appearance was striking." "That's what I mean," Trent persisted. "The tall fellow with the golden curls I seen—" "I shouldn't call it gold," Dane interrupted. "I should say flaxen, and not a curl in sight. A pale gold," Celebi agreed. "Reminded me of—" "That fellow, the Cavalier one, which assisted the Comte d'Esmond," Celebi continued. "Not the same eyes, though. Hers are a lighter blue." "And she can't be French," said Dane. "I didn't say she were French, only that were the word they used for 'em, which has something to do with horses, Miss Price says, being cheval—" "The rumour I heard," Dane went on, as though his brother-in-law weren't there, "was that she was born in a Borneo swamp and reared up by crocodiles. I don't suppose you know the facts about her background, do you, Ainswood? I'm not certain Borneo has crocodiles." "What the devil do I care about her background?" Vere snapped. "What I want to know is where the cursed parson's got to, and whether the bride means to come down to the wedding sometime in this century." It had taken him but half an hour to bathe and dress, snarling at Janes the whole time. That had left his Grace another hour and a half to cool his heels, waiting for his Duchess-to-be, and fretting all the while that she'd taken ill and was quietly expiring of a putrid sore throat, while his friends nattered on about the precise colour of her hair and eyes, and whether there were crocodiles in Borneo. "Maybe she's having second thoughts," Dane said with a mocking half-smile Vere was itching to punch off his arrogant countenance. "Maybe she agreed to wed you while in a state of shock, and has since come to her senses." "I agreed to wed him out of pity," came a cool feminine voice from the doorway, "and out of a sense of civic duty. We can't allow him to run amok upon the public byways, breaking up carriages and alarming the horses." The four men turned simultaneously toward the speaker. Vere's dragoness stood in the doorway, garbed from neck to toe in black, and buttoned within an inch of her life. When she entered, the bombazine rustled suggestive whispers. Miss Price trailed behind her, and the preacher brought up the rear. "I'd better find my wife," Dane said, heading for the door. "And you are not to so much as think of starting without us. I must give the bride away." Grenville's eyebrows went up. "They drew straws," Vere explained. "Trent is groomsman, and Celebi is charged with guarding the door to keep out the crowd of noisy drunkards." The crowd had been herded into the large public dining room, where they entertained themselves by singing ribald songs and terrifying the hapless travellers who'd paused here for shelter from the storm. Your friends were denied the entertainment of witnessing your spectacular race finish, said his dragoness. I cannot believe you mean to deprive them of this spectacle as well. I promise you, Grenville, they're in no state to appreciate it, he said. Half of them couldn't tell the bridegroom from a wine barrel at this point, and the majority would rather be near the wine barrel. It is a solemn occasion, the minister added sternly. The holy state of matrimony is not to be entered into lightly, nor— He broke off as Grenville's glacial blue gaze settled upon him. That is— well, he tugged at his collar. Perhaps we might take our places. A nagging, frustratingly faint thought or memory or whatever it was teased Vere once more. But Dane and his wife entered in the next moment, and Lord Beelzebub took charge, as he was everlastingly wont to do, and ordered this one to stand here and that one there, and someone to do this and another to do that. And in another moment the ceremony began. And then all Vere could think about was the woman beside him, about to become his, absolutely, and forever. The bride and her attendants had withdrawn hours earlier, but it was midnight before Vere's friends allowed him to escape from the post-wedding orgy, and this was only because someone, Carruthers or Tolliver, had a bevy of trollops delivered. At that point Dane decided the married men were free to depart if they chose. Though Trent wasn't a married man, he left with them, still trying to make Dane listen to some incomprehensible theory or story or whatever it was, about Charles II, and courtiers and cavaliers, and Lucifer only knew what else. I know it were at your place, Trent was telling his brother-in-law as the three men ascended the stairs. In the picture gallery, which must be at least a mile long, and he were in the alcove, and Jess said he were her favourite. The gallery is 180 feet long, Dane said, as Ainswood will attest. On the day of my father's funeral I set up one of the portraits of my sire upon an easel and proposed an archery contest. You recall, don't you, Ainswood? Using my dear papa for target practice was sophomoric, you claimed. You assured me that I would find more satisfaction rogering that evil redhead Charity Graves in the master bedchamber. Having tested her yourself, you deemed her worthy of my efforts. He clapped Vere on the shoulder as they reached the top of the stairs. Ah, well, my lad, those days are over. No more sharing trollops for us. We must make do with ladies, and only one apiece. He turned to Bertie. Good night, Trent. Pleasant dreams. I say, Dane, but you— Dane's deadly black stare cut him off. Bertie tugged at his neckcloth. That is— well— He backed away from Dane. Mean to say, congratulations, Ainswood, and good night, and much obliged. You know, groomsman honoured. He shook Vere's hand, nodded at Dane, then fled to his room. In the recesses of Vere's brain the wispy something teased again, but his glance stole down the hall to the last door, behind which his Duchess waited, and that hot awareness blotted out the vexing will-o'-the-wisp. My lady's expecting our brat sometime in February or March, Dane said, recalling Vere's attention to him. It wants godparents. Perhaps you and your bride will accept the position. It took Vere a moment to believe his ears, then another to digest the implications. Then his throat tightened. Despite time, separations, misunderstandings, and mills, he and Beelzebub were friends still. So that's why you were so eager to see me wed, he said, not altogether steadily. I was eager on several counts, said Dane, but I will not make you stay and listen to my reasons. You have responsibilities. He smiled faintly. I will not keep you from them. To his horror, Vere felt the heat rise in his face. You are blushing, Ainswood, said Dane. Today is truly a day of miracles. Go to the devil, Vere muttered, starting down the hall. Behind him, he heard Dane's low chuckle. If you find yourself stumped what to do, your grace, he called, feel free to knock on my door. Stumped what to do, indeed, Veer answered without turning around. I taught you everything you know, Beelze, and not half what I know. He heard another of the satanic rumbles that passed for laughter, then the sound of a door opening and closing. Knock on your door, Veer went on under his breath. Very amusing, hilarious, as though I'm not the elder and wasn't the one who brought you your first trollop. He rapped impatiently at the portal to his room. Bloody damned know-it-all, always was, always will be. I should break his big beak for... His bride opened the door. He was vaguely aware that she was still fully dressed, but he didn't pause to wonder about it. He entered, kicked the door shut behind him, caught her in his arms, and crushed her to him. He buried his face in her neck. Her soft, thick hair tickled his cheek, while her scent stole into him, and he drank it in greedily. "Oh, Lord Grenville," he murmured. "I thought I'd never get away from them." Her arms came up about him, but stiffly, and her long body vibrated tension. He lifted his head to gaze at her. Her face was pale and hard. Her eyes gave him back his own reflection and something else, something dark and troubled. "You're weary," he said, loosening his boa constrictor grip. "It's been a very long and tiring day." "I'm not weary." Her voice throbbed. "I came straight here and fell onto the bed and asleep before my head touched the pillow." She eased out of his arms. "I woke an hour ago. I've had plenty of rest, and time to think." "Which left no time for changing into something more appropriate for the wedding night," he said, resolutely ignoring a fierce jab of the conscience he wasn't speaking to. He had rushed her into matrimony. He'd taken advantage of a moment of weakness. Very well, then. He was unscrupulous, along with depraved and obnoxious and the other et ceteras. That was his nature. "That's quite all right. I'll be happy to help you out of your armor." He brought his hands to the topmost button. "I'm not prepared to consummate the marriage," she said stiffly. "No problem." He unbuttoned the first button. "I'll prepare you." She swatted his hands away. "This is serious, Ainswood. We must talk." "Grenville, you know we can't converse for more than 2 minutes without quarrelling," he said. "Let's not talk tonight. What do you say?" He started to work on the second button. Her hand, very cold, clamped upon his. "My conscience will not allow me to be your wife," she said. "I want an annulment." "Your conscience has lost its mind," he said. He kissed her straight, haughty nose. "This is merely bridal nerves." "I am not a nervous person." Her voice climbed, grew shakier. "I am not hysterical, and you are not to patronize me. All I have done is come to my senses." She paused, setting her jaw and lifting her chin. "The fact is, I am not a lady, not even half a lady. You are the Duke of Ainswood. You must wed a lady. You owe it to your family." "I've wed you," he said impatiently. "I don't want a lady. I shouldn't know what to do with one." He grasped her shoulders. "I hope you're not turning missish on me." "We cannot go to bed." Twin spots of pink appeared in her cheeks. "You must not be fruitful and multiply with me. I cannot allow you to take such a risk." "A what?" "My family." She choked out the words. "You don't know about my family. I should have told you before, but I was too agitated. I had been so alarmed that you were killed, and then—" She pulled away. "It is so absurd. I wanted to make you happy, and you were so set upon marrying without delay. I do not know why I wanted to make you happy, why I fancy I can." "It's easy to make me happy, Grenville. All you need to do is take off your—" "My mother was sickly from the time my sister was born." Her words came out in a rush. "My mother died when I was 10. My little sister took consumption and died barely 3 years later. My father was a third-rate actor and a drunkard and a gambler. He possessed not one redeeming quality." Twisting her hands together, she walked to the fireplace. "Mine is bad blood. Your family deserves better. You must consider them, the line you represent." "A pox on my line," he said, but without heat. She was obviously overset, on the edge of hysteria. The strain of the day's events was telling. He went to her.
Come, Grenville, only listen to yourself. You're a worse snob than Dane. The line I represent, indeed. What's become of Miss Liberté, Égalité, and Fraternité? What's become of Madame Vindication of the Rights of Women? Where has my dragon girl gone?
I'm not a dragon, she said. I am merely a low-born scribbler with a foul disposition.
I see that you're not in a humour to listen to reason, he said. We'll have to settle this in sporting fashion.
He stepped away from her and shrugged out of his coat. Then he tore off his neckcloth. A few swift yanks released his waistcoat buttons. He pulled off the waistcoat and tossed it aside. He kicked off his shoes. He assumed a fighting stance, fists upraised. She stared at him.
Hit me, he said. I'll give you 3 tries. If you can't connect, I get 3 tries.
To hit me? She asked, plainly bewildered. He relaxed his stance.
Grenville, if I hit you, you'd drop stone cold on the floor, he said patiently. What bloody good would you be to me then? Use your head.
He resumed his pugilistic pose.
If you can't hit me, I get 3 tries to make you fall onto the bed panting with lust.
A martial light sparked in her blue eyes. Devil confound you, Ainswood, haven't you heard a word I've said? Can't you take your mind off your breeding organs for a moment and consider your future, and your ancestors, and your position? He shook his head.
Sorry, not that civilized. Come, Grenville.
He stuck out his chin.
Aren't you itching to break my jaw? Or how about my nose?
He pointed there.
Wouldn't you like to plant me a conker? Not that you've a prayer, but it'll be amusing to see you try.
She glowered at him. He danced a bit, jabbing the air with his right, then his left.
Come, what are you afraid of? Here's your chance to give me the pair of stinkers you promised in Vinegar Yard. Or was that all boasting? Did the tap on my jaw hurt your little hand too much, my delicate flower? Did you learn your lesson then?
It came from nowhere. Lightning fast and low, her fist shot toward his privates. He nipped aside in the nick of time.
Not there, Grenville, he said, swallowing his astonishment. Think of our children.
She stepped back, her eyes narrowed, assessing him from head to toe, looking for the chink in his defences. You didn't say I had to fight fair, she said.
You wouldn't have a prayer if you did, he taunted.
She brought her arms up, holding them at strange angles while her body began swaying side to side like a cobra preparing to strike. Her hair was coming undone, tumbling about her shoulders. It was a glorious sight, and he ached to tangle his fingers in it. But he could not let his mind wander. She had any number of tricks in her repertoire, and she was devilish unpredictable, not to mention quick. He waited, bracing for the strike, wondering where it would come from, and where she was playing with him, staying in motion to distract him while she waited for an opening. He caught it half a pulse beat before she moved, the merest flicker of a glance downward. Her skirts hitched up as her foot shot out, but he moved in the same instant, spinning to the side. The miss threw her off balance, and she started to topple. Reflexively, he reached for her and pulled back an instant before her outthrust elbow could connect with his groin.
"Sweet Jesus!"
he gasped. He was not so much winded as stunned. If he'd been an eye blink slower, she would have had him singing high C. He waited, braced, not daring to relax his guard, even though she'd turned away and was working her way through the standard list of profanities.
"That's 3 tries, Grenville," he said. "My turn now."
She swung about to face him. "What happens when you fail?" she demanded.
"You get another 3 tries. Then I do, until one of us wins. The winner gets what he wants. And I'll make bloody damned sure you want what I want," he added silently.
She folded her arms and lifted her chin. "Very well. Do your worst." He eyed her up and down, assessing her as she'd done him. He began to circle her. She stayed where she was, only her head turning as her wary gaze followed him. He paused close behind her. For a long moment he simply stood there, making her wait, building tension. Then he bent and lightly traced with his parted lips a meandering path from her ear to her creamy cheek.
"So soft,"
he murmured, while he let his fingers skim down her arms, drawing them away from her chest and down to her sides.
"Your skin is like rose petals."
She inhaled sharply. "That's one," she said, her voice strained. He brushed his cheek against hers.
"I love the scent of your skin."
He drew his outspread hands ever so lightly, barely touching the fabric, and slowly down over her lavish bosom to her waist, and lower still, to gently press her belly, drawing her back against him, her lush derriere just touching his trousers front, under which his rod eagerly swelled for business. Her eyes closed, and she swallowed. "That's two?" He did nothing, letting the moment stretch out while he remained still, his cheek to hers, his hands resting on her belly. His touch remained light, only enough to keep her in place and inescapably aware of his aroused masculinity and its heat. A tremor went through her. Still he waited. It was killing him, but the hot tension was working on her as well. He could feel it, the struggle within her, intellect warring with feeling, abstract principle fighting for supremacy in a nature fiercely physical and sensual. She squirmed ever so little, pressing just a fraction nearer. He brushed his mouth at the corner of hers. With a little moan she sank back against him, turning her head for the kiss he teased her with. He teased her still, letting his lips play lightly and lazily over the soft fullness of her mouth. Her hands covered his, holding him to her.
"That's 3,
he said thickly.
"Your turn now."
"You beast," she hissed. "You know I can't fight you." She tried to turn to him, but he held her where she was, letting her sweet rump torment his loins.
"Ah, no, not so quickly, dragoness."
He nipped her ear and crushed her closer.
"I had planned to go easy on you, this being your first time and all, but that would be patronizing, wouldn't it? You're not afraid to fight me, and not shy about where you aim, I noticed. Delicacy would be wasted on you."
He lashed one arm round her waist to keep her against him, while with his free hand he undid the long parade of buttons. He pulled the frock down to her waist, the sleeves bunched at her elbows, trapping her arms. Soft, creamy flesh beckoned from the borders of petticoat and corset. He made a carpet of hurried kisses over the fragrant skin behind her ear, and down to the nape of her neck and over her shoulders. She shivered. He undid tapes and hooks, released her arms from the sleeves, and pushed the frock down over her hips. It slid to the floor, making a rumpled heap at her feet. He nudged her to step out of its tangle and went immediately to the corset, his fingers working swiftly at the lacings. The stiff garment at last gave way, sagging to her hips. He drew it away and tossed it aside. He swung her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. He let go, dropping her on the mattress. She swore, but before she could scramble up and strike him, he fell upon her. He dragged his fingers through her hair and held her, while he covered her mouth with his and kissed her, fiercely. She struggled but a moment before yielding, as she always did, as she ought to understand by now she must do.
"No annulment,"
he growled when at last he freed her mouth.
"No someone else, ever. So put it out of your mind, you idiot."
Her voice was husky. She grasped his shirt front and pulled him back to her. She took her revenge, her ripe lips smouldering against his, her tongue stirring a devil's brew inside him. He rolled onto his back, taking her with him, his mouth clinging hungrily to hers, his legs tangling in her petticoats. He pulled up the skirts of the frothy garments and groaned as his fingers touched stocking and traced the sleek outline of her thigh. Inches above the garter there was only warm silken skin, all the curving way up to the wicked arc of her rump. Her utterly bare, naked rump.
"Sweet Jesus!"
His voice was a thick whisper.
"Where are your drawers, you hussy?" I forgot to pack them, she said in suffocated tones. Forgot? It was the last articulate word he uttered, the last clear thought he had. With a low animal growl he pushed her off him and onto her back. It took him but a few feverish seconds to tear off the last of his garments. Before they reached the floor he was untying the ribbons of her petticoat's bodice. The neckline gatherings loosened, and he pushed the fabric down. Her skin was as pale as moon-glow, a miracle of softness and lavish curves. He drew his hands down over the creamy swell of her breasts, let his thumbs play over the pink buds, taut even before he touched them. With a soft cry she arched up, pushing against his hands, reaching for his shoulders, even as he bent to take one rosy pearl into his mouth. Her fingers tangled in his hair to hold him to her while he suckled, drawing helpless little cries from her that made his heart drum and his insides tighten and ache. He stroked down over her belly, felt it tighten under his touch, but the petticoat's fabric tickled his skin. Impatient, he pulled it off and flung it away. He made himself pause to drink in the sight of her, so perfectly formed, his beautiful Amazon. Then he let his hands and mouth touch and taste boldly, and revelled in her hot answering caresses, in the soft sounds she uttered of surprise and pleasure. She'd been made and meant for him, every velvet-smooth dragon-scented inch of her. And as his fingers stole into the soft mound of curls between her legs, and he felt the tiny recoil, he found her ready for him. She was already damp, passionate dragoness, and his first gentle caresses in that intimate place had her squirming against his hand. In his power, under his control, at last. He'd wanted to bide his time, pleasure her into madness before he pleasured himself. He'd wanted to make her wild and helpless. He'd promised himself that he would, that he'd make her beg. And he had more reason now after what she'd put him through this hellish day. Her quick, hot answer to his touch burned up all those promises and wishes. His masculine pride was no match for the need tearing through his veins like liquid hellfire. He stroked her, parted her, and pushed himself into her, and she screamed. Chapter 13. What sounded like a scream to the more nervous than he'd admit bridegroom was only a small, startled exclamation. When, therefore, he stopped abruptly, Lydia's own nervousness mixed with embarrassment. She opened her eyes. His were dark, his face set in rigid lines. "What?" she said. "What did I do wrong? Did I hurt you?" The embarrassment ebbed. Lydia shook her head. "I was too hasty." His voice was harsh. "You weren't ready." "I didn't know what to expect," she admitted. "I was surprised." She shifted position, pulling her knees up slightly. He inhaled sharply. She gasped, too, at the strange sensations within. The part of him inside her was not only large, but seemed to have a throbbing life of its own that radiated waves of heat. "Oh," she whispered. "I had no idea." His expression softened. Her muscles also began to relax, adapting to his size. He hadn't really hurt her. It stung a little at first, and she'd felt an uncomfortable friction and tightness. She was more comfortable now, physically at any rate. "I'm such a ninny," she said. "I thought something was wrong with me, that you wouldn't fit." "There's nothing wrong with your body." He moved inside her, and her breath caught again. No, there wasn't anything wrong with her body. With him, she didn't feel like a giantess, but her body was all she was sure of. She wasn't a lady, not even half a lady. No Ballister blood ran in her veins. She was no longer sure who she was, what she was. He lowered his head. "Grenville." "I hate not knowing what to do." His mouth covered hers. She reached up, tangled her fingers in his hair. She wanted him. She wasn't unsure about that. She drank in the sinful taste of him, inhaled the scent of his skin. She'd learned how to kiss him,
how to stop thinking and swim in sensation instead. She'd learned how easy it was for control to slip away, and longing to take its place. She'd learned that longing dug deep, a dagger to the heart. She ached now, though he was inside her, part of her. She ached because she knew what he was, and knew better than to hope he'd change. She knew that what she yearned for was more than he could ever give. She became aware again of his hands moving over her, caressing, moving down to the place where they were joined. He touched her there as he'd done before to prepare her. This time, though, he was inside her as well, and the stroke of his fingers combined with the vibrating inner heat made her squirm. The ache spread, beating through her like a pulse. She felt him withdrawing and, "No, wait," she begged. She dug her fingers into his shoulders to hold him. The muscles under her hands knotted, taut as whipcords, and he thrust inward. Pleasure reverberated in vein and muscle. "Oh, God!" she gasped. "Sweet Jesus!" Again he stroked, and this time she arched up instinctively to meet it. The ache swelled, mingling with pleasure to sweep through her like a hot incoming tide. Another stroke came and she met it, and again, while pleasure pounded against doubt and despair until they shattered. She surrendered then, body, soul, will, all, to him. She clung to his sweat-slicked skin, rocking with him while the rhythm built, inexorably, faster and wilder, like the storm that had borne down upon them while they raced. And this time, too, the climax took her unawares. She heard his low cry, an animal sound, felt his fingers grasping her buttocks, lifting her. She felt the last fierce thrust, and a bolt of joy searingly bright tore through her, and then another and another, until she shattered like a bursting star, and darkness enveloped her. For a long while afterward she lay stunned. For a long while she couldn't find her tongue. No surprise, when she couldn't find her brain. When, finally, she forced her unwilling eyes open, she found herself staring straight into his. Before she could read their expression, he blinked and looked away. Carefully he withdrew from her. He rolled onto his back and lay silent, staring at the ceiling. She also kept silent for a while, telling herself it was ridiculous to feel lonely and rejected. It wasn't personal, she reminded herself. That was the way he was. Helena had warned her. Once used, we're worthless. Only worthless to him, though. She wasn't a worthless woman, Lydia told herself, and she shouldn't feel that way simply because he moved away and wouldn't look at her. "It's not my fault," she burst out. She sat up. "Marrying me was your idea. You could have bedded me. I offered myself to you. It is completely unreasonable to sulk about it now when I gave you every opportunity to change your mind." He rose up from the pillows, firmly cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her, hard. She melted instantly, her arms wrapping about him. He sank back onto the pillows, taking her with him. His long legs tangled with hers, while he drained her doubts and loneliness with a deep, mind-melting kiss. She understood then that whatever was wrong, it hadn't to do with his desire being sated. He wasn't finished with her yet. When finally he released her mouth, his hands still moved over her, lazily caressing. "If you had regrets, I suppose you're too obstinate to admit it," she said. "You're the one who was blithering about your unworthiness," he said. "You're the one who was looking for a way out." Lydia had no way out now. For better or for worse, she was tied to him. She wouldn't have minded if she could perceive some good she could do him. She would not let herself worry about the harm he could do her. She could bear that, whatever it was. Life had taught her that she could bear anything. She drew back, lifting herself onto one elbow for a better view of his long, leanly muscled body. "I shall simply have to make the best of matters," she said. "On the physical side, at least, I've nothing to complain about." She hadn't realized how tense he was until now, when his expression eased and his mouth slowly curved. She had never seen this smile before. If she had, she would have remembered. Crooked, Disarmingly boyish, it was, as Helena had said, a smile that could make roses bloom in an Arctic wasteland. Lydia felt it spread over her like the warmth of the sun. Her pulse, which had finally returned to normal, began to hurry again, and she could actually feel her brain softening, ready to believe anything.
"Do you know what, Grenville?" he said. "I think you're besotted with me."
"There's a brilliant insight," she said. "Do you think I would have married you if I were not? If I were fully rational?"
"Are you in love with me, then?"
"In love?" Lydia stared at him. She was a writer, and words were her life. Besotted and in love were not synonyms. "In love?" she repeated incredulously.
"In the ditch. You said you'd become attached to me."
"I'm attached to my dog," she said, in the crisp tones of a schoolteacher. "I make allowances for Susan's inferior intelligence and humour her to an extent that seems reasonable. I should be sorry if anything happened to her. Does it follow that I'm in love with her?"
"I see your point, Grenville, but she's a dog."
"Apart from my belief, based on experience, that the masculine brain appears to function much in the way of the canine brain—"
"You're so prejudiced against men,"
he chided, still smiling. "Love involves the heart and mind, the soul, if you will. Besotted indicates an altered state of physical being, similar to that induced by overindulgence in drink.
Both, do you know, Grenville, you're rather adorable when you're pedantic.
Both infatuation and intoxication are physical states," she went on doggedly. "Both often lead to gross errors of judgment."
Or perhaps it's the combination of pedantic and naked.
His green gaze drifted lingeringly downward, from her face to the ends of her toes, which she could barely keep from curling. Since he would not listen to anything a woman said in ordinary circumstances, it was absurd to expect him to concentrate on what a naked woman said, she told herself. On the other hand, his gaze was admiring, and Lydia was certainly woman enough to enjoy that. She returned the smile to reward and encourage the admiration. Then, because she turned away to climb out of the bed, she didn't see his smile fade, or the uncertainty that passed over his face like a shadow.
"Where are you going, Grenville?"
"To wash." She headed for the washstand, which stood behind a folding screen.
"Do you know, Duchess," he said reflectively, "the back view is as magnificent in its own way as the front. You have—" His voice trailed off as she stepped behind the screen. Though she would have liked to hear the rest of the compliment, Lydia turned her attention to practical matters. She had scarcely bled at all, which was not surprising in an athletic young woman, and more common, she was aware, than the prevailing wisdom maintained. Still, there were a few faint smears, and she was definitely sticky, with his seed. She washed herself, well aware that any number of incipient malaries had spilled into her, and did not require any special cultivation to sprout to life. Still, she had warned him that she was not prime breeding stock. Not that one could expect him to reflect upon the consequences. He cared no more about how his children turned out than he cared what a shambles he'd make of her existence if she let herself fall in love with him. "Grenville."
"I'll be done in a minute," she said. There was a silence broken only by the slosh of water in the basin.
"Grenville, what's that on your rump?"
"On my—" Then she remembered. "Oh, the birthmark, you mean? I know it looks like a tattoo, but it isn't." She speedily completed her ablutions and stepped out from behind the screen and came up against a tall, hard column of naked male. "Turn round," he said. His voice was very mild, his expression unreadable. "Do you know, Ainswood, you become even more annoying than usual after sexual intimacy. I should turn, please." She set her jaw and did as he asked, though she did not like being examined as though she were a curious biological specimen. She resolved to return the favour at the earliest opportunity, about 1 minute from now.
"I thought so," he murmured.
He touched her shoulder, gently turning her back to him.
"My dear, do you know what that is?"
The endearment made her wary. "A birthmark, as I said, and a very small one at that. Hardly disfiguring. I hope you don't have some sort of morbid aversion to your beautiful," he said. "And the mark is fetching." He lifted his hand to stroke her tense jaw. "You don't know what it is, do you?" "I'm on pins and needles to find out what it is to you," she said, every instinct stirring, sensing trouble. "Nothing." He stepped back. "Nothing at all. Nothing to bother yourself about." He turned away. "I'm simply going to kill him, that's all." He strode back to the bed. Muttering to himself, he snatched up from the floor near the bedpost his dressing gown and flung it on. Like hers, it had been neatly laid out upon the bedclothes. His had slipped to the floor in the tumult of love-making. Hers was a rumpled clump, wedged between mattress and bedpost. She did not even try to figure out what it was about, but ran to the bed and tugged her robe free. As she pulled it on, he marched to the door, yanked it open, and stormed out. She hurried after him, tying her sash as she went. "Facts about her background," Veer snarled under his breath. "Crocodiles in Borneo, and there was Trent trying to tell me." "Ainswood," his wife's voice came from behind him. He paused and turned. She stood in the open doorway of their room. "Go back to bed," he said. "I'll deal with this." He swung round and went on walking. He stopped at Dane's door, raised his fist, and pounded once, twice, thrice. "Lord Almighty know-it-all. Portrait of his sire. You recall, don't you, Ainswood? Very amusing. The door swung inward, and 6½ feet of dark, arrogant, half-Italian so-called friend advanced to fill the doorway. "Ah, Ainswood. Come for instructions, have you?" Beelzebub regarded him with a mocking half-smile. Her smile. Why hadn't he seen it? Veer let his mouth curl in mimicry. "Shouldn't call her hair gold, should you? Couldn't be French, could she? Crocodiles in Borneo. You knew, you big-beaked macaroni bastard!" Beelzebub's black gaze shifted to Veer's left. An impatient glance that way showed Veer that his wife had not gone peaceably back to bed, but was swiftly approaching. Barefooted, he discovered to his dismay. She would catch her death. "Grenville, I said I'd deal with this," he told her, irritably aware of Beelzebub's amused regard. The bride only planted herself at Veer's side, folded her arms, and waited, mouth set, eyes narrowed. By this time, Lady Dane had elbowed her way into position beside her spouse. "Let me guess," she said to him. "You didn't tell Ainswood, though you promised me you would, before—" "Plague take it," Veer snapped. "Does all the world know? Devil rot your soul, Beels. I don't mind a joke, but you might have considered her feelings. The poor girl—" "I hope you are not referring to me," Grenville cut in icily. "I don't know what maggot is eating at your brain at the moment, Ainswood, but—" "Ah, you don't know," said Dame. The bridegroom flew into a fit and thundered out without troubling to explain what had thrown his innards into an uproar. "This is typical, I'm afraid. Ainswood has a lamentable tendency to leap first and think later. That is because he cannot keep more than one idea at a time in his very thick head." "Hear, hear," said Lady Dane. "Pot calls kettle black." Dane turned to her. "Jessica, go to bed." "Not now," answered she. "Not for £1,000. Her grey gaze moved to Veer. "I'm dying to learn how you found out." "It was precious difficult," said Dane. "Celebi and I only dropped about 1,000 hints. Amid Trent's demented drivelling about the Earl of Blackmore, Charles II's bosom beau, the cavalier with the golden curls." Veer heard his wife's sharp intake of breath. Dane shifted his attention to her. "You bear a strong resemblance to my pretty ancestor. If Trent had seen the portrait of my father as well, his remarks might have made more sense. Regrettably, the more recent painting had an encounter with the demon seed, my son Dominic,
and came out the worst," he explained. "It was being repaired when Trent visited. If he'd seen it, he would have come nearer the mark. For if my late unlamented sire had been a woman, he should have been you, cousin."
If Bertie had not been sleeping as he normally did, cannon fire would not have wakened him. But his sleep was fitful, agitated by visions of crocodiles snapping at the dainty feet of bespectacled maidens attempting to flee from leering cavaliers who wore nothing but the golden sausage curls clustering about their heads and shoulders. This was why the hubbub in the hall penetrated his consciousness and shot him up from the pillows, and in short order from the bed. He found his dressing gown and slippers, and decently covered, opened his door in time to hear Dane's remarks about family portraits, and the last intriguing word, cousin. Before Bertie could fully digest these revelations, the quartet had filed into Dane's chamber, and the door closed behind them. Bertie was about to retreat to his room to ponder what he'd overheard, when out of the corner of his eye he spied a flash of white at the hallway's corner near the top of the stairs. An instant later, a bespectacled feminine face surrounded by white ruffles peeped out from the corner. A small white hand, also surrounded by ruffles, beckoned. After a moment's inner debate, Bertie went whither he was summoned. "What's happened?" Miss Price enquired, for it was she in the bewildering concoction of white ruffles. The silliest froth of a nightcap covered her dark hair. Ruffles encircled her neck, and fluttered downward along the borders of her wrapper, which, encasing cloud of a garment, left absolutely everything to the imagination except her face and her fingers.
"I ain't exactly sure," Bertie said, blinking at this vision. "I only heard the last of it. Still, it looks like I were on the right trail, but come by the wrong direction. It weren't the Cavalier fellow, but Dane's father. Only Dane called her cousin, which were a jolt to me. I figured she were his sister. Mean to say—"
His face heated, and his hand went up to tug on his neckcloth. He found he wasn't wearing one, and the discovery made his face several degrees hotter.
"Mean to say, half-sister, only without the parson's blessing, if you know what I mean."
Miss Price stared at him for a full 20 seconds by his count. "Not the Cavalier," she said slowly. "Who was the Earl of Blackmore, you mean? Instead, Lord Dane's father. Is that it?"
"She looks like him," Bertie said.
"Miss Grant, the Duchess of Ainswood, I mean, resembles the previous Marquess."
"And Dane said cousin. That were all. Then they went in his room." He gestured that way. "The lot of 'em. What do you make of it? If Dane recognized her, why didn't he say so before? Or were it a joke, do you think? Which I can't figure what else, being as how if he didn't want to know her, he wouldn't say cousin, would he?"
Her sharp brown gaze strayed toward Dane's door. "A joke? Well, that would explain. I discerned a resemblance, that remarkable stare, but I thought my imagination had run away with me." Her attention returned to Bertie. "It's been a most exciting day, and this makes a splendid conclusion, do you not think? That Miss Grenville, that is to say her Grace, turns out to be a relative of the Duke's good friend?"
"Best of friends," Bertie corrected. "Which is why I was so surprised when Dane said I was to be groomsman, not him, and told Ainswood we drew straws when we never did. It were Dane who decided he'd give away the bride, and no one argues with him usually, except Ainswood, but he weren't there at the moment." Behind the spectacles, Miss Price's enormous eyes glistened ominously. "I thought she hadn't anyone and was quite alone in the world, but she wasn't, was she? Her kinsman gave her away." She blinked a few times and swallowed. "I'm glad I didn't know. I should have made a watering pot of myself. It is so affecting, such a kind gesture, to give her away. And she deserves it, you know. She is the kindest, most generous." Her voice broke. "Oh, I say,
Bertie gazed at her in alarm. She withdrew a scrap of a handkerchief from somewhere in the voluminous froth of her wrapper and hastily wiped her tears away. "I beg your pardon," she said shakily. "It is simply that I am happy for her, and relieved." Bertie was also relieved that she'd stopped short of waterworks.
"Yes, well, like you say, it were an exciting day, and I reckon you could do with some rest. Not to mention there's a draught, and even if there wasn't no danger of you taking a chill, you oughtn't to be wandering about in your unmentionables at this hour. Most of the fellows are half seas over at the very least, and no telling what ideas they could take into their heads."
She stared at him for a moment, then her mouth turned up and parted, and a soft laugh came out. "Oh, you are so droll, Sir Bertram. Ideas in their heads. Those tipsy fellows should grow faint with exhaustion, trying to find me in all these yards and yards of unmentionables," she finished with another small chuckle. Bertie wasn't tipsy, and he was sure he could find her easily enough, considering she stood well within easy reach. Her eyes were sparkling with humour now, as though he were the wittiest fellow on earth, and a pink glow was forming in her cheeks, and he thought she was the prettiest girl on earth. Then, realizing he was the one with ideas in his head, he told himself to make a bolt for it. Only he moved in the wrong direction, and somehow there was a great deal of white froth in his arms, and a soft mouth touching his, and then coloured lights were dancing about his head. At this same moment, Lydia was strongly tempted to make her cousin see stars. He had flummoxed her utterly. "Dane could lecture on family history for weeks," Lady Dane was saying. She and Lydia sat in chairs by the fire, glasses recently filled with champagne in their hands. "He pretends to find it boring or makes a joke of it, but it is one of his hobby horses."
"It isn't as though I can escape it," said Dane. "We've rows upon rows of books, boxes of documents. The Ballisters never could bear to discard anything of the slightest historical value. Even my father could not bring himself to wipe your mamma's existence altogether from the records. Still, Jess and I wouldn't have known to look if Celebi hadn't whetted our curiosity. He'd spotted you after our wedding, and noted the resemblance to my sire and his ancestors. It wasn't until after your Vinegar Yard encounter with Ainswood made the gossip rounds, though, that Celebi wrote to us. Everything he'd heard, coupled with his occasional glimpses of Grenville of the Argus, inclined him to suspect a Ballister connection."
"If you only knew how careful I was to avoid Celebi," Lydia said. "And all for naught. I vow he must be part bloodhound."
"By gad, Grenville! Was that why you climbed up to the first floor of Helena's house, instead of going in by the door like a normal person?" Ainswood said, in soft incredulity. "You risked your neck to avoid Celebi?"
"I didn't want the past raked up," Lydia said. Their keenly alert expressions told her they expected more of an explanation, but she couldn't bear to say more. Those who'd known about her mother's elopement and its sordid consequences were dead and buried. Anne Ballister's was a lowly cadet branch of the family tree. To the great world, they were virtually unknown. Her sad story had commenced and ended out of the glare of the Beaumonds stage, where more sensational dramas with more important principles, most notably The Prince of Wales, riveted attention. Lydia had kept the secret, determinedly, because she did not want her mother's folly thrust upon that stage, her degradation the topic of tea-table conversations.
"Some of it must come out now," Ainswood said. "I'm amazed Celebi held his tongue for this long. We can't expect him to keep quiet forever." "He doesn't know the details," said Dane. "Grenville is hardly an uncommon surname. It's enough to say her parents quarrelled with the family, and no one knew what had become of them, or had the least idea they'd produced a daughter until now. Even that is more explanation than the world deserves."
"I should like something explained," said Lady Dane to Lydia. "We still haven't learned how His Grace made his amazing discovery." "It followed directly upon his discovering my birthmark," Lydia said. Her ladyship's lips quivered. She looked up at Dane, who had gone very still.
"It isn't possible," he said.
"That's what I told myself," said Ainswood.
"I couldn't believe my eyes."
Dane's dark glance darted from his cousin to his friend.
"You're sure?" "I should know that mark from a furlong away," Ainswood said. "The mark of the balusters you told us at school. The one incontrovertible proof that your mother did not play your father false. And when Charity Graves started pestering you about the brat Dominic, I was the one who went down to Afton to make sure he was yours, not mine. There it was, in the same place. The same little brown crossbow."
He glowered at Dane.
"I had no idea my cousin bore that mark, I assure you," said Dane. "I was under the impression that it appeared only in males of the family."
He smiled faintly.
"A pity my dear papa didn't know. The holy badge of the balusters appearing on a female, product of the union between a nobody and a young woman he doubtless assisted in permanently ejecting from the family. He'd have gone off in an apoplexy the instant he heard, and I should have been one delighted young orphan."
He turned to the Duke.
"Well then, are you done working yourself into a lather over my little joke? Or are you appalled to find yourself connected with me? If you don't want a baluster for your wife, we shall be happy to take her." "The devil you will!"
Ainswood drained his glass and set it down.
"I haven't endured 5 weeks of trials, unimaginable in their horror, only to turn her over to you, long-lost family or not. As to you, Grenville," he added irritably, "I'd like to know why you haven't offered to break his big nose. He played you for a fool as well, and you were upset enough a while ago about your peasant blood contaminating mine. You're taking this precious calmly."
"I can take a joke," she said. "I've married you, haven't I?" She set down her nearly empty glass and rose. "We must not keep Lady Dane up all night. Mothers-to-be require a reasonable amount of sleep." Lady Dane rose. "We've scarcely had a chance to talk. Not that one could hope to carry on an intelligent conversation with a pair of noisy males at close hand, competing for precedence. You must return to Athcourt with us tomorrow."
"Certainly must," said Dane. "It's the ancestral home, after all. I have an ancestral home as well."
Ainswood advanced to place a possessive arm about Lydia's shoulders.
"She's only your cousin, Dane, and a distant one at that. And she's a Mallory now, not a baluster, no matter what's stamped upon her."
"Another time, perhaps," Lydia cut in smoothly. "Ainswood and I have a great deal to sort out, and I have work to complete for the Argus, which—"
"Yes, as you said, a great deal to sort out,"
her spouse said, his voice tight. He made quick work of the good nights, and they'd started down the hall when Lady Dane called to them. They paused. She hurried up to them, pressed a small oblong package into Lydia's hand, kissed her cheek, then hurried away. Lydia waited until they'd re-entered their own room to unwrap the parcel. Then a small startled sob escaped her. She heard Ainswood's voice, alarmed.
"Good God! What have they—"
She turned in his arms, felt them close, warm, and strong about her. "My mother's diary?" The words were muffled in the folds of his dressing gown. "They've given me back Mamma's diary." Her voice broke, and with it the composure she'd so determinedly maintained with her new-found family. Pressing her face to his chest, she wept. Chapter 14. Anne Ballister's Diary. I can scarcely believe it is my 19th birthday. It seems 20 years since I left my father's house, rather than 20 months. Does my father remember what day this is, I wonder? He and his cousin Lord Dane have between them obliterated my existence by all means available, short of actual murder. But memory is not so easily blotted out as a name in a family Bible. It is easy enough to rule that a daughter never again be mentioned, yet memory submits to no will, even a Ballister's. and the name and image persist long after death, literal or figurative. I am alive, Father, and well, though your wish almost came true when my dear baby girl was born. I had no expensive London accoucheur to preside over my labour, merely a woman no older than I, who has borne 3 children already, and is in a family way again. When Alice Martin's time comes, I shall return the favour, and play midwife. It was a miracle I survived the childbed fever. All the wise matrons of this humble neighbourhood agree. I know it was no miracle, but an act of will. I could not submit to death, however much he insisted. I could not abandon my infant daughter to the false, selfish man I married. John is sorry now, I don't doubt, that both I and Lydia survived. He has been obliged to take whatever minor roles come his way, and exert himself to study his handful of lines. I have arranged for his wages to be put directly in my hands. Otherwise every farthing of the little he earns would go to drink and women, and gaming, and my Lydia would starve. He complains bitterly that I make his life hardly worth living, and rues the day he set out to win my heart. For my part, I am heartily ashamed that he succeeded, that I had been such an utter fool. Still, I was a green girl when I ran away from home. Though ours is merely an insignificant cadet branch of the baluster tree, I had been pampered and sheltered as much as any duke's daughter, and was, as a result, no less naive. For a handsome silver-tongued rogue like John Grenville, I was all too easy a mark. How was I to realize his stirring speeches and tear-filled declarations of love were merely acting? He was not so wise either. He viewed me as a ticket to a life of wealth and ease. He believed he understood the English aristocracy because he'd played nobleman upon the stage. It was inconceivable to him that so proud a family as the Ballisters would abandon to penury and degradation a daughter who'd never known a day of hardship in all her 17.5 years. He truly believed they would accept him, a man who could not by any stretch of definition claim the title gentleman, and compounded his infamy by belonging to that subhuman species labelled actor. Had I been aware of John's delusions, I should have enlightened him, confused and ignorant though I was. But I assumed he understood as I did, that my elopement severed all ties to the Ballisters. Reconciliation was out of the question, and we must make our way on our own. I should live contentedly with him in a hovel, so long as we were of the same mind, and would strive together to better our lot. But striving is alien to his nature. How I regret that I was never taught a profitable trade. My neighbours pay me to write letters for them. There's scarcely one who can write his own name. I do some sewing, but I'm no artist with the needle, and who hereabouts can afford, let alone see the value of a private tutor? Except for the odd penny I earn here and there, I must depend upon John. I must stop, and in good time too, for I see I've done little but complain. My Lydia stirs from her nap, and will soon grow bored with babbling to herself in her comical baby language. I should have written instead of her. How beautiful and clever and good-natured she is, a prodigy and paragon among infants. How can I complain of anything when I have her? Yes, sweet, I hear you. Mamma comes. Lydia paused at the end of the first diary entry because her control was slipping again, her voice too high and quavering. She sat upon the bed, pillows heaped behind her. Ainswood had arranged them. He'd also drawn up to the bed a small table, whereupon he'd collected most of the room's candles, so that she'd have better light to read by. He had started out standing at the window, looking down into the courtyard. He had looked back, surprised, toward her when she began to read aloud. She was surprised, too, when she realized she was doing it. She had started reading hurriedly, silently, turning and skimming pages, hungry for the words she'd read so long ago, so poorly understood then and so faintly remembered since. Phrases stood out, not because she remembered the words, but because they captured her mother's way of speaking. She began to hear Mamma's voice, so clearly, in the same way others' voices seemed to sound in her ears even when the speaker wasn't there. She had only to open her mouth, and her voice became someone else's. It wasn't something she consciously tried to do. It simply happened. And so she must have forgotten Ainswood for a time, or been too much immersed in the past to think of the present. Calmed, reassured it was all there, the little story, Lydia had returned to the first page, and read in the voice lost for so many years, and now returned to her, an unexpected gift, the recovery of a treasure she'd believed forever lost. Yes, sweet, I hear you. Mamma comes. She had always heard, always come, Lydia remembered vividly, palpably now. She'd understood what Mary Bartles felt for her baby. Pure, fierce, unshakable love. Lydia knew there was such a thing. She had lived within that securest of all havens, her mother's love, for 10 years. Her throat ached. She couldn't make out the words through the mist in her eyes. She heard him move, felt the mattress shift as he climbed onto the bed. Lud, what a way to spend your wedding night, she said shakily. Listening to me blubber. You might be human now and then, he said. Or is there a Ballister law against it? A warm wall of mail moved into place beside her, and a muscular arm slid behind her back to draw her close. She knew this wasn't the securest of havens, yet for the moment it seemed so, and she saw no great harm in pretending it was. She doted upon me, Lydia told him, her blurry gaze still upon the page. Why shouldn't she? He said. In your own dreadful way you can be adorable. Furthermore, being a Ballister, she could appreciate the more appalling of your personality traits as an outsider couldn't. As Dane does. He doesn't seem to believe there's anything wrong with you. He uttered this last in sorrowful amazement, as though his friend must henceforth be considered certifiably insane. There's nothing wrong with me, she pointed to the page. Here it is, in black and white. I am a prodigy and paragon. Yes, well, I should like to hear what else she has to say, he answered. Perhaps she'll proffer valuable advice on how to manage such a paragon and prodigy. He nudged her with his shoulder. Read on, Grenville. If that's her voice, it's a most soothing one. It had been, Lydia recalled. She was soothed, too, by his nearness, and his teasing, and the strong arm holding her. She read on. A wavery morning light was mingling with the room's shadows when Grenville finally closed the book and sleepily returned his share of the pillows before sinking down onto hers. She didn't turn to him, yet she didn't object either when Veer made more comfortable adjustments, drawing her up close against him, spoon fashion. By the time he had her snugly tucked up as he wanted her, she was breathing evenly, sound asleep. Though he customarily took to his bed at the time respectable citizens were waking, if not already up and at their work, he was aware of fatigue weighing upon him more heavily than usual. Even for a man accustomed to live hard, who craved excitement and danger, and all their accompanying batterings upon his mind and body, this long day and night had proved a strain. Now, while there was silence and what should have been peace, he felt as though he'd been both captain and crew on a vessel tossed upon the rocks after a day and night of battling a furious tempest. He might have managed to put into a safe harbour, if it hadn't been for the little book. Its contents were the rocks he seemed to have foundered upon. At least a dozen times while he'd listened to the voice, his wife's, yet not his wife's, he'd wanted to tear the book from her hands and throw it in the fire. It was horrible, hearing the cool courage and irony with which Anne Grenville described the hell her life was. No woman ought to need such courage and detachment. No woman ought to live a life that demanded so much. She lived from day to day, never knowing when she might be evicted, or see her few shabby possessions borne away by the broker's man, or whether this night's supper would be the last. Yet she made jokes of the privations, converted her husband's infamies into satiric anecdotes, as though to mock at fate which dealt so brutally with her. Only once, at the very end, had she made anything like a plea for mercy. Even then it wasn't on her behalf. Those last barely legible lines, written days before her death, stood stark and blazing in his brain as though burned there with an iron. "Dear Father in heaven, look after my girls." He'd tried to blot out her story as he'd banished so much else from his mind, but it stuck and rooted there, like the stubborn gorse that grew on the inhospitable moors her Ballister ancestors had made their home. The words of a woman 18 years dead had dug into him as few others' words could do, and made him feel like a cur and a coward. She'd borne her lot with courage and humour, while he couldn't face what had happened on his wedding night. He'd leapt at the chance to quarrel with Dane, eagerly used anger to blot out the other thing, as though what he had to bear, one disagreeable realization, were the most excruciating thing in the world. It wasn't. The joke was on him, that was all. He'd wanted Grenville, hadn't he, as he'd never wanted any other woman. Why then should he be so amazed that when he'd finally bedded her, it wouldn't be like bedding any other woman? With the others, he'd merely coupled. With his wife, he'd made love. She was a writer. In his place, she'd have found streams of metaphors to describe the experience, what it was like, how it was different. He hadn't metaphors, but he was a libertine, with more experience than any man ought to have, experience enough to discern the difference, and wit enough to understand his heart was engaged, and to know the word for that. "Are you in love with me?" he'd asked, smiling, as though the possibility amused him. And he'd had to go on smiling and teasing, all the while aware what the thing was that stabbed his heart and why it hurt, as no physical injury had ever hurt him, when she didn't give the answer he wanted. Hurt, that was all. In love, that was all. What was that to what Anne Grenville had endured, to what her daughter had endured? Not to mention he knew only a fraction of the tale. The slim volume scarcely covered the palm of his hand. Its few pages held so little, most of it appalling, with great gaps in time between entries. He was sure it told only the smallest part of the story. He didn't want to know more, didn't want to feel smaller than he did already, small and petty and selfish and blind. But if Grenville could live it, whatever that life had been, he could certainly bear learning about it. Not from her. She hadn't wanted the past raked up, she'd said, and he wasn't going to make her relive it. Dane would know more of the tale, and he'd tell, like it or not. He had a lot to answer for. The least he could do was answer a few questions, Lord all-wise and all-knowing. He would seek Dane out first thing, Vere resolved, and pound the facts out of him if necessary. With that agreeable prospect in mind, the Duke of Ainswood finally drifted into sleep. As it happened, Vere didn't have to seek Dane out. Mid-afternoon, upon learning from Janes that the master and mistress were up and about, Dane arrived to bear Vere off to the private dining parlour, while the ladies enjoyed a late breakfast in Dane's chambers.
"Jessica is nigh exploding,"
Dane said as they descended the stairs.
"She must have a private tete-a-tete with my cousin in order to share her experience in the art of torturing husbands. Trent's taken Miss Price to Portsmouth to shop for some fripperies my lady insists your lady can't do without, so he shan't pester us with his blithering while we eat. Jess and I will take the pair of them with us to Athcourt. You will need to reorganize your household to accommodate a wife, and you won't want Trent about. Not that I want him either, but he shouldn't be too much underfoot. At least, not under my feet. He will trot after Miss Price and show a degree of intelligence for once in his life, in falling head over ears in love with the only female in all the known universe who has any idea what to make of him."
Vere paused on the stairs.
"In love?" he said.
"Are you sure?"
"Certainly not. How should I know? To me he sounds and looks as imbecilic as usual, but Jessica assures me he has fixed his minuscule brain upon Miss Price."
They continued on, Dane calculating aloud the amount he'd settle upon Miss Price if she would take pity on Trent and marry him, while Vere heard "in love" echo in his mind, and wondered whether Lady Dane had noticed symptoms of the same ailment elsewhere.
"You are abnormally quiet,"
Dane said as they settled into their chairs.
"We've passed a full 5 minutes together with nary one belligerent remark passing your lips."
A servant entered then, and they ordered. When the man had left, Vere said,
"I want you to tell me everything you know about Grenville." "As it happens, that was what I intended to do, whether you wanted to hear or not," said Dane. "I had prepared myself to beat you senseless, revive you, and drop your broken body into the chair. In that agreeably sponge-like state you would absorb the tale and perhaps even the occasional tidbit of advice." "Interesting. I had something like that in mind for you, in case you chose to be your usual aggravating self." "I'm in charity with you this once," said Dane. "You've made my cousin a duchess, restoring her to her proper place in the world. Furthermore, you wed her with, if not noble motives, at least not entirely ignoble ones. I was touched, Ainswood, I truly was, by your serene unconcern for her origins."
The mocking half-smile played about his lips.
"Perhaps serene is not precisely the word I want. Still, I was affected, not to mention deeply astonished, by your evidencing taste for once in your misbegotten life. She is a wonderfully handsome girl, is she not? They are appallingly handsome, most of the Ballisters. She gets her looks from her maternal grandfather, you know. Frederick Ballister and my father were much alike in their youth, but Frederick contracted smallpox in his late teens, and the disease disfigured him. That must be why Anne compared her daughter to my father instead of her own. She mustn't have been aware that Frederick had been one of the beautiful Ballisters. We haven't yet discovered a portrait of Anne. However, if one exists, you may be sure Jessica will find it. She has an alarming genius for finding things."
Vere was aware that one of the things Lady Dane had found, and made Dane keep, was his bastard son, Dominic. The thought stirred a chill wave in the dark area of Vere's mind, the distant shores where orphaned and outcast thoughts huddled. He labelled the feeling hunger, and looked impatiently toward the door.
"Where's the servant got to?" he said. "How long does it take to draw a tankard of ale?" "They've all been run off their feet attending to the wedding guests this morning," Dane said. "Or collecting the corpses is more like it. When I first came down at midday, the public dining room was strewn with bodies. It brought back fond memories of our Oxford days."
The servant appeared then, and another behind him. Both staggered under the weight of the trays, though the meal was for only 2 men. Still, they were 2 very large men, with commensurate appetites. It was a while, therefore, after the servants had gone before Dane launched into the story. Still, he didn't linger over the telling by adding literary embellishments, or worse yet, sentimental ones. He told it as Vere wanted it told, as a man would tell it, keeping to the plain facts and putting them in order, without wandering into whys and wherefores, and that most profitless of all digressions, if-onlys. Still, it was as unpleasant a tale as Vere had expected, and he lost his appetite before he'd emptied his plate of the first helping, because by then he'd heard about the Marshalsea. He pushed his plate away. "She told me her sister had died, that was all. She said nothing of how it happened. She said nothing of debtor's prison." "The Ballister nature is not confiding," said Dane. "Lydia is obviously like the rest of us. Didn't want the past raked up was all her explanation for telling nobody anything about her origins. Did you know she was at my wedding, on the very church steps, and never made herself known? What the devil was she thinking? That I gave a damn what her mother did?" He scowled at his mug. "My own mother ran off with a sea merchant. The brat I got with the Prime Oar of Dartmoor lives in my house.
Did the girl think I fancied she wasn't good enough for us? Don't ask me, said Veer. I haven't the least idea what goes on in her head. The scowl shifted to Veer. I am well aware your interest lies elsewhere. You did not marry her for her mind. It is inconceivable to you that she, any woman, has one. Well, let me tell you something, Ainswood. They do. They're always thinking, women are. And if you don't wish to be outmaneuvered at every turn, I recommend you exercise your very thick and sluggish brain in comprehending your wife's. I know this is hard for you. Thinking upsets the delicate balance of your constitution. I'm trying to make it easier by telling you what I know. We men must stick together. Then get back to telling, why don't you? Said Veer. You've scarcely buried her sister. Dane took up the tale where he'd left off, but hadn't much to say about Grenville's life from the time after her father had gone to America, when she went to live with her great-uncle and aunt. The father had died in 16, of injuries sustained in a beating. He'd tried to run off with a rich American girl. This time, though, they were pursued, and the girl's brothers rescued her and meted out their own justice to John Grenville. It appears that my cousin travelled abroad with Stephen and Euphemia Grenville, Dane said. They died last autumn. I had learned the name of one of their servants, who lives in Marazion, Cornwall. We were planning to go down to talk to him when we received your wedding invitation. Dane took up his tankard and emptied it. When he set the mug down, his dark gaze shifted to Veer's plate. I shall send Mr. Herriard to meet with your solicitor in London. You will not deny me a small act of belated revenge upon my sire, I hope. To spite the dear departed, I should like to dower Lydia, and Herriard can be counted upon to entangle you in settlements sufficiently exorbitant and complicated to stifle any shrieks of your manly pride. Lydia, of course, is perfectly capable of taking care of herself, as she's proven. Yet I'm certain she would not object to having her offspring's future secured. If she does, I'll tell her to quarrel with you about it, said Veer. There would be offspring, of course, he told himself, and Dane asked nothing more than what was customary. Dowry and settlements tied up certain issues neatly and legally, and provided a degree of material security for the future. If other aspects of the future troubled Veer, and if he was having rather more difficulty than usual in obliterating fresh anxieties, only his gut, currently in an annoying state of mal de mer, offered a hint, and that was on the inside, where Dane couldn't see. You won't leave me to it without ammunition, Dane said. I've told you what you didn't know. It's your turn to satisfy my curiosity. I've had Celeby's version of recent events, but even he, it seems, does not know all. I'm on tenterhooks to hear about this business of climbing to the first floor of Helena Martin's house. He was there at the time. It's a long story, said Veer. I'll order more ale, said Dane. The waiter was summoned, the tankards replenished, and Veer took his own turn, telling his tale from the start in Vinegar Yard. He did not tell everything, naturally, and he made a joke of what he did tell, which it was. And what did it matter that the joke was on him? He wasn't the first man who'd run blindly into matrimony without realizing where he was headed. It was rather, as Dane so succinctly put it, like walking into a door in the dark. Dane certainly should know. He, too, had walked into the door. And because he had, Dane had no qualms about laughing at his friend's errors, discomfitures, and defeats, or about calling him a precious cretin, and other like endearments. Dane was merciless, but then they had always been merciless to each other. They had always traded insults and blows. That was how they communicated. That was how they expressed affection and understanding. And because this was the way it had always been between them, Veer soon relaxed. If the uneasiness did not altogether vanish, he forgot it for the time he remained in the dining parlour, talking with his friend. It was all so much like old times that Veer could be excused for failing to understand that times had changed. He didn't know that in 6 months of marriage,
Dane had come to know himself better, and had no trouble applying this sharpened awareness elsewhere. Consequently, Lord Beelzebub was strongly tempted to take his bosom bow by the neckcloth and bang his head against the wall. He resisted the temptation, though, as he later told his wife.
"He has Lydia," Dane said. "Let her do it."
"Oh, Lizzie, I'm so sorry," Emily moaned. "There's nothing to be sorry about," Elizabeth said briskly, as she wiped her sister's forehead with a cool cloth. "If it had been something worse than dyspepsia, then you must be sorry, because it would frighten me out of my wits. But I'm not afraid of mere puking, however prodigious. I ate too much. You'd gone too long between meals, and the food was ill-prepared. I was queasy myself, but then my stomach's tougher than yours." "We've missed it," Emily said. "We've missed the wedding." That was true. It was Thursday evening. They occupied a chamber of an inn near Aylesbury, many miles from their destination. They might have reached Liphook in time for the wedding if Emily had not become violently ill half an hour after a hurried midday meal on Wednesday. At the next stage they had to disembark. Emily had been so sick and weak that an inn servant had to carry her up to the chamber. They were travelling as governess and charge. Elizabeth had donned one of her old mourning dresses because black made her look older. She'd also borrowed a pair of reading spectacles from the Blakesley library. She had to look over them since she couldn't see through them, but that, Emily assured her, made her appear all the more stern. "You must stop fretting about the wedding," Elizabeth said. "You didn't get sick on purpose. You should have gone on without me. You must be delirious to say such a thing. We're in this together, Lady M. Mallorys stick together." Elizabeth plumped the pillows behind her sister. "They'll be sending the broth up soon, and tea. You have to concentrate on getting strong again, because as soon as you are, we'll set out." "Not for Blakesley," Emily said, shaking her head. "Not until we've made our position clear. He has to know that we tried. We can write a letter. He never reads them." The Longlands servants communicated regularly with those at Ainswood House, and Longlands' housekeeper wrote every quarter to the ladies Elizabeth and Emily. Consequently, the girls were aware the present Duke had not opened his personal correspondence in a year and a half. At Longlands, the house steward dealt with his Grace's business correspondence. At Ainswood House in London, the butler Hoole performed the same service. "We could write to her," said Elizabeth, "and she could tell him." "Are you sure they're married? News travels fast, but it isn't always accurate. Maybe she won the race and he'll have to try something else." "It'll be in tomorrow's paper," Elizabeth said. "Then we'll decide what to do." "I'm not going back to Blakesley," Emily said. "I shall never forgive them. Never." There was a tap at the door. "There's your dinner," Elizabeth said as she rose from the chair. "And in the nick of time, too. Perhaps your temper will improve when you've something in your belly." Though Lydia and Ainswood arrived at Ainswood House very late on Thursday, all the household awaited them. By the time the housekeeper had relieved Lydia of her outer garments, the rest of the staff had filed into the ground-floor hall and stood at attention, or their version of it. Lydia understood what Wellington had felt before Waterloo, when he surveyed his infamous army, the ramshackle lot with which he must overcome Napoleon. She noted wrinkled aprons and tarnished livery, wigs and caps askew, haphazardly shaven chins, and most of the range of human expression from terror to insolence, embarrassment to despair. She withheld comment, however, and concentrated on memorizing names and positions. Unlike Wellington, she had a lifetime to make a satisfactory domestic fighting unit of this demoralized mob. As to the state of the house itself, even without seeing much of it, she perceived that it was in even sorrier condition than its staff. She was not surprised. Ainswood rarely spent much time in residence, and like so many of his sex, lacked the faculty for perceiving dust, dirt, or disorder. Only the master bedchamber turned out to be in neat order, This doubtless was due to Jane's. She had discovered earlier in the day that, contrary to appearances, which was to say Ainswood's appearance, Jane's was a prodigious fuss-budget. He simply had the misfortune to be working with an uncooperative subject. Since Ainswood had dismissed the others with an impatient wave as soon as the butler and housekeeper, Mr. Hoole and Mrs. Clay, had introduced everyone, it was Jane's who showed Lydia her apartments. They adjoined Ainswood's. No one evidently had entered them in years. Ainswood certainly didn't want to enter them. As Jane's opened the door to her Grace's quarters, the Duke went in the opposite direction, into his dressing-room. "On such short notice, I collect Mrs. Clay was unable to tend to my rooms," Lydia said mildly, once Ainswood was out of earshot. James glanced about him, his mouth pinching up as he took in the cobwebs dripping from the ceiling corners, the film frosting mirrors and glass, the dust that lay as thick as the volcanic ash upon Pompeii. "She might have done something," he said, "if she dared." Lydia peered into the gloomy, cobwebbed cavern James had called her dressing-room. "I understand that some bachelors, dislike having their things disturbed." "Many of the servants have been here since the 4th Duke's time," said James. "We've some from families who've served the Mallorys for generations. Loyalty's a fine thing, but when you've nothing to do, day in and day out, on account of not knowing what to do or not daring—" He broke off, and pinned his mouth shut. "Then it will be easier to bring the staff round to my methods," Lydia said briskly. "We shall commence with a blank slate. No housekeepers set in their ways. No interfering mothers-in-law." "Yes, Your Grace," said James. Then he screwed his mouth shut again. Lydia could tell he was nigh bursting with revelations. While she was curious, she was, however, also aware of the protocol forbidding her to encourage him. She had noticed he was not so restrained in dealing directly with the master. Earlier in the day she had heard the valet muttering, not always under his breath, while assisting his Grace with his toilette. "In any case, whatever changes will be effected must wait until tomorrow," Lydia said, moving back to the door leading to the master chamber. "Yes, Your Grace." James trailed behind her as she entered the bedchamber. "But you will want a maid." "I had better go down—" "There you are," Ainswood said, stomping out of his dressing-room. "I was wondering if you meant to stay gossiping with my lady all night. What the devil have you done with my clothes?" "Your clothes are in your dressing-room, sir." James added something in an undertone which Lydia couldn't make out. "Not those clothes, you smug rascal," Ainswood snapped. "The ones I wore yesterday, the ones in my bags. All I can find is damned shirts and neckcloths. Where's my waistcoat?" "The waistcoats you wore yesterday are in my quarters to be cleaned," said James. "Curse and confound you! I hadn't emptied the pockets." "No, Your Grace, I took that liberty. You will find the contents in the lacquered box on the— that is to say, I shall find it for you, sir." James started toward the dressing-room. Ainswood backed toward the doorway, blocking it. "Never mind. I can find the bleeding box. I'm not blind." "In that case, if you will pardon me, sir, I was about to go down for one of the maids. I should ring, but no one will know who's to come or what for." Ainswood, who had been about to re-enter the dressing-room, turned back. "A maid? What the devil do I want with a maid? Her Grace requires— Not in my room. Her Grace's chambers are not fit for— It's past midnight, confound you! I won't have a pack of females clucking and fussing and disrupting everything." At last Ainswood seemed to recollect Lydia's existence. He shifted his glower to her. "Dash it, Grenville! Must we start that nonsense tonight?" "No, my dear," she said. The green glare flashed back to James. "You heard her. Go to bed. You'll have all day tomorrow to toady." Mouth screwed tight, James bowed and departed. After the door had closed behind him, Ainswood's expression softened marginally. "I can undress you," he said gruffly. Can is not the same as want to. She went to him, pushed back a lock of chestnut hair from his forehead. I had supposed the excitement had palled. You've done it once already. He edged back, his green eyes wary. Grenville, you are not going to be... His gaze shifted away while he sought the word he wanted. Kind, he tried, and frowned. Patient. That word didn't satisfy either, apparently, for his brow furrowed. I should like to know what you and Lady Dane talked about. Dane said it had to do with torturing husbands. What did you and Dane talk about? You. He essayed half a grin. I must meet with lawyers and sign away my life and accept a dowry. Lady Dane told me. I had meant to discuss it with you on the way home. Instead, she had slept most of the way. The half-grin faded. Gad, Grenville, are we going to have to discuss? Is that why you're humouring me? Because if it is, you're wasting your time. You'll have to quarrel with Dane about it. She studied him. He'd discarded his coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth without Jane's assistance, which probably meant those garments were lying on his dressing-room floor, along with his boots. His left shirt cuff was buttoned. The button was gone from the right, and a large tear told her why. She grasped his wrist and pointed to the tear. If you had trouble getting it unbuttoned, why didn't you bellow for help? She asked. We were only in the next room. He shook her off. Don't take care of me. I don't need taking care of. Her temper flared. She banked it and retreated a pace. No. And you don't need a wife either, I'm sure. She walked away to the window. This should be interesting. Watching you try to figure out what to do with me. He stomped back into the dressing room and slammed the door. Chapter 15. 10 seconds later, there was more stomping and the door flew open. I didn't think, he shouted. Are you happy now? I admit it. I didn't think past the wedding night. And now you're going to turn everything inside out and there'll be maids parading in and out of my room, and I won't have a minute's peace. That is correct, Lydia said calmly. I'm going to turn this house upside down and inside out from garret to cellar, because it is a disgrace. I cannot abide disorder. I will not have it. She folded her arms. What do you propose to do? Shoot me? Chuck me out the window? Of course I won't. Damnation, Grenville! He stormed to the fireplace, slammed his hand against the mantel, and glared at the fire. Even if I could abide dirt and disorder, she went on steadily, it is very bad for morale. This is a fine house. It is a shame to let it go to rack and ruin, and a good staff with it. I will not compromise on this matter, Ainswood. You must like it or lump it. Bloody hell! Perhaps I had better dispel all illusions at once, she said. It is very unlikely I shall compromise on any matter. I am not at all sure I possess the capability. He lifted his head, glanced briefly at her. You married me. That was a compromise of your cursed damn principles. It was not a compromise, but a complete overthrow of my principles, she said. The only way I can restore my equilibrium is by arranging everything precisely as it ought to be. His gaze returned to her and settled accusingly. You said you wanted to make me happy. She opened her mouth to retort, then shut it. She paced the length of the room instead. It was a considerable length, and minutes passed. He said nothing. All he did was straighten away from the fireplace and watch her. She had an idea of what the fundamental problem was, and since it was her habit to confront problems straight on, her instinctive reaction was to confront him. The trouble was, it wasn't Ainswood's nature to confront his trouble straight on, else he wouldn't have the problem in the first place. She had to choose her words carefully. She covered the room's length once more. Then she went to the window and looked down into the garden. A light rain had begun falling. She heard it rather than saw it. With starlight and moonlight blotted out, The world outside the window might as well have been an abyss.
"Devil roast me!" His exasperated voice broke the silence. "It isn't your fault I didn't consider the consequences. You gave me every chance."
She turned from the window. He stood not far from the fire behind a chair whose back he grasped. He was staring at his hands, his handsome countenance as rigid as a death mask.
"Dane told me I must reorganize my household to accommodate a wife," he continued. "What the devil is it to me? It's not as though I give a bleeding goddamn about this pile."
He didn't, obviously. He wished it didn't exist, she supposed. Since it did, the next best thing was to pretend it didn't, to pretend nothing had changed, and he wasn't the Duke of Ainswood. He shut his eyes and mind to the house and staff he'd inherited in the same way he shut out all the other responsibilities of the dukedom.
"That's not my fault, is it?"
He'd said so bitterly, when, not many days ago, Lydia had reminded him of the title he bore. "A most astute observation," she said, strolling toward the bed. "Since you don't give a bloody goddamn, it makes no sense for you to roar and rage about what I do with the household. If you find the reorganization process trying to your nerves, and I will admit, there will be tumult and apparent confusion for perhaps as much as a fortnight, you will be so good as to take your fits elsewhere, out of the house. Out of the... I don't want you upsetting the servants. How can one expect them to develop enthusiasm for their work, not to mention their mistress, if you are stomping about, snarling and snapping at everyone?"
"You are throwing me out of my own house?"
She met his stormy gaze. She preferred it stormy, the bleak look wiped out by indignation. "You rarely visit it. You don't care what becomes of it. I should think you'd be happier elsewhere."
"Damnation, Grenville, we were married only yesterday, and you're chucking me?"
He let go of the chair, advanced upon her, and grabbed her shoulders.
"I married you, damn it! I'm your husband, not a lover you can discard after one tumble."
His mouth came down hard on hers. It was quick, fierce, and devastating, an erotic rampage, demanding what she'd never intended to withhold. She tasted anger and power, but more than that was the sin of it, the diabolical knowing of it, the way he made love words inside her mouth with his tongue. He released her before she was ready. Unbalanced, she caught a fistful of his shirt. "Good God, Ainswood!" A few seared syllables. That was all she could get out.
"Veer," he growled. "You said my name when we said our vows. Say it, Lydia."
"Veer." She reached up, cupped his face to tilt it toward hers. "Do it again."
"You're not throwing me away," he said.
With a flick of his fingers, he unfastened the topmost button of her bodice. With the quick assurance of a concert pianist performing arpeggios, he undid the rest. She brought her hands down, let them hang uselessly at her sides. "You've got it all wrong," she said.
"I'll make it right."
He unfastened hooks and tapes with the same ruthless efficiency. In a moment her black frock was a heap on the floor. He kicked it aside. He started on the petticoat. "I never said I don't want you," she tried.
"You don't want me enough."
He paused, though, his fingers brushing over lace and silk ribbons. His grim expression softened a degree.
"Pretty."
"A gift from Lady Dane." He bent his head and drew his tongue over the intricate gossamer-light edging of the petticoat's bodice. She sucked in her breath, dug tense fingers into his hair to stop him. "What are you doing?" She heard the uncertainty and anxiety in her voice and hated it, but couldn't help it. He was a rake. He'd committed acts of depravity she, completely inexperienced, could scarcely begin to imagine. He turned his head and nipped the skin of her forearm. She let go.
"You put on lovely new underthings just for me," he said. "It's sweet."
They were lovely, and ghastly expensive, no doubt, but it would have been churlish to refuse Lady Dane's gifts, even though she had gone overboard and given Lydia enough lewd underwear to dress a dozen harlots. "Does that mean you're not cross any more?" she asked warily. He lifted his gaze to hers. She saw twin slits of green, dark and glinting.
Was I cross? I've completely forgotten.
He smiled then, that dreadful brain-bone muscle-melting smile. It was lethal, the lazy curve of his dissolute mouth, and he most certainly knew it. No wonder he despised women. He'd only to turn that smile upon them to topple them like 9 pins. She toppled too, inwardly, while outwardly she reached for him, brought his face to hers, and trailed her lips over that wicked curve. He simply let her do it. He didn't move, didn't respond. His hands remained at her waist, where they'd come to rest a moment before. She drew her tongue over his mouth, in the same teasing way he'd done to the lace of her bodice. The grip on her waist tightened. She nipped at his lower lip, as he had done to her arm. He nipped back then, and parted for her. It was long and deep and dark this time, a kiss that was like falling off a precipice. And while she fell, so did her petticoat, so smoothly and easily that she was scarcely aware it was happening. His big hands ran over her like water, while tapes and buttons gave way, and hooks lost their mates. Her petticoat cascaded to a whispering heap at her feet. He knelt and gently pushed it away. He put her hand on his shoulder and took off her shoes, and set them neatly aside. He held up his hands, and she took them, and came down to kneel on the carpet in front of him.
"That's the prettiest corset I've ever seen," he whispered. "Too pretty to take off in a mad rush. Turn around, Lydia."
It was pretty, embroidered with pink twining vines and tiny leaves. From behind, he drew his fingers over the edge of the corset, where the lacy chemise veiled her breasts. He spread his hands over the front of the garment while he kissed the back of her neck and her shoulders. She was weak with longing already. All she could do was stroke his wonderfully wicked hands and swim in sensation. He drew the corset away. She heard his sharp inhalation.
"Oh, Lydia, this is evil."
His voice was a rough whisper. He stroked over the back of the chemise. It was made of silk as thin as a butterfly's wing, in the palest blush of pink.
"Turn around,"
he said. She turned, resisting the temptation to cover herself. He'd seen her naked before, hadn't he? "It doesn't conceal much, does it?" she said, fighting down a nervous giggle.
"I forgive you,"
he said thickly. His green gaze dwelt lingeringly upon her breasts. "For what?"
"Everything."
He pulled her into his arms and bore her down with him to the carpet. He forgave her with deep, wild kisses that hurtled her over the precipice and dragged her up again. He forgave her with his hands, with caresses rough and tender by turns. She had no control. The slow undressing had awakened in her something deeper and darker than what before she'd called lust, infatuation. He was big and strong and beautiful and diabolically knowing, and everything he was, every pore and cell of him, she wanted for herself alone. The drive to possess and conquer was in her baluster blood, and it was a hot blood, wild and greedy. She had no patience to be further undressed, and pushed his hands from her drawstrings. She pushed him onto his back and dragged off his shirt. He let out a low, short laugh that turned into a groan when she unbuttoned his trousers. She was not so smooth as he had been, but she was quicker. She peeled them off and tossed them aside and sat back on her haunches. He was a magnificent man, long and leanly muscled. The broad chest tapered to a tautly slim waist and hips. She drew her hand over the dark, silky hair feathering his chest, and down where it arrowed to his pelvis, lighter and tinged with red. "I hadn't the presence of mind last night to look," she said huskily, as her fingers stole down to that forbidden place.
"Look, touch,"
he said with a choked laugh. She grasped his rod, swollen and hot. It pulsed in her hand. He made a low, aching sound. "You said I could touch," she told him.
"Yes, I like torture."
She bent and touched her tongue to it.
"Jesus!"
He pulled her hand away, pulled her on top of him. He found the opening of her drawers, slid his fingers in, and cupped her. The climax took her unawares. She was quivering under the strokes of his fingers when it speared through her, one sharp shock of joy that set off rippling aftershocks. Another came, and another, and then he pushed in, and she lifted instinctively and came down to take him inside, deep. "Yes!" A ragged cry of triumph she couldn't keep back. He pulled her down to him. She took his mouth and stroked with her tongue, shamelessly mimicking his quickening thrusts. He rolled her onto her back, and breaking her greedy kiss, wrenched her hands from his neck and held them down on the carpet. He held her so, and she watched him, watching her, while the last stormy strokes spasmed through her body. Her eyes closed, and she saw firebursts behind them, and one long shuddering moment later she heard a choked sound that was her name, as he sank down, spent, on top of her. At 10:30 the following morning, Her Grace met in Vere's study with Mrs. Clay. At 11:30, pandemonium erupted. What seemed like thousands of maids and footmen spilled out of baize doors, all armed with cloths, dusters, mops, brooms, pails, and some fearful implements Vere could not identify. He fled to the billiard room, only to be ambushed by another lot of servants. He escaped to the library, only to find yet more close on his heels. He went from room to room looking for refuge, only to meet invasion time and time again. At last he skulked into his study, closed the door, and shoved a chair against it. "Oh, my dear," came his wife's amused voice behind him. "That isn't necessary." He swung toward the sound, his face hot. She was sitting at the desk, trying very hard not to laugh. "They're everywhere," he reproached. "They won't come in here today," she said. "I told Mrs. Clay I needed to work." "Work?" he cried. "They're tearing the house to pieces, thousands of them. They tear rugs out from under your feet. They pull the drapery, rods and all, down on your head. Do they?" She smiled. "Mrs. Clay means to make a thorough job of it. I thought she would." She set down her pen and folded her hands upon the desk. "And you're mightily pleased with yourself," he grumbled. He started to move the chair from the door, then changed his mind, and left it as it was. He advanced to the desk, pushed aside a tray piled with correspondence, his, neglected, and perched on the corner, half-turned toward her. "They're so terrified of you that they scarcely know I'm there." "Why are you there? Or here, rather? I'd thought you'd have run screaming from the house long since." "I couldn't decide where to go," he said. "China seemed far enough away, but then New South Wales may be more appropriate, being a penal colony and all." "May I suggest Bedfordshire?" she said. He didn't move, by not so much as a muscle twitch. His gaze remained fixed upon the untidy pile of letters and cards, while in his mind's eye images played of how they'd made lazy, sleepy love this morning, while the rain softly pattered at the windows, and of how she'd left the bed before he did, and he'd dozed and wakened to her scent, in the pillows, the bedclothes, on his skin, and the musky scent of their coupling. "Yes, well, I did not expect you to leap eagerly at the suggestion," she said. "But I cannot walk on eggshells about the topic. I am your wife. The proper thing to do is take me to meet my new family. This house is in turmoil, and will be for some days. I had thought we might kill two birds with one stone, escape the upheaval, and induct me into the family." "You've work to do," he said, very quietly, very calmly, while he remembered last night, and evilly feminine underthings, and how he'd gone dry-mouthed, like a boy seeing his first naked female. He, who'd seen hundreds. "I am merely completing obligations to McGowan and the Argus," she said. "My new position is Duchess of Ainswood. I accepted it intending to carry out all of its responsibilities. One of us, you see, did consider the consequences." "Then do what you like." He left the desk and headed to the door. Quietly and calmly he moved the chair away. "I'm not going to Bedfordshire." He opened the door and walked out. Lydia quickly pulled off her shoes and hurried out into the hall. He was moving swiftly toward the vestibule. She hurried noiselessly after him, ignoring the startled gazes of the servants working in the hall. She grabbed a bucket and flung its contents at him just as he opened the front door. She heard a chorus of gasps. Then the hall became utterly still. Ainswood stood for a moment unmoving, while dirty soapy water streamed from his head over his neck and shoulders and dribbled down his coat to plop on the threshold. Then very slowly he turned. "Oops," she said. His green glance swept over the servants. Maids covering their mouths with their hands, footmen gaping, a tableau of paralytic shock. He looked down at his sopping garments, then up again at Lydia. Then his mouth opened, and laughter cracked out, sharp as a pistol shot, and more spilled out, great guffaws that reverberated through the carpetless hall. He leaned against the doorframe, shoulders shaking, and kept trying to say something only to go off into whoops. Then finally, "Thank you, my dear," he choked out. "Most refreshing." He straightened, and his glance took in the servants, who had recovered their wits sufficiently to cast perplexed looks at one another. "Yes, that settled the dust nicely, I think," he said. "I believe I'll change." And, "Yes, I believe you will," Lydia thought, as she watched him saunter dripping past her and down the hall, to the stairs, and up them. This afternoon, the Duke of Ainswood bore his valet's grumblings and sarcasms with a suspiciously angelic meekness. After he was freshly bathed and dressed, his Grace spent a very long while examining his reflection in the glass. "I shouldn't have put you to so much work," he said. "They're only going to get spoiled when I climb out the window." "If I may be so bold as to offer a suggestion, Your Grace," said Janes. "The front door is in excellent working order." "I was lucky to get away with merely a dousing," said the master. "I'd rather not imagine what she'll try the next time." "If I may venture an opinion, sir, I strongly doubt her Grace entertains any objections to your exiting the house." "Then why did she stop me?" "She was not trying to stop you. She was expressing exasperation." The Duke gave him a dubious glance, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the window. "If I may speak plainly, sir," Janes generally did, "you are exasperating. I know. If she murders you in your sleep, no one will be in the least surprised, and there is no jury in all of Great Britain that would not instantly acquit her. On the contrary, she would likely be awarded the kingdom's highest honours." "I know." Janes waited for a clue to what had triggered the expression of exasperation. His master simply continued looking out the window. Swallowing a sigh, Janes left him and went into the dressing-room to collect the Duke's pocket watch and the small box containing the assorted oddities the master carried about, to the detriment of his finely sewn pockets. When Janes returned to the bedchamber but 2 minutes later, the window was open and the master was gone. Leaning out, Janes caught a glimpse of chestnut hair among the tall shrubbery. "No hat as usual," Janes muttered. "Just as well. He'll only lose it." He set down the box and pocket watch to one side of the wide sill and closed the window, for the day was chill and damp, promising more rain. "And it'll be a miracle, I dare say, if wet's the worst of his condition when he comes home." Preoccupied with an array of uniformly appalling scenarios, Janes exited the bedchamber, altogether forgetting the items he'd left upon the windowsill. The eminent firm of Rundle and Bridge, having considerable experience with the upper orders, including the uppermost, His Majesty the King, its shop clerks manifested no signs of dismay or alarm at the entrance of an alarmingly large nobleman towing a black mastiff the size of a young elephant. "Dash it, Susan," said Vere. "You can move quickly enough when Trent's in the vicinity." He tugged on the leash, and grumbling, Susan condescended to cross the threshold of number 32, Ludgate Hill. Then she sank down on her haunches, laid her big head on her forepaws, and let out a martyred sigh.
"I didn't force you to come with me," Veer said. "You were the one who started whimpering and making me feel sorry for you."
The dog had apparently arrived, presumably with Bess and Millie, sometime after Veer had gone upstairs to wash and change. He'd found her wandering in the garden, the lead in her mouth. He'd petted her and headed for the gate. She'd followed. When he tried to shut the gate behind him, she'd commenced whimpering.
"You're blocking the door," he said now. "Get up, Susan, up."
A chorus of male voices assured His Grace that the dog was not at all in the way.
"That's not the point," he said. "The point is she's doing it on purpose to vex me. You'd think she'd run all the way from St. James's Square, instead of covering the distance sound asleep on my feet in a hackney."
The youngest of the clerks stepped out from behind the counter.
"That is Her Grace's mastiff, isn't it?" he said. "I've seen her before. I think she's guarding the door, that's all, sir. Protecting you."
Veer looked at the dog, then at the clerk. The man bowed.
"And if you will pardon the liberty, Your Grace, may I offer my heartiest felicitations upon your recent nuptials?"
A murmuring chorus seconded this speech. Veer's neckcloth felt much too tight, and the shop seemed much too warm. He mumbled a response. He wasn't sure what. Then, fixing his eye upon the one who knew all about the dog, Veer said,
"I want to buy a gewgaw for my lady."
If the term gewgaw was not as precise as could be wished, the clerk showed no signs of discontent.
"Certainly, Your Grace, if you would be so good as to come this way."
He ushered Veer into a private room. 10 minutes later, Susan ambled in and collapsed on Veer's feet. 2 hours later, his toes numb, Veer exited the shop, a small parcel tucked into his waistcoat pocket. He didn't see the female scurry away from the shop window and dart into an alley. He didn't know who Susan was growling at, or whether she was simply growling at everyone because she was cross again at having to move after she'd finally got comfy. He was unaware of Coralie Breeze peering from the corner of the alley and staring long after she could actually see him, and so he could have no inkling of the murderous fury churning in her breast while she imagined the sparkling baubles he'd bought and what she'd do to the one he'd bought them for. It was early evening when Lydia found the box. By this time she was aware that Ainswood had gone out and taken the dog with him. Millie, who'd gone to the garden to try to coax Susan to eat, she was sulking again, had seen Ainswood come in the garden gate, pick up the leash, and depart with the mastiff. It was Bess who brought up the dinner Lydia had elected to eat in the master bedchamber, since that was the only part of the house not under attack, or still thick with grime. And it was Bess who passed on the information that His Grace had exited via his bedroom window. Mr. James is ever so vexed, miss, mean to say, Your Grace, on account of it was a new coat just come from the tailor's." Catching Lydia's frown, the girl added hurriedly, "Only he said it to me private like, not in front of anybody, and said I might mention it to you but nobody else, as it wasn't proper for him to tattle on the master, but you ought to know, in case His Grace comes back the same way, and gives you a fright in the middle of the night." After Bess left, Lydia went to the window. It was no easy climb, and she wondered where he'd found a foothold in the well-pointed brick. If it had been raining when he left, he could have easily slipped and broken his neck. That was when the box caught her attention, shiny lacquered black against the yellow paint of the windowsill. She remembered the fuss Ainswood had made last night about his pocket contents. She was a journalist, and prying into others' affairs was her stock in trade. She was also a woman. She opened the box. In it lay a stump of a pencil, a black button, a hairpin, and a splinter of ebony. She snapped it shut, started to put it back where she'd found it, then took it up again and pressed it to her heart. "Oh, Ainswood," she cried softly, "you wicked, wicked man! Keepsakes!"
"You're the most aggravating female who ever lived. There's no pleasing you."
Veer crouched beside the dog.
"It's raining, Susan. What the devil do you want to lie in the rain for when you can lumber about a great warm dry house and trip the footman and throw all the maids into fits of terror? Mamma's in there, you know. Don't you want to see your mamma?" A deeply despondent doggy sigh was her answer. Vere collected the various parcels he'd thrown down when Susan threw herself down, then stood up and marched into the house. Once inside, he bellowed for Jane's. "The damned dog won't come in," he said, when the valet finally skulked into the hall. Leaving Jane's to deal with Susan, Vere hurried upstairs and into his bedchamber. He threw the parcels on the bed. He pulled off his wet coat. Turning to toss it toward a chair, he saw his wife, sitting on the rug before the fireplace, her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped about them. His heartbeat quickened to triple time. Avoiding her gaze and trying to steady his breathing, he knelt down beside her. Looking for words and looking anywhere but at her face, he saw the box her ink-stained fingers encircled. He stared at it, frowning for a long moment. Then he remembered. Jane's. The lacquered box. "What have you got there, Grenville?" he said lightly. "Poison for exasperating husbands." "Keepsakes," she said. "They're not keepsakes," he said stoutly, while well aware the lie was written plain on his face in vivid scarlet. "I like to keep a lot of rubbish in my pockets because it makes Jane's wild. You make it easy because you're forever leaving debris in your wake." She smiled. "You're adorable when you're embarrassed." "I'm not embarrassed. A man who's spent half the day conversing with a dog is past embarrassment." He put out his hand. "Give it back, Grenville. You're not supposed to go poking about in a fellow's personal belongings. You should be ashamed of yourself. You don't see me sneaking behind your back for a look at the next chapter of The Rose of Thebes, do you?" He felt rather than saw the box drop into his hand, for his gaze had shifted to her face. He caught the startled look in the instant before she blinked it away. "I'm not blind," he said. "I saw Lady Dane's ring, the great ruby, amazingly like your description of the Rose of Thebes. I'd had my suspicions before of who St. Belair really was. Interesting, isn't it, how the letters can be rearranged to spell Ballister? But the ring clinched it. Today I found out, in the same way you did, I reckon, where Lady Dane's ruby had come from. Whether originally looted from a pharaoh's tomb, no one could say, but the jeweller's agent did buy it in Egypt." To her credit, Grenville didn't try to pretend she didn't know what he was talking about. "You suspected before?" Her blue gaze was soft with wonder. "How did you suspect?" "No one suspects. Even Miss Price, who is almost painfully perceptive, gaped at me for a full minute when I told her." "You gave yourself away in the last 2 installations when Diablo started sounding like me." She swung up onto her feet in a rustle of bombazine. She began to pace, as she had done last night. He sank down onto the carpet and lay on his back, his hands clasped behind his head, which was turned to the side, so he could watch her. He loved to watch her walk, long, confident strides that would have seemed mannish if it weren't for the arrogant sway of her magnificent rump. That was all woman. This was but a temporary respite, he knew, and not much of one at that. While he lay apparently at his ease, images advanced and receded in his mind, like shipwreck victims upon the waves. He'd taken Susan to Southwark, to the Marshalsea. He'd seen children, some hurrying out, on errands for parents who could not leave the prison, and some returning more listlessly, their steps dragging as they neared the gates. His wife had been one of those children, and he knew what the Marshalsea had stolen from her. "Take me to meet my new family." He knew what she wanted in Bedfordshire. "Oh, it's impossible!" She flung herself into a chair. "I shall never manage you." She set her elbow on the chair arm and her chin on her knuckles and eyed him reproachfully. "You undermine and overthrow me at every turn. Every time I want you to do something you find disagreeable, which is practically everything, you find a way to turn my heart to mush.
What have you done? Read every word I've ever written and analyzed and anatomized it?
Yes. He turned his gaze to the ceiling. And if I'd known that was all it took to turn your heart to mush, I could have saved myself a good deal of money today, not to mention sparing myself Susan's aggravating company.
There was a silence, during which he assumed the parcels on the bed finally attracted her attention. You wicked man. Her voice was low, and not quite steady. Have you been buying me gifts?
Bribes,
he said, sneaking a glance at her. She had left the chair to go to the bed and stood looking at the packages.
So I wouldn't be obliged to sleep in the stables.
After Rundle and Bridge, after the Marshalsea, he'd taken Susan from shop to shop, with one break for sustenance in a private dining parlour of a coaching inn. Perhaps you're not so good at reading my mind as I believed, she said. That thought never crossed it. He got up and went to her.
Open them, he said.
There were notebooks, their rich vellum pages bound in leather as soft as butter. There was a cylindrical pen case of delicately worked silver, with an inkwell that screwed to the bottom of the tube. There was a small travelling writing box, decorated with scenes from mythology, whose compartments contained pens, inkwells, and pounce-box, and whose small drawers held wafers, notepaper, and a silver penknife. There was a silver inkstand, as well as a papier-mâché pencil box, filled with pencils. "Oh!" Lydia softly exclaimed time after time, as the wrappings fell away to reveal the treasures, and, "Oh, thank you," she said at the end, when the wrappings lay strewn about her, on the bed where she sat, and on the floor. She had the writing box in her lap, and she opened and closed the tiny drawers and lifted the lids of the compartments and took out their contents and put them back again, like a child enchanted with a new toy. She felt like a child, truly. There had been gifts on her birthday and at Christmas time from Stee and Effie, and pretty ones too. Shoes and frocks and bonnets, and sometimes a pair of earbobs or a bracelet. This was altogether different, for these were the instruments of her trade, and she, who traded in words, found her vocabulary robbed, along with her heart. "Thank you," she whispered again, helplessly, while she looked into his handsome face and gave up all hope of ever being sensible again. Pleasure shone in his green eyes, and his mouth curved into a smile that reduced the mush of her heart to warm syrup. It was a boy's smile, half mischief, half abashed.
"My humble offerings have pleased Her Majesty, I see," he said.
She nodded. Even if she could have strung words together at the moment, she didn't dare try, lest she commence bawling.
"Then I collect you're sufficiently softened up for the coup de grâce," he said.
He reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew yet another parcel. This one he opened himself, turning away so that she couldn't see what it was.
"Close your eyes," he said, "and let go of the damn writing box. I'm not going to steal it back."
She let go of the box and closed her eyes. He took her right hand and slid a ring onto her fourth finger. She knew it was a ring, smooth and cool, and she knew her hand was shaking.
"You can look," he said.
It was a cornflower blue sapphire, rectangular and simply cut, and so large it would have appeared gaudy on any hand but hers, which was no daintier than the rest of her. Diamonds winked on either side. She was aware of tears winking from the corners of her eyes. "Don't be a ninny," she told herself. "It's lovely," she said. And I shan't say you shouldn't have, because I don't feel that way at all. I feel like a princess in a fable." He bent and kissed the top of her head.
"I'll take you to Bedfordshire," he said.
Chapter 16. Vere sat at his study desk, surrounded by crumpled wads of paper. It was Saturday morning, and he was trying to compose a letter to Lord Mars. That should have been easy enough, but Grenville had warned him to be diplomatic, whatever that meant. Vere was about to go looking for her to demand specifics when she opened the door. "Lord Mars is here," she said. and by the looks of him it isn't a social visit." Moments later they were in the library with his lordship. He was travel-stained, trembling with fatigue and unshaven.
"They've bolted,"
he said, as soon as Vera and Lydia entered.
"Please, for the love of God, tell me they're here, safe. The girls, I mean, Elizabeth and Emily."
Blank, cold, Vera stared at him. Grenville hurried to the decanter tray and filled a glass, which she gave to Lord Mars. "Do sit," she said. "Collect yourself."
"They're not here."
His shoulders sagged. He sank into a chair.
"I feared as much, yet I hoped."
"Feared, hoped. Tell me they're here, safe." The room darkened, shrank, and swelled again. Something swelled within Vera, cold and heavy.
"Bloody hell," he said between his teeth. "You couldn't keep them safe either." "Safe?"
Mars rose, his face white and stiff.
"Those children are as dear to me as my own. But my affection, my care, avails nothing, because I am not you."
He pulled a crumpled note from his pocket, flung it down.
"There. Read for yourself what they have to say, the girls you've neglected. Not a word from you, not a visit, not so much as a note. They might as well be lying in stone coffins with their brothers and parents as far as you're concerned. Yet they left the shelter of my house where they've been loved and cared for, dearly, dearly. They left because their love and loyalty is with you."
"Please, sir, collect yourself," said Grenville. "You are overset. Ainswood is too." She urged Mars to sit, put the glass back in his hand. Vera read the note. It was but a few lines, that was all, a few daggers to the heart. He looked at his wife.
"They wanted to be at our wedding," he said.
She took the note from him, quickly read it. Mars drank a little. His colour returned. He went on talking. The girls must have left before daybreak on Monday, he told them. He and his brothers-in-law had set out looking for them by mid-morning. Yet despite the mere few hours' start the girls had had, the men had been unable to discover a trace of them. No one had seen them. At the coaching inns, toll gates. They couldn't have made it to Liphook, because he'd coned the village and its environs. Mars took out a pair of miniatures and laid them upon the library table.
"They are not ordinary looking," he said. "How could anyone fail to notice them?"
Vera stood looking down at the small oval paintings, making no move to pick them up. Shame was acid in his mouth, and a cold weight in his chest. He would have recognized them, yes, would have seen Charlie in them. He didn't know them, though. He would not have known the sound of their voices, because he'd scarcely ever spoken to them, never listened, never paid attention. Yet they'd run away from love and protection to see him wed because, Elizabeth had written, "We must make it clear that we wish him happy, as Papa would have done. Papa would have gone." Vera became aware of his wife's voice. "You will make ready while Lord Mars takes some time to rest," she told him, "though I know he doesn't wish to. Send messages to all your cronies. You want as many eyes as you can muster. You will take half the servants. I'll keep the other half to help me cover the London vicinity. You must take some maids as well. Women see things differently than men do. I shall contact all my informants." She turned back to Lord Mars. "You must send your wife a message to assure her that matters are in hand. I know you wish to wait until there is good news, but it is dreadful for her to wait and not know anything."
"You are generous," Mars told her. "You make me ashamed."
The Duchess lifted her eyebrows.
"We closed ranks against you," Mars said, "because you were not highborn, because of scandal." "She's a Ballister," Vera said. "Dane's cousin. You snubbed a Ballister, you pious snob."
Mars nodded wearily.
"That's what I heard. I thought it was idle gossip. I saw my mistake a little while ago."
He rose, carefully set his empty glass down. His hand trembled.
"I've slept little. At first I believed my eyes played tricks on me. I thought I was seeing ghosts."
He essayed a smile, not very successfully.
"That of the third Marquis of Dane, to be precise. You are remarkably like my old nemesis in the Lords." "Yes, well, she'll be our nemesis if we don't find those girls," Via said shortly. I'll take you up to a room. You'd better have a wash and something to eat, and contrive a nap if you can. I'll want your brain in working order. He took Mars's arm. Come along, then. We'll let Grenville marshal the troops. It's best to stay out of her way when she's organizing.
Athcourt, Devon.
I say, Miss Price, you do have a knack for making yourself scarce. Not but what it's easy enough in this pile. I wonder why Dane don't keep a post-chaise handy to carry the ladies at least from one end of the place to the other. But the truth is no one would blame a fellow for thinking you was avoiding me, which, Bertie added with a stern look, ain't sporting, especially when he's raked fore and aft, and you knew what I was going to say, didn't you?
Oh dear, she said, wringing her hands.
I know you wasn't leading me on because you ain't that sort, Bertie said. You ain't going to tell me you was, and you don't like me even a little, are you?
Her face turned cherry pink. I like you exceedingly, she said in a disconcertingly saddish sort of way.
Well then, said he, disconcerted but undaunted, we'd best get shackled, don't you think?
She looked helplessly about Athcourt's music room, where he'd finally cornered her, alone. It was Sunday, and he'd been trying since yesterday when they arrived. He'd meant to give it one more day, then propose wherever they were and whoever was about. It was not, after all, as though anything this side of the earth exploding could shock either Dane or Jessica.
Maybe I should kneel and make a speech of it, do you think, Miss Price?
Bertie grimaced.
I collect I ought to say how devilish fond I am of you, even though it'd be obvious to a blind man and deaf too.
Behind the spectacles, her eyes widened in alarm. Oh, please don't kneel, she said. I'm embarrassed enough. I should not be such a coward. The Duchess of Ainswood would be vastly disappointed in me.
A coward? By gad, you can't be afraid of me.
No, of course not. How silly I am. She took off her spectacles, rubbed them on her frock sleeve, and put them back on. Naturally, you will understand that I did not set out to deceive you. My name is not Price, but Prideaux. She lifted her chin. Tamsin Prideaux. I am not an orphan. I have a complete set of parents in Cornwall, but I was obliged to give up on them, for the situation was intolerable, and so I ran away. Only her Grace knows the truth.
Ah!
He was confused, but he felt obliged to sort things out quickly because she believed he would understand, and he did not like to disappoint her.
Intolerable, was it? Well then, what could you do but bolt? I did. There was my Aunt Claire forever bringing one heiress or another to the house, or hauling me wherever there was. And I'm sure there weren't nothing wrong with 'em, but either a fellow fancies a gal or he don't, and I didn't. And not wanting to hurt their feelings, nor have to listen to Aunt Claire jawing forever about it, I made a run for it.
He frowned.
I never thought of changing my name. Weren't that clever of you, he added, brightening. Prideaux, Price, Thomasina, Tamsin, no, other way about. From Tamsin to Thomasina. Now I think on it, I like Tamsin better. Sounds like a pixie name, don't it?
She gazed at him for a while. Then she smiled, and really she did look rather like a pixie, a short-sighted one, to be sure, but then he was happy to stand near enough so that she could see him even without her spectacles.
Is that a yes I will, then? He asked. Shall we make it Lady Trent, and never mind the other names?
As long as you don't mind anything else. She adjusted her spectacles, though they seemed straight enough to him. Obviously, we can expect nothing from my parents, and even for your sake, I could not accept any dowry or settlement from her Grace, though she will try to press it upon me, I know. But I am not expensive, Sir Bertram.
Bertie, he said.
She bit her lip. Bertie, she said softly.
Oh, I say, that's pleasant.
He made matters pleasanter by gathering her up in his arms and kissing her until they were both dizzy. He would have gone beyond dizziness if he were not acutely aware they weren't wed yet, which meant a fellow must behave himself, like it or not. It did not mean, however, that the fellow needed to wait for the preacher a minute longer than absolutely necessary. And so Bertie took his future bride's hand and went to obtain Dane's help in making that future near rather than distant. Though Athcourt was one of England's largest houses, they did not have to go far, because Dane was looking for them. They met up with him on the landing of the great staircase.
"I say, Dane, Miss P and I want to get shackled," said Bertie. "You'll have to wait," said Dane. "I've had a letter from Ainswood. His wards have gone missing. You must take Miss Price to London to assist my cousin."
After briefly explaining the situation, he turned to Tamsin.
"You must pardon the imposition. My wife may not consider her condition delicate, but I will not permit her to make 2 long journeys with almost no rest between. She will be easier in her mind if Lydia has a woman friend with her."
"Good heavens! Where else should I be but with Lydia?" said Tamsin. "I can be packed in under an hour." She hurried away.
"I wish you happy, Trent," Dane said, "though I cannot for the life of me ascertain what she sees in you." He shrugged. "We haven't time to ponder that riddle. Ainswood needs help, after which I mean to pound him to a pulp."
Dane continued up the stairs, talking.
"I didn't know he had any more wards, but Jessica tells me they've been living with Mars ever since Charlie died. Curse the lout. I must find out everything second-hand. And there have been so dratted many condolence notes that I hardly know who's alive and who isn't. Who in blazes is Elizabeth?" I asked Jess. "The sister of the little boy who died about a year before we were wed," she tells me. "But she's dead," I insist. "It was right after my old friend Wardell was planted. I distinctly remember Mallory, as he was then, rushing from one funeral to the next. That was the boy's mother, Jessica tells me. Then who the devil did my secretary send the last condolence note to on the lad's account, I want to know? The elder sister, it turns out."
By this time they had turned into the guest wing, where Bertie's room was.
"And so, not only is the sister not dead, but there's another one," Dane went on, "and living with Mars, no less, who has 9 children of his own, and another on the way, for all his wife is 45 if she's a day."
The Marquis pushed open Bertie's bedchamber door.
"Ainswood should have told me." "Well, he didn't tell me nothing neither," Bertie said, following him inside. "He hardly knows you," said Dane.
He stomped back out into the hall and bellowed for his valet. When he came back in, he said,
"I've been wed for 6 months. I might have gone for those girls at any time and had them to live here. It isn't as though we're short of accommodation, is it? And Jessica would like to have female company. Not to mention those are Charlie's girls, one of the finest fellows I've ever known. I should have left Paris post-haste for his funeral had that moron friend of mine thought fit to send me word. But by the time I heard of it, Charlie had been planted for a week."
He found Bertie's bag and flung it on the bed. Andrews arrived then, but Dane chased him away.
"I'll help, Trent," he said. "Go pack for me. Her ladyship will explain what's needed."
Andrews departed. Dane went to the wardrobe and went on talking while he emptied its contents.
"I should have been there when they laid Charlie to rest. I should have been with Ainswood when they lay the boy with his father. A man ought to have his friends with him at such times, and Ainswood had no friend in Charlie's sisters, I'll tell you that. Or their husbands."
He threw a heap of clothes on the bed and paused, looking at Bertie.
"At least he's asked this time. For help. Doubtless that's my cousin's doing."
He returned to the wardrobe.
"You will take Miss Price to her." "Actually," Bertie said, "it's Miss Prideaux, whatever."
Dane pulled waistcoats from their wrappings in the drawer.
"You're intended. You will take her to London and stay there and do precisely as my cousin tells you. Lydia knows London, and she has information sources the Home Secretary could not begin to match." "You reckon them gals'll get to London?" Bertie said. "Seeing as how they never made it to Lip Hook, maybe they decided to go home." "Maybe," said Dane. "The question is, Where is home?
Veer pushed desperately through a woodland grown as thick as a tropical jungle. Claw-like roots snaked out from nowhere, and he tripped and fell, struggled up, and pushed on. It was cold, bitter cold, and black. Neither moonlight nor starlight could penetrate the tangled boughs above. He couldn't see where he was going, but blindly followed the sound. The child's terrified cry. Icy sweat drenched his shirt. "I'm coming." His mouth formed the words, but no sound came out. The boy couldn't hear him, wouldn't know, would think Veer had abandoned him. "It's not true. I never would. Never, never." But Veer had abandoned Charlie's boy, left him to fools and cowards, and worse. And that was why he was punished now, his voice taken away, suffocated, while the child suffocated, while the foul killing film of diphtheria spread inside him. Veer's hand struck marble. His fingers scrabbled over it, searching for the handle. It wouldn't move. Locked. He beat on the door, iron, unyielding. "No!" He tore at the lock, wrenched it off. He pulled the massive door open and ran toward the voice, faint and fading now. A candle burned at each end of the coffin. He pushed the lid off, tore away the shroud, lifted the boy in his arms. But it was only cold mist he held, a shadow fading, vanishing, gone. "No, no! Robin!" Veer's own cries woke him. He was on his knees, a pillow clutched to his chest. His hands were shaking, his skin was clammy, wetness trickled down his cheeks. He flung down the pillow and rubbed his hands over his face. He walked to the window. Beyond was darkness, heavy with the fog that had rolled about them during the last weary miles before they'd reluctantly stopped, for it was late, and the servants hadn't had their dinner, and they were exhausted. Unlike their masters, they hadn't guilty consciences and unrelenting anxiety to kill sleep and appetite. Veer opened the window. He heard the soft hiss of rain. Though he discerned no hint of coming daylight, the air carried the promise of dawn. Tuesday, then, he thought. The girls had been missing for a full week, and no one could find a trace of them. He washed and dressed himself. He'd left Jane's with Grenville. The valet was more useful in London, knew all its nooks and crannies. He could go anywhere in its netherworld and blend in. Veer didn't want to think about the netherworld, about his wards stumbling into it, as so many runaways did, Miss Price, for instance, in Coralie's clutches. "If you would take the board into custody." On that day in Vinegar Yard, Grenville had asked no more of him than was any British subject's duty, most especially that of the ruling class. He'd let Coralie go to prey on other girls, and she was one of so many predators. But shame was a weight he'd been carrying since Saturday, and if this added to it, he could hardly feel the increase. He took out the writing box Grenville had made him take along, drew out paper, unstopped the inkwell, and picked up a pen. He had to write his report. Grenville had appointed herself general. London was headquarters, and all her officers were required to report twice a day. Servants and friends acted as couriers, carrying messages back and forth. The army of searchers was to keep within a maximum 50-mile radius of London, although the most intense area of search was within 30 miles. The groups worked along the main coaching routes. Dane, for instance, was in charge of the Exeter and Southampton routes, which converged 45 miles from London. Veer and Mars were in Maidenhead, where the Bath, Stroud, and Gloucester roads met. Veer and Dane worked near enough to exchange messages regularly. As of last evening, Dane had learned nothing. Veer dutifully reported this as well as his own searches of the previous day and today's itinerary. "We must exclude Millie from these plans," he continued, after racking his brains for something hopeful to write down. "She's shown a tendency to wander from her assigned routes, but she goes in search of the local gossips, and has heard plenty, though not much to the point. The common folk are not so shy with her as with us. Yesterday we procured a dog cart for her and gave one of Mars's servants the job of driving her. She did not rejoin us last night. Still, you assured me she might be relied upon, and she has a sturdy fellow with her. I've told myself she's following a trail in her own way, and I wish with all my heart it may be fruitful." He frowned at what he'd written. It was cool and factual, as all his notes were, yet not all the facts. He got up, paced the room, sat down again. He took a fresh sheet of paper and took up his pen once more. "My love, twice a day I write to you, and all it amounts to is, we haven't found the girls. I haven't mentioned what I have found. Their brother is here. There's no escaping him. We travelled this road together, Robin and I. Everywhere I look, I see what he and I once looked upon together. From the carriage windows, from the back of a horse, on foot, and from time to time with him upon my shoulders. I had blotted him from my mind, with drink and whores and fights, and by avoiding everyone and everything associated with him. Since you came into my life, these cowardly escapes have been cut off. You cut off the last when you asked me to take you to Bedfordshire. I knew what you wanted. I had a pair of orphans in my keeping. A journalist would have no difficulty finding that out, and you wanted to take them in, as you took in Miss Price and Bess and Millie. I know you chose those three yourself, and must choose carefully, else every waif and orphan in London would have been crammed under your roof in Soho Square. But I recalled what Lady Dane had done, how she'd made Dane take in his bastard son, because the boy was Dane's responsibility. I doubted your views of responsibility were any more flexible than hers. All the same, while a man may discern the inevitable, that doesn't mean he'll accept it without a fight. Especially the man you married. Now I have the reward for my stupidity, and I while away the hours flagellating myself with if-onlys. I recall, for instance, my moving speech on all you'd gain by marrying me. Gad, what an idiot. All I had to do was tell you I had two girls in my keeping and needed you to help me look after them, that I never thought of them. I blotted them from my mind as I did Robin. Charlie had left me the most precious of all gifts, his children, and well, I've made a muck of it, sweetheart. I can only pray I shall have a chance to make it right." Lydia sat at her dressing table reading Ainswood's letter for the 10th time at least. It had arrived late in the morning, and she'd given the first sheet to Tamsin, who kept track of the search party's movements on the maps spread in the library. The second part of the letter Lydia had reread privately in her study, during the too frequent lulls between reports. It was past midnight now, and she'd had a second letter from him since, but that was the usual thing, keeping her informed of his whereabouts. Those were easy to answer. She had her own nothing to report, and new suggestions for him, based on information gleaned from Dorothea's hysterical letters, which arrived several times a day. By degrees, Lydia had ascertained what the girls had taken with them, for instance, and passed on those details. Yesterday she'd given the searchers a pair of spectacles to add to their descriptions. They might try asking about a young widow travelling with her maid, or a young female she seemed to be companion or governess to. People might not have observed two sisters, but might have been tricked into thinking they'd seen something else. Lydia had relayed the same message to her network of informants in London. The message she'd wanted to send to Ainswood was, "I'll come to you," but that was impossible. She could not leave coordination entirely to Tamsin. Tamsin was organized and level-headed, but there was simply too much work, keeping track, answering messages, keeping everyone calm and productively occupied. And so, instead, Lydia had written to her husband. "You did not make a muck of everything all by yourself. You had a great deal of help. I reckon Charlie was the last of that lot of siblings with a grain of sense. After reading Dorothea's letters, I'm not in the least surprised that your wards pulled the wool over her eyes. I am stumped, however, what excuse to make for Mars, that he, who's been in Parliament for 25 years, could be gulled by a pair of schoolroom misses. At any rate, if they could cozen him, they've doubtless outwitted scores of coachmen, innkeepers, and innocent cottagers. Take heart, my dear. From what I can gather, they are a pair of dreadful girls. I'm looking forward to taking them in hand. Writing about Robin was harder, but she did it. The little ghost you wrote to me about I understand well. I have had Sarah's with me for 15 years. When we come together again, we'll share them. For now, I command you to leave off the if-onlys, and look about you with him, as you once did. They're Robin's sisters. Perhaps as you look about you through his eyes, you might see through theirs as well. He had him for 6 months, Dorothea has informed me, and when he came back she scarcely knew him, he was so changed. What tricks did you teach him, wicked man? Try to remember, for he might have taught them to his sisters. Can they smile, do you think, in such a way as to make observers believe black is white? She'd fretted about that letter ever since sending it. She knew it had cost him considerable pain to write of the child, and the pain must be all the more grievous for having been bottled up for so very long. He had confided in her, and her answer might have seemed to make light of his grief. Yet she did not see how it would help him if she answered with the sort of tear-stained sentiment she received daily from Dorothea. Reading his letter again, Lydia told herself she'd done the right thing, or as close as she could come this day. He surely grieved for the boy, but it was Elizabeth and Emily he was most anxious about, and Lydia had worked on turning his thoughts about them in a positive direction. He would want something to do, not fruitless sympathy. For now, finding the girls was what mattered most. Everything else must take second place. She put the letter away and went downstairs to tell Tamsin to go to bed. Bertie Trent had Susan, and they were making their nightly tour of the stretch of Piccadilly between the Hyde Park Turnpike, where the girls might disembark from a coach, and Duke Street, in hopes of encountering the runaways en route to St. James's Square. That was the most optimistic of conclusions, yet it wasn't entirely unthinkable. If the girls were so foolish as to complete their journey on foot after dark, they'd have a hard time eluding Susan. Lady Mars had dutifully sent the garments the girls had worn the day before their departure, and Susan now had the scent. She also seemed to have a fair understanding of what was expected, because according to Bertie, she was pretty thorough about sniffing at female passers-by, usually to their great alarm. In any case, it gave Bertie something to do in the evening, and he was exceedingly diligent about it, as he was with every task Lydia gave him. She was amazed at how many she found for him, but that was probably because she had only to think aloud, an idea, a contact she'd forgotten to make, and he'd say, "Oh, I'll take care of that," and did. Bertie, however, had sense enough to go to bed when he came home and get a decent amount of sleep before starting a new day. Tamsin needed nagging, and Lydia went down to the library prepared to nag. Before she'd reached the bottom of the stairs, the knocker sounded, and the footman posted there opened it. Recognizing Ainswood's courier, Lydia hurried to the vestibule and took the note he'd brought, then sent him down to the servants' hall for something to eat. She was tearing the note open as she hastened back to the library. "My love, bless you 100 times for the wise words you wrote, and for sending Milly to me. She had wandered northward into Bagnig's territory, and I had been about to send someone to fetch her back, but your letter gave me pause. I recalled that Robin and I had travelled there as well, and climbed Combe Hill, which is not far from Aylesbury. I'll make a long and convoluted tale brief. Thanks to Milly's attention to gossips, we found near Aylesbury the inn where the girls had spent several days. Emily had been ill. We're assured she was quite well when they set out again on Saturday. On Sunday they were in Prince's Risborough, where they left Emily's brown frock in exchange for some boys' clothing. They'd taken it from a basket, one of several left for the church to distribute among the poor. It was Milly who interrogated the vicar's wife and ascertained exactly what was taken. A detailed description of the boys' garments followed. He went on to say they were currently following a trail tending southward, toward the coaching road Vere and Mars had been exploring. This time, though, it was a young woman and boy they asked about, with more productive results. When Lydia finished the letter, she relayed its essentials to Tamsin. "We'll have to awaken the servants," Lydia said. "All the London searchers must be informed. There's no telling how far ahead of Ainswood his wards are. They might already be in London or enter at any moment. Everyone must be put on the alert." "I'll copy the description," said Tamsin. "It's only a few lines. One for each of our messengers so they don't have to try to remember. They'll be sleepy." "So are you," said Lydia. "But there's no help for it now. I'll have a pot of strong coffee sent up." The farmer put Elizabeth and Emily down in Covent Garden, which seemed to be wide awake, though it was early morning. Elizabeth had heard church bells toll 6 o'clock only minutes before. He'd refused to take money from them. He was going the same way they were, he'd told them, and they took little room in the cart. Besides, his apples were highly prized in London, and he'd earn plenty. And that, Elizabeth saw, must be true, for despite the pre-dawn darkness, several costermongers were already hurrying toward the wagon, and they were already haggling with him by the time Elizabeth had helped her sleepy sister down. Their rescuer didn't hear Elizabeth's thanks. Still, she had thanked him repeatedly during the slow journey. Dodging shoulders and elbows, she led Emily away. "It'll be easy now," Elizabeth told her. "St. James's Square is not at all far from here." "If only I knew what direction to turn," she added silently, as her bewildered gaze wandered about the rabbit's warren of a marketplace. The sun was no help, since there wasn't any. She wished she'd thought to bring a compass, but then she hadn't thought of a great many things. She had certainly not prepared for a 2 to 3 day journey turning into 8 desperately long days. They had not brought enough money. They'd sold or traded most of their belongings, which had been few enough in the first place. Emily was very tired and very hungry. They'd eaten a few apples at the farmer's insistence, but only a few. They hadn't wanted to cheat him of his hard-earned profits. But that would soon be over, Elizabeth told herself. They were in London, and all they needed to do was obtain directions to St. James's Square, and then Emily swayed and sagged against her, and Elizabeth heard a shrill voice call out, "Oh dear! The little boy's took sick! Help him, Nellie!" Elizabeth did not have time to help her sister or say that she could. Everything went wrong in an instant. A tawdry, red-haired girl dragging Emily away, the crowd closing about them, an arm fastening on Elizabeth's, squeezing painfully hard. "That's right, my dear, not a word, not a squeak. You come quiet like, and Nellie won't lose her temper and cut your little friend's throat." Chapter 17. Tom hadn't had a good look at the pair. He might not have noticed them if he hadn't recognized the wagon and moved closer, watching for a stray apple. That was when the older one had climbed down, showing a bit of very pretty ankle, and moving surprisingly quick and light for an old woman. He tried to squeeze through the crowd for a closer look. He wasn't sure why, but he'd been on watch for so long that every odd thing made him look twice. He saw the taller one looking about and looking lost, and then the smaller one went white. And then, as fast as you could blink, the pair of them were in Tow Street, with Coralie Breese and one of her game gals doing the towing. Tom didn't stop to ask himself whether he was right or wrong, whether the pair Coralie had were the ones Miss Grenville was looking for or not. Tom and his fellow street Arabs had chased plenty of false trails in the past few days, but there was no telling unless you did it, and better to chase them than to chance missing them. And so he didn't pause to reflect this time, but dashed straight into pursuit. Stupid as Coralie was, she could not only tell a girl from a boy, regardless what the young person wore, but she could also recognize the accents of the upper classes. This she did within minutes of shoving her captives into the ancient carriage, waiting around the corner, with Mick at the reins. "I collect you mean to hold us for ransom," the older one said, warily eyeing Coralie's knife. "Wouldn't it be simpler to take us to Ainswood House and say you'd rescued us? You're bound to get a reward." If the girl had not mentioned Ainswood House, Coralie would have stopped the carriage, flung the door open, and pushed them out. Her prey was restricted to girls no one wanted or cared about, who hadn't powerful families to call down the full force of the law upon her. No whoremonger with an ounce of self-preservation made off with gently bred misses, because those they belonged to usually offered large rewards for their return. There wasn't a soul Coralie knew who wouldn't betray his or her mother or firstborn for a reward. This was why crimes against the upper orders tended to get solved more often and speedily than did those against the dregs of humanity. London's law officers depended upon confession and informants to bring criminals to justice. And stupidity, for the criminal mind in the majority of cases was by no means brilliant. While Coralie's intellect wasn't of the highest order, she was cunning enough not to get caught. She was also a dangerous woman to cross, as everyone knew. Troublesome girls were brutally punished. The few so misguided as to attempt betrayal or escape were caught, mutilated, and killed, as an example to the others. To date, Annette was the only one of her employees who'd managed to get away alive. This, Coralie was sure, was because the girl had taken money and jewels with her. She'd either bribed Josiah and Bill, or had talked them into working for her in Paris, because the bully boys had never returned. Since this was all the new Duchess of Ainswood's fault, it was no wonder that when Coralie learned that the two young females she'd collected were the Duke's wards, and found proof in their belongings, she did not eject them from the carriage. She'd heard something was amiss at Ainswood House, and was aware the Duke was away from London. She hadn't learned much more than that. This was because she'd been lying low in recent weeks. She'd had to leave Francis Street without paying the rent, also the jack-whore's fault, which meant the bailiffs were looking for her. But she'd had to kill one runaway a few days ago, and temporarily incapacitated another girl in a drunken temper fit. As a result, she was short 2 employees, which was not good for finances. Like it or not, she'd had to venture out early this morning to seek replacements. Now she wouldn't need any. Now she had a way to get even with the scribbler bitch and make a fortune at the same time. And so she smiled, displaying an incomplete line of brown teeth. Ainswood House is closed up, and everyone's gone, she lied to her prisoners. Looks like they've gone out hunting for you. She shook her head. A pair of runaways. Lucky for you I was the one who found you. There's some as wouldn't care if you was royalty. Finders keepers is some people's motto. And do you know what some people does to little girls they find? The older one drew the smaller one closer. Yes, we know. We've read about it in the Argus. Then if you don't want it to happen to you, I recommend you be good and quiet and don't give me no trouble. She jerked her head toward the window. You see where we are? It ain't a elegant part of town. All I got to do is open the door and say, anyone want a pair of pretty females? And you're off my hands. You don't want Corey to do that, Nell said, leaning toward the girls. Whatever you read about what happens to young gals ain't a half of it. There's some things so horrible as they won't even print them in the Police Gazette. I'll take you where you'll be safe, Coralie said, long as you behave yourselves, and we'll send word for 'em to come and fetch you. The quicker the better, I say. Gals who can't earn their keep ain't no good to me. Tom had managed to keep on their trail for a good while, for few vehicles, especially a broken-down coach, could move speedily through the crowded streets. But caught in a gnarl of foot and vehicular traffic, he'd lost them near the tower, and was unable to pick up the trail again, despite hours of searching. It was late morning when he reported to Lydia. His description of the pair's garb and sizes left no doubt it was Elizabeth and Emily. Lydia wished she'd had more doubt about its being Coralie who'd captured them, but there was no question of that. From Seven Dials to Stepney, there wasn't a street Arab who didn't know the board, and who wasn't wise enough to keep well away from her. After sending Tom down to the kitchen to eat, Lydia dispatched a messenger to Ainswood, telling him to drop everything and make for London post-haste. Then she led Tamsin and Bertie back into the library to formulate a plan of action. Until now, They'd been as discreet as possible about the search, for a number of reasons. Gently bred misses who broke society's rules by running away would be assumed to break other rules in the course of their flight. Their reputations would be damaged, if not ruined, if word got out. That, however, wasn't the worst of risks. Grenville of the Argus had enemies. She hadn't wanted her foes out looking for Elizabeth and Emily, and taking revenge on her via them. She'd made this clear to her spy network. At present, unfortunately, Ainswood's wards were already in enemy hands. "We've no choice," she told her companions. "We must post a large reward for their safe return, and hope greed proves stronger than enmity." She and Tamsin quickly composed the notice, and Bertie took it to the Argus offices. By now, today's issue of the magazine would be printed. If it wasn't, McGowan was to stop the presses and print the handbills instead. While Bertie was gone, more messages went out, this time to Lydia's private network of informants, seeking information regarding Coralie's current hideout. "Not that I expect much results from that," she told Tamsin when the task was done. "The body of one of her girls was pulled from the river days ago, and that's hardly the first time Coralie's been wanted for questioning and managed not to be found. She knows they won't spend long looking for her. The police, such as they are overburdened, their resources are limited, and there's precious little financial incentive to find the murderer of one little whore. For income, Bow Street detectives, for instance, depended primarily upon reward money, public and private. The Crown wasn't highly motivated to offer large rewards from public funds to solve such crimes as the murder of persons generally regarded as vermin. In such cases, private rewards were never offered. "Wherever she does make her lair, it must be somewhere in London," Tamsin said. "She has to keep an eye on her girls." "The trouble is, London is one of the easiest places in which to hide and not be found," Lydia said. She summoned a servant and asked for her bonnet and spencer. "You're not going out?" Tamsin exclaimed. "You can't be meaning to search for her single-handed." "I'm going to Bow Street," Lydia said. "We shan't have any problem enlisting their help with this, but I want to speak to the officers as well as the hangers-on directly. They may be in possession of clues they don't realize are clues." She met Tamsin's gaze. "Men don't see the world as women do. Men don't always see what's right under their noses." Bess appeared with her mistress's outdoor garments then. After donning them, Lydia turned to Tamsin. "Coralie is not going to play fair," she told the girl. "If she meant to, we would have had word from her by now." "A ransom note, you mean?" Nodding, Lydia took out her pocket watch. "It's past noon. She's had Elizabeth and Emily since before daybreak. Why go to the bother of keeping them when she might simply bring them here directly, pretend she'd rescued them, and demand a reward?" She put the watch away. "When she thought she might get in trouble, she was quick enough to pretend she'd rescued you, recall? If she promptly delivered the girls, she knows I'd have no grounds for prosecuting her, and plenty of reason to express my gratitude in coin of the realm. That would be the practical approach. Since she isn't practical, I don't doubt there's a grudge at work, and trouble in the making. I'm not going to sit here waiting for it, and giving her the upper hand, if I can help it." With that, and a promise to keep Tamsin informed of her whereabouts, Lydia departed for Bow Street. Bertie Trent sat in the small office Miss Grenville had occupied at the Argus until her elevation to Duchess. He was waiting for the handbills to be printed. While he waited, he was having an exceedingly unpleasant time of it with his conscience. On the trip back to London, Tamsin had told him her story. Bertie didn't blame her for running away. Her mother clearly wasn't right in the head, and her father seemed to have a knack for making himself scarce, using business as an excuse. The man had as good as abandoned his daughter. Likewise, there were a great many people, Lord and Lady Mars, for instance, who would think Ainswood had abandoned his wards. But Bertie could see how a fellow could get mixed up when it came to family. Kin could drive a man mad. Bertie's own sister had been an aggravation for as long as he could remember. Still, he would be wretched if anything happened to her. In any case, Women were often a problem, and when you didn't know what to do with them, the simplest route was to ignore them, keep away, and avoid unpleasantness. That didn't mean a fellow hadn't any feelings. Maybe Mr. Prideaux hadn't realized how bad things were at home. Whether he did or didn't, Bertie couldn't help thinking the man must be seeing clearer now. If, deep down, he loved his daughter, he must be worried to death. After all, Bertie was worried to death about Ainswood's wards, though he'd never clapped eyes on them. Even Dane was distraught. Bertie had never before heard him ramble on the way he'd done the day the news came, or behave so strangely, actually packing Bertie's clothes. Beelzebub, who constantly kept the servants hopping to his bidding. Bertie hated to imagine the state Mr. Prideaux must be in, picturing every horrible thing that could happen to his daughter, supposedly en route to America, with a man who could be a prime villain for all he knew. Bertie hated to imagine it, but he imagined it all the same, and with each passing hour his conscience screamed sharper and louder. He stared unhappily at the tidy desk, at the inkwell and pens, pencils and paper. He ought to ask Tamsin first, but she had enough on her mind, and he didn't want her conscience ripping up at her as his was at him. Besides, if a fellow couldn't trust his own conscience, Bertie told himself, who and what could he trust? There was right and there was wrong, and conscience was pretty plain at the moment about what was what. Bertie took out a clean sheet of paper, unscrewed the inkwell, and picked up a pen. Hours after her departure from Ainswood House, Lydia stood looking at the corpse of an old woman. The remains lay in a cold chamber reserved for the purpose, in the yard of the Shadwell magistrate's office. One of the river finders, whose profession it was to dredge the river for corpses, had recovered the body last night. Lydia had found out about it during her visit to Bow Street. The constable who'd collected it from the river finder had noticed the distinctive marks on the corpse, and asked for a Bow Street officer to come and compare them to the marks found on the young prostitute, pulled from the river some days earlier. The old woman's face had been cut up in the same way. What was left of it, along with the deep wound in the throat, nearly decapitating her, offered clear evidence of the garrote. "More of Coralie's handiwork, do you think, Your Grace?" the young constable with her asked. "Her handiwork, yes," said Lydia, "but hardly her sort of victim. Hers are always young. Why should she attack a mad old woman?" "Mad?" Constable Bell's gaze moved from the corpse to Lydia. "What tells you the deceased was mad?" "She was thought so when I was a girl," Lydia said. "She was a river finder, I believe, or her spouse was. She often had violent arguments with people who weren't there. The children believed she was screaming at the ghosts of the drowned persons. I heard her myself once. An argument about money, I believe." "Perhaps the ghost was chiding her for emptying his pockets." Lydia shrugged. "All the dredgers do that. One of the perquisites of the trade." "I wonder you can recognize her. Though she wasn't in the river very long, the knife or broken glass did its work well enough." "I saw her some months ago when I was in Ratcliffe, interviewing prostitutes," Lydia explained. "I was surprised she was still alive, so I took more note of her than I might have done otherwise. I recognized the garish red-dyed hair, and the odd tangle of braids, and the dark splotch on her wrist. A birthmark. The only name I have for her is Mad Dorry, but whether Dorry is her name or a reference to her work in a boat, I cannot say." "Still, that helps," Bell said. "We're more likely to get information about Mad Dorry than about unidentified female. Not that this assists you in your task," he added, as he drew the blanket up over the corpse again. "This woman was dead well before Coralie met up with the Duke's wards. Unless you think there is some significance in this victim's being different from the others." He looked up then, and discovered he was talking to himself. The Duchess was gone. "Your Grace?" He hurried from the chamber into the yard. Though the sun hadn't yet set, a fog had rolled in, plunging the area into gloom. He called, but received no answer. He heard footsteps, faint, upon the stones, and hastened in that direction. A short time later, the very recently returned Duke of Ainswood was trying to digest exceedingly unwelcome news.
"Shadwell!" Vere shouted. "She's gone to the East End alone? Has everyone lost their wits? Can't you see what Grenville's up to? The same as she did in Vinegar Yard. She thinks she can handle a pack of cutthroats with nothing but her accursed pocket watch, and without even Susan for company."
"Woof," Susan said. Vere glared at her.
"How could you let her go alone, you fool dog?"
"Lydia went out hours ago," Tamsin said. "Susan was with Bertie then. Lydia has only gone from one magistrate's office to the next. She had the coachman as well as a footman with her. I'm sure she wouldn't do anything rash."
"Then you're one sadly deluded female," Vere said. He stormed out of the library and down the hall to the front door. He jerked it open before the servant could do it for him, and very nearly trod down the constable standing on the doorstep. "You'd better have a message from my wife," Vere told the law officer, "and it had better say that she's sitting peaceably in the magistrate's office at Shadwell." "I'm sorry, Your Grace," said the constable. "I do wish I had that message for you, and it's my fault I don't. I was with her. I took my eyes off her for a moment, and she was gone. On foot, I'm afraid. I found her carriage, but she wasn't in it. I'm hoping someone here can help me put the pieces together, as she evidently has."
If Lydia was no longer at the Shadwell magistrate's office, Vere had no idea where to look for her. He made himself calm down, at least outwardly, and invited the constable inside. The man's name was Joseph Bell. He was new to the service, a temporary replacement for an officer injured in the line of duty. He was young, good-looking, and clearly better educated than the usual run of constables. He told his story concisely. He was sure that Her Grace knew more about Mad Dorry than she let on.
"She made sure to slip out before I could ask any more questions," he said. "If Coralie did kill the old woman, and the signs do point to it, we both wondered why. I can't help thinking the Duchess knew the answer. I assumed the old woman was a threat to the board, knew where she was hiding, perhaps, and made the mistake of opening her mouth about it, or threatening to do so."
"Or else she had a fine hiding place that Coralie wanted," Tamsin said. "Lydia must have had a definite destination in mind. She wouldn't have run off in such a hurry otherwise." She frowned. "Yet I don't understand why she hasn't sent word of her whereabouts as she promised."
Vere did not want to think about the reason his wife wouldn't or couldn't send word. This whole day had been a nightmare, ever since he'd received her last message. Mars, exhausted, had stumbled from the carriage during the first stop to change horses. He'd sprained his ankle and had to be left at the inn. Then one of the horses had gone lame. 10 miles from London, a drunkard driving a dormeuse had passed too close and damaged one of their wheels. An exasperated Vere had walked to the next change, hired a horse, and ridden at breakneck speed the remaining distance. Then, when he finally reached home, Vere found his wife wasn't there. The waking nightmares that had plagued his mind all the frustrating way to London now carried his wife's image as well as his ward's. She'd sent for him. She needed him. He'd come as fast as he could, as he'd done for Robin. Too late, the refrain played in his mind. Too late. "Your Grace?" Vere came out of the nightmare, made himself focus on Constable Bell. "The name Mad Dorry appears to strike no sparks of recognition in present company," Bell said. "A river finder according to Grenville," Vere said. "Last seen in the vicinity of the Ratcliffe Highway." He racked his brains, to no avail. "If I ever did see her there, I was too drunk or too busy brawling to notice." "If James were with you, maybe he noticed," said Bertie Trent. Vere turned a blank look upon him. "Also, he's London-born and bred, didn't you tell me?" Bertie went on. "If Miss meaning Her Grace, heard of Mad Dorry, I'd think James would have, too. Sounds like the old woman were kind of famous once." Vere's astonished gaze shifted to Tamsin, who was beaming at her intended.
"How clever of you, Bertie," she said. "We should have thought of Jane's immediately." She rose from her chair and went to the library table. She drew a paper from one of the neat piles there. "He will be starting his evening route in half an hour. You should be able to find him at Pirks's Oyster House, if you set out right away." The 3 men and the dog were on their way out of the house a moment later. Lydia had managed to elude Constable Bell, but she did not elude Tom. When she turned back into High Street, the ragamuffin popped out of a side street. "Where you going?" he demanded. "Your fancy coach is back that way." He gestured with his thumb. "Where I'm going I can't take a fancy coach," she said. "Or constables," she added silently. The denizens of London's underworld could detect a trap, or horny, a thief-taker or constable, from miles away, upon which discovery criminals vanished and their acquaintances inevitably had never heard of them. At present, Coralie might be aware she was being sought, but she would think herself safe. Lydia preferred not to dispel that illusion. In the ordinary way, Coralie was dangerous enough. Cornered, she would turn rabid. Lydia frowned at Tom. "Did Miss Price tell you to follow me?" The boy shook his head. "No, Miss G. I told myself. On account if you got into trouble, it'd be my fault. On account how I lost them." "If you hadn't spotted them in the first place, I shouldn't have a single idea where to look," Lydia said. "But I shan't argue with you. I'm going to need help, and I reckon you'll do." A hackney was approaching. She summoned it, directed the driver to Ratcliffe, and climbed inside with Tom. Then she explained the situation. She told him about Mad Dorry, and her suspicions that Coralie had wanted the old woman's abode as a hideout. Mad Dorry being a troublesome creature to have about, Coralie had doubtless murdered her and thrown her into the river. "The house is important. It's isolated, on a stretch of riverside only the rats seem to like," Lydia explained. "But Dorry had a boat, which is also important. I think what Coralie means to do is send a ransom note, summoning me there. It's bound to be a trap. I've had no word so far from Miss Price about a ransom note, which tells me Corrie means to wait until dark. It's easier to lay an ambush then, and she'd have no trouble getting away right after on the boat. My best chance of foiling her plans is to arrive before she expects me." "It looks to me like your best chance would be to bring along the big fella you married, and some other big fellows, with cudgels." "His Grace wasn't back by the time I got to Shadwell," Lydia said. "There's no telling when he'll get back. In any case, there isn't time to send for him or anybody and wait for them to come. It's growing dark already. We haven't a minute to lose if we want to take her by surprise. We'll have to make do with any reinforcements we can collect in Mad Dorry's neighbourhood, the kind who look like they belong there." "I know some fellas there," Tom said, "and some game gals." Meanwhile, within Mad Dorry's filthy house, Nell was rapidly succumbing to blind terror. Ever since Annette had left, Nell had become Corrie's chief girl. She had all of Annette's frocks, which were by far the prettiest, and all of Annette's special customers, who were not so pretty. But they paid the most, and Nell got to keep half, and if the work was often disagreeable in the extreme, there was less of it. Today Corrie had promised that Nell would hardly have to work at all anymore, because they were going to be rich and go to Paris. They'd catch Annette and get back everything she'd stolen and be even richer. The more time passed, the less Nell was liking the plan. They'd be making the first part of the trip in the slimy, filthy boat tethered a short distance away at a broken-down wharf. Nell had no affection for boats, especially small ones, and especially ones that had been used for collecting dead bodies from the river. She didn't know how Corrie had come by the boat, or the house, which, filthy as it was, bore all the signs of having been lived in very recently. At present, darkness was settling in, and wind blew in from the river through numerous chinks. Corrie was down at the boat loading some necessities for the journey. The two gentry morts were locked up in the storeroom, but they were precious quiet, and Nell felt very much alone. Every time the wind blew it sounded like human moans, and the house creaked and cracked, as though someone walked about in it. Nell knew the house had belonged to a river finder, because the notices offering rewards for recovery of the bodies were tacked up on the walls. It wasn't hard to figure out that this house had held more than its share of corpses. To her it smelled like death. Shuddering, she stared at the note on the table. Corey had spent hours writing one note after another on the back of old handbills, and with each new note she demanded more. In between, she amused herself by going into the storeroom and telling the girls what she would do to them if the Duchess of Ainswood didn't do exactly as the note told her to. The trouble was, Nell was becoming surer by the minute that Coralie Breese was going to do what she had threatened just for spite. She hadn't any reason to leave the girls alive, and it wasn't like her to leave behind anyone who might tell tales. She'd have her ransom money and a boat, and she could slip away easy as anything in the night. Why leave anyone alive who might peach on her? Including Nell. The door opened then, and Corey came in. She took Nell's bonnet and shawl from a peg and threw them at her. "Time to get going," the board said. "It's 10 minutes to the gin shop and back, and if you dawdle one extra minute I'll send Mick after you to make you sorry." Nell was to take the note to the gin shop, give it and a coin to the boy who swept the floor, and have him deliver it to Ainswood House. The boy, knowing nothing, would have nothing to tell anyone there. Corey obviously didn't want to risk Mick's or Nell's being bribed into betraying her. Slowly Nell put on her bonnet and tied the strings. Slowly she drew on her shawl. Once she stepped out the door she'd have but 10 minutes, and she couldn't decide which was worse. To come back and take her chances with Corey, which chances by now seemed about as dim as the two girls, make a mad run for Ainswood House, with Mick on her heels, and likely an army of constables and magistrates at her destination, if she made it that far, or run instead for the boat and take her chances on the treacherous river. By the time she crossed the threshold, her mind was made up. At the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, Lydia ducked behind an overturned boat. A moment later she heard the footsteps turn toward the river rather than the path leading to the road. Peering out from behind the boat, she saw a feminine figure stumble down over the rocks close by the rotting remains of a wharf. She drew out the knife one of the prostitutes had lent her, and stealthily approached the figure, praying it was Coralie. Frantically engaged in unlooping the rope tied to the pier, her prey didn't hear her approach. An instant later, Lydia had the knife at the woman's back. "Cry out, and I'll have your kidneys," she whispered. One gasp, and her prey went utterly still. It wasn't Coralie, unless she'd shrunk a few inches in all directions. That was disappointing, but it might have been worse. This turned out to be Nell, and she must have come from the house, which meant she knew what was going forward there. Lydia drew her toward the slippery stones under the wharf. "Cooperate, and I'll see that no harm comes to you," Lydia told her in an undertone. "Are the girls alive?" "Yes. Leastways, there was when I left." "In the river finder's house? Not a quarter-mile east of here?" "Yes'm." Nell was shaking, her teeth chattering. "Corey's there with 'em, and Mick's watching outside. I was to send off the ransom note and come right back. They'll be looking for me any minute now." "She's going to kill them, isn't she?" "Yes'm. Them and you. She weren't going to do like the note says. Going to wait to spring on you and kill you first and get the money from you. And I expect she'll kill the gals once she gets the money. And she said she'll take me to Paris, but she won't, I know. She'll do for me in the boat and throw me over." Nell began to sob. "I knew it were going to be bad," she gulped out. "Soon as I seen she weren't bringing 'em back quick like she said she would. She hates you, worse than anything in all the world." Lydia moved away, untied the boat, and let it drift. Whatever Coralie accomplished this night, she would not escape that way. "I've got to get Ainswood's wards," Lydia told Nell. "You can come along or try to make it to the Bell and Bottle. Once you get there, you'll be safe enough." "I'll come," said Nell. "I won't never get to the Bell and Bottle in one piece. Mick's as bad as Joss and Bill." Then Mick would have to be disposed of first, Lydia decided, and disposed of quickly and quietly. That was not going to be easy. Her allies consisted of 3 street Arabs, none more than 10 years old, and 2 of the sorriest specimens of prostitutes she'd ever encountered. But that was the best she'd been able to round up on short notice, even with Tom's help. Everyone else immediately available in the environs was either too drunk, too broken down, or too villainous. She would have given anything at this moment to have Ainswood at her side. But he wasn't, and all she could do was hope Nell was right, that Coralie truly meant to wait until after she got the ransom to take her vicious revenge on Elizabeth and Emily. And so Lydia hoped and prayed as she set out with Nell for Mad Dorry's abode. Since their hostess had given them a detailed description of what she meant to do with them, Elizabeth and Emily had no trouble grasping the meaning of the sound they heard, not many minutes after the door slammed behind Nell. In the silence it was easy enough to detect the sound of breaking glass. They'd already seen the bottle. Coralie had waved it in their faces several times. Swallowing her revulsion, Elizabeth picked up the squirming sack she'd hidden under a decaying heap of straw, and slightly loosened the strip of petticoat she'd torn off to tie it with. She pushed Emily toward the door. Emily flattened herself against one side of it. "No heroics," Elizabeth whispered. "Just run!" Biting her lip, Emily nodded. They waited what seemed like a year but was only about 2 minutes before the door opened, and Coralie started in, the broken bottle in her hand. Emily screamed, Elizabeth flung the sack in their captor's face, and the board screeched when a terrified rat caught hold of her hair. Elizabeth hurtled at the witch, knocking her down. Emily ran out the door. An instant later, Elizabeth scrambled up and raced out after her. She heard Emily screaming, saw the ogre Mick chasing her, heard the board screeching obscenities. She ran to save her sister. Lydia had been about to go after Mick, who was hot on the girl's heels, when she saw Coralie burst from the house. "Nell, Tom, all of you, help the girls!" Lydia snapped, then went for Coralie, who was headed in the same direction, and furious was far more dangerous than Mick. "Give it up, Corey," she shouted. "You're outnumbered." The board paused and turned toward the sound of Lydia's voice. She hesitated but an instant, then swore and changed direction, this time running toward the decrepit wharf. Lydia followed, but more slowly, keeping her distance. "The boat's gone," she called out. "No way out, Corey." Coralie kept on running, down the littered pathway, then down the slippery rocks. Then, "You bitch!" she screamed, and that was the mildest of the epithets she screeched out as she clambered down. Above the ear-splitting obscenities, Lydia heard in the distance the unmistakable roar of a mastiff in hunting mode. "Thank God," she breathed. She was not at all eager to go down to tangle with Coralie Breese on slippery rocks. Her knife would do little good if she stumbled and cracked her skull. She remained on the path above. "Drop the bottle, Corey," she said. "You hear the dog? It's no use fighting. She'll tear you to pieces." Coralie moved then, but not upward toward the path. She scrambled over the rocks under the wharf and on. She was heading toward the overturned boat Lydia had hidden behind earlier. The barking was growing closer, but Susan was still minutes away. In minutes, Coralie could right the boat and push it into the river. She'd get away, and tonight's frustrations would only make her more dangerous wherever she turned up next. Lydia went after her. Veer and his companions had heard the screaming from streets away and instantly raced toward it. As they neared the river's edge, he saw a big brute bearing down on a girl, and several smaller figures bearing down on him. "Lizzie! He roared. "This way!" He had to shout several times to make himself heard above the furiously barking Susan, who was straining at the leash, primed for murder. But finally the command penetrated, and the whole group froze briefly, then scattered. 2 slender forms stumbled toward him. Mick stood alone, looking wildly about. "Get him!" Veer ordered the dog, and released the lead. Susan charged after Mick, who charged toward the river. The dog caught him by the leg, and down he went into the slime. Susan kept her jaws fastened on his leg. Trent and Janes dashed into the scene then, and Veer left Mick to them while he hurried to his wards, who'd stopped to watch Susan capture Mick.
"Are you all right?" he asked the girls.
In the gloom he could barely make out their faces, near as they stood, but he could hear them gasping for breath, trying to talk. He reached out and wrapped an arm around each of them and drew them close. They sagged against him, and upward wafted an aroma reminiscent of low tide.
"By gad, you do reek," he said, his throat tight. "When was the last time you had a bath?"
He didn't hear their reply, because Susan, having relinquished her prisoner to Janes and Bertie, was barking again, frantically. Veer looked about. He saw several figures in the darkening haze, and none bore the smallest resemblance to his wife.
"Lydia!" he shouted.
"Woof!" Susan said. Then she darted westward. Veer abruptly released his wards and raced after her. Veer pushed through the darkness, through a chill fog rank with decay. He couldn't see the pathway, but blindly followed the dog's barking.
"Lydia!"
He roared again and again, but the only answer was Susan's barking, growing sharper, more frantic. He tripped over a rock, clawed for balance, righted himself, and ran on. The images tore at his brain, of Charlie, Robin, of cold tombs, of living faces, all those he'd ever loved, dissolving into the mist, dissolving into shadows, and vanishing. No, not this time. Not her, please, God, not her.
"I'm coming!"
he shouted, his lungs burning. A dark form loomed ahead. He noticed the overturned boat a moment too late and tripped, falling face down into the muck. He stumbled up onto his feet and started on, only to stop short an instant later when he saw them. Not 3 yards from him was a tangle of shapes, writhing in the dirt and refuse at the river's edge. Susan darted toward them, then away, again and again, barking wildly. She didn't know what to do. Neither did Veer. He saw the flash of a blade and couldn't tell who held it, or if both were armed. One wrong move on his part could end with a knife in the woman he loved. He cleared his dry throat.
"Stop playing, Grenville," he said as calmly as he could. "If you don't finish her off in 10 seconds, I'll do it and spoil your fun."
There was a sudden movement. An arm shot up, the blade gleaming. Then a shriek of triumph that made his heart stop cold, because it wasn't his wife's. Then another shriek and frantic movement. He saw the tangle of bodies go still in the same pulse beat. He heard the hoarse, gasping voice. "Move, so much as an eyelash, and I'll slice you from ear to ear." His wife's voice. He approached.
"Need any help, Grenville?"
he asked, his voice shaking. "Yes, please." Gasps between words. "Be careful. She fights dirty." Veer was glad of the warning. The board seemed half dead to him, but as soon as he'd separated the pair, Corrie got a second wind and tried to resume the battle. Veer dragged her, kicking, clawing, and shrieking, fit to wake all of Rotherhithe on the opposite shore, out of reach of his exhausted wife. "Knock her out," Grenville gasped, for the fiend showed no signs of tiring, but fought like the mad woman she was. "I can't hit a woman." Grenville trudged forward, ducked a swinging fist, and swung her own, straight into Madam's jaw. Coralie sagged. Veer let her inert body drop to the ground. Susan leapt forward eagerly, growling. "God!" he told the dog. Susan straddled her and remained, snarling, her enormous dripping jaws inches from the board's face. Veer was already moving toward his wife, who was bent over, clutching her side. He pushed her hand away, felt the wetness, felt his heart drop into a hole that had no bottom. "Sorry," she said, her voice so weak he could barely hear it. "I think the witch stuck me." He caught hold of her, and this time when she turned into a dead weight in his arms, he knew she wasn't pretending. Chapter 18. Francis Beaumont stood in the crowd of onlookers near the Bell and Anchor, watching the Duke of Ainswood carry his wife's motionless form into his carriage. Within minutes, The place was abuzz with the news that a Drury Lane board had murdered the Duchess. Francis Beaumont was very unhappy. It was not the Duchess he grieved for, but himself. Coralie Breese would hang for sure, and doubtless she knew it, which meant she would make certain she had plenty of company dangling alongside her on the scaffold. She would tell her tale, and she had a fine and long one to tell, with Francis Beaumont as star performer. He was sorry he hadn't killed her last spring in Paris instead of helping her flee, but he had not been thinking very clearly then. Along with everything else, he'd had domestic problems, as well as a case of unrequited lust. He'd set out to kill Coralie today, as soon as he'd heard, at Pierx's oyster house, what the stupid bitch had done. It hadn't taken him long to figure out where she'd be, because an artist for the Police Gazette had told him about the old woman who'd been cut up and garroted. From the artist's description, Beaumont had no trouble figuring out who the woman was or who the killer was. Unfortunately, the Duchess of Ainswood had tracked the board down before he did. He wasn't 20 yards from the house when all hell broke loose. As soon as he'd heard her tell Corrie she was outnumbered, he'd backed off. All Corrie had to do was spot him and call out his name, and he'd be numbered among the criminals. Had he realized the Duchess had only a trio of scrawny boys and a pair of toothless, consumptive whores to help her, he might have been less curious. But there was no way he could tell, in the fog and confusion. Now there was nothing he could do. The constables had arrived within minutes of Ainswood and his men. The entire debacle, start to finish, could not have taken more than a quarter-hour. In a very short time, Corrie would be locked up, and screeching out everything she knew to everyone who could hear her, and that would be most of the parish. He would have to go away. Now. He dared not return home for clothes or money. Everyone knew where Francis Beaumont lived. His wife was a famous artist. She wouldn't miss him. There would be a line of men 10 miles long waiting to take his place, and at the very front of the line would be a fair-haired French count. That prospect was nearly as painful as the gallows. But painful or not, Francis Beaumont must bear it. He had enough money to hire a post-chaise, and if he started immediately, he'd reach the coast, long before anyone was aware he'd fled. He was making his way through the crowd, careful not to appear in the least hurried, when the constables approached, bearing Coralie on a makeshift litter. "I hope the bitch is dead," a whore near him cried out. "She ain't," someone else yelled. "More's the pity. The Duchess only broke her jaw." This news, confirmed by a constable, brought nearly universal disappointment. It dawned on Beaumont then that Grenville of the Argus had more friends than enemies in this quarter. 2 prostitutes, half dead as they were, had tried to help her rescue Ainswood's wards. He looked about him, saw hardened whores sobbing, cursing Coralie Breese. Even the street Arabs were blubbering. It took him but a moment to discern this, and but another to make use of it. He knew how to exploit grief, how to poison minds, how to stir simpler hearts to bitterness and rage. And so he let a few careless remarks drop as he made his way through the crowd. In a matter of minutes, the crowd of sailors, whores, pimps, beggar boys, and other riverside scum turned into a murderous mob. Its roar drowned out the rattles, warnings, and threats to read the riot act. In minutes, the mob had overturned the cart that was to bear Coralie Breese to the Shadwell magistrate, knocked the constables out of the way, and attacked the prisoners. Moments later, Coralie Breese, battered beyond recognition, lay dead upon the cobblestones. Mick finished bleeding to death not long thereafter. By then the mob had melted away, and Francis Beaumont was already on his way home. Some hours later, Vere sat as he'd done so many times before, for Uncle, for Charlie, for Robin, holding a too-cold hand, his wife's. "I'll never forgive you, Grenville," he said, his voice choked. "You were supposed to stay home and be the general. You were not supposed to go charging out on your own. I can't trust you out of my sight for a minute. I vow I must have died months ago and gone direct to hell, which is why I haven't hanged myself, because it would be redundant." "Lud, what a fuss you make." Grenville treated him to one of her mocking half-smiles. "It's the merest nick she gave me." It had not been the merest nick. If not for layers of underwear, a sturdy corset, and Great-Uncle Steve's pocket watch, the Duchess of Ainswood would not be alive. The watch had deflected the blade, which had cut clumsily rather than fatally. The doctor, having treated the wound and bandaged up her Grace, had left the room a moment ago with Lord Dane. "As soon as you get well," Vere said, "I'm going to give you a good beating." "You don't hit women." "I'll make an exception in your case." He glowered at the hand he held. "Your hand's as cold as ice." "That's because you're stopping the circulation." He eased his death grip. "That's better," she murmured. "Sorry." He started to let go. "No, don't," she said. "Your hand is so big and warm. I love your wicked hands, Ainswood." "We'll see how much you like them when I turn you over my knee and give you the spanking you deserve." She smiled. "I was never so glad of anything as I was of your arrival tonight. Coralie fights as dirty as I do, and it was hard to concentrate because I was worried about the girls. I wasn't at all sure I'd be in any condition to help them once I was done with her. The rage, the madness. When they're truly worked up, such people have superhuman strength. I knew it. I didn't want to tangle with her. I knew what I'd be up against, but I had no choice. I couldn't let her get away." "I know." "I did send a boy from the Bell and Bottle for help," she went on, "but I couldn't risk waiting for help to come. As it was—" "Lizzie and Em would have been dead if you'd waited," he cut in. "She went in to kill them." He told Lydia about the rat they'd caught and thrown at Coralie. "Still, their ploy only gained them a few minutes," he went on. "Luckily for them, you arrived during those minutes. You saved their lives, Grenville. You and your ragtag army." He bent and kissed her hand. "Don't be absurd," she said. "We should never have succeeded without reinforcements. Even if I'd managed to subdue Coralie, and I'll tell you straight, it was no easy battle, I still would have had Mick to contend with. By the time I got to him, he might have done your wards considerable damage." "I know. Tom hit him in the head with a rock. The brute didn't even feel it. He presented no problem for Susan, though." He frowned. "Gad, I didn't do a damned thing. Let the dog take care of Mick. Looked on while you battled the board as though it were a prize fight." "What the devil else were you to do?" she demanded, edging up on the pillows. "No one with a grain of sense would interfere in such a situation. You did exactly as you ought. You can have no idea how much the sound of your voice cheered and encouraged me. I was growing very tired and discouraged, and a little anxious, I will admit. But your telling me to stop playing and finish her off was like a bracing gulp of strong liquor. At any rate, I couldn't bear to lose while you watched. Too humiliating for words." She coiled her fingers with his. "You cannot do everything, you know. Sometimes you must be content with giving moral support. I don't need to be coddled and sheltered. I don't need all my battles fought for me. I do need to be believed in." "Believed in," he repeated, shaking his head. "That's all you need, is it?" "It's a great deal to me," she said. "Your believing in me, that is. Considering how you hold my sex in contempt, I must regard your respect for my intelligence and abilities as the most precious of commodities." "The most precious?" He disentangled his hand, then stood and walked to the windows. He stared into the garden. Then he came back to the bed. He stood at the foot, his hand wrapped round the bedpost. "What about love, Grenville? Do you think in time you might be so graciously condescending as to endure my love? Or is love only for mere mortals? Perhaps the godlike ballisters have no more need of it than the Olympian deities need a curricle to take them down to Delphi, or a vessel to take them to Troy." She gazed at him for a long moment and sighed. "Ainswood, let me explain something to you," she said. "If you wish to make a declaration of love to your wife, the accepted form is to say simply, 'I love you.' The accepted form is not to dare and daunt and go about it in your usual belligerent way. This is supposed to be a tender moment, and you are spoiling it by making me want to throw a coal bucket at you." He narrowed his eyes and set his jaw.
"I love you," he said grimly.
She pressed her hand to her breast and closed her eyes. "I am overcome with something. I do believe I shall swoon." He returned to the side of the bed, grabbed her hands, and trapped them firmly in his.
"I love you, Grenville," he said more gently. "I started falling in love with you when you knocked me on my arse in Vinegar Yard, but I didn't know or want to know until our wedding night, and then I couldn't bear to tell you because you weren't in love with me. That was stupid. You might have been killed tonight, and I wouldn't have had even the one small comfort that I'd told you how dear you are to me."
"You've told me," she said, "in hundreds of ways. I didn't need the 3 magic words, though I'm glad to hear them."
"Glad," he repeated. "Well, that's better, I suppose. You're glad to own my heart."
He released her hands.
"Perhaps when you're feeling stronger you might muster up more enthusiasm. In any case, as soon as you're quite well again, I'll start working on capturing yours. Perhaps in a decade or 2 you might be sufficiently softened to return my feelings."
"I most certainly will not," she said, as he stepped back and started to undress. He paused, staring at her. "Why in blazes should I return them?" she said. "I mean to keep them. In my heart," she pointed there, "where I keep my own, where it says, 'I love you, comma, then all your names and titles.'" He felt the smile tugging at his mouth, and the odd stab at the heart she'd stolen from him. "You must be blind," she went on, "not to have seen it written there long since." The smile stretched into a roguish grin. "Well, let me get undressed, my dear," he said. "Then I'll come into bed and take a closer look." Normally, a riot in London provoked an outpouring of indignation and the sort of panic expected upon receipt of news of a foreign invasion. The riot in Ratcliffe, which made all the morning papers, was scarcely noticed. This was because a more catastrophic event had occurred. Miranda, the heroine of The Rose of Thebes, had, as Bertie Trent predicted, sharpened a spoon on the stones of the dungeon. However, as Bertie was exceedingly shocked to discover on Thursday morning when he finally got to reading yesterday's Argus, Miranda had not dug a tunnel with it. Instead, she had plunged her makeshift weapon into Diablo and fled. In the closing paragraph of the chapter, the dashing villain of the story gazed at the portal through which the girl had vanished until death's shadow darkened his vision. Yet even then his eyes continued fixed upon the door, while he heard the precious fluid drip from his massive form onto the cold stones. In that sound he heard his life seeping slowly away. Lost, futile, wasted. London was devastated. The fictional event made the front pages of several morning papers. Only the most sedate, like the Times, chose to disregard it, merely mentioning in an obscure corner of the paper a disturbance outside the offices of the Argus late on Wednesday afternoon. The disturbance was caused by a large gathering of outraged readers. Some threatened to burn down the building. Others offered to tear the editor to pieces. McGowan arrived at Ainswood House early Thursday afternoon to report that S.E. St. Belair had been hanged in effigy in the Strand. McGowan was in raptures. He pronounced the Duchess of Ainswood a genius. Ainswood had carried Lydia to the drawing-room sofa, and she had a crowd with her. Consequently, McGowan's announcement was perfectly audible to Emily, Elizabeth, James, Bertie, and Tamsin, as well as the servants near the door. Oblivious to Lydia's frown, the editor went on rhapsodizing, and consequently leaving no one in the slightest doubt who S.E. St. Belair really was. Carried away by excitement, he was slow in realizing what he'd let slip. At the moment he did, he clapped his hand over his mouth. Above the hand, above the scarlet face, his alarmed gaze met Lydia's. She waved a hand dismissively. "Never mind. The world knows the rest of my secrets. It might as well know this one." She shook her head. "Hanged in effigy? By gad, people do take their romantic fables seriously." "Well, Her gaze swept the onlookers, whose expressions ranged from incredulity to consternation, to polite nothing whatsoever. Sentimental swill it may be, but it's popular swill, it seems, and it's mine. "Oh, but it's so disappointing," said Emily. "Diablo was my favourite." "And mine," said her sister. "And mine," Bertie said. Tamsin held her tongue. She had faith in Lydia. Ainsworth had been standing in a corner of the room by the window, observing his guests, his face one of the nothing whatsoevers, but for the devils dancing in his eyes. "I thought the choice of weapon was a lovely touch, Grenville," he said. "I can think of few more ignominious ends than being stabbed to death with a spoon." She acknowledged this dubious compliment with a gracious nod. "More important," her husband went on, "you've caused a sensation. When word leaks out of the author's true identity, the ensuing clamour will drown out the present one. All those benighted souls, ignorant of Miranda and her doings, will be forced to make up for lost time." He turned his attention to McGowan. "If I were you, I'd begin bringing out bound volumes of several chapters apiece, one cheap edition for the masses, and one handsome leather-bound with gilt for the nobs. Capitalize on the excitement before it fades." Lydia quickly masked her surprise. Ainsworth was the last man one would expect to care about, let alone devise ways of exploiting the commercial potential of her scribbling. But then, he loved an uproar, she reminded herself. "That's what I was thinking," she said. "Though not about bound volumes, which is a brilliant idea. Still, we don't want the readers to lose interest in the rest of the story now their favourite is en route to hell." She considered briefly. Then, "You must put out a notice tomorrow morning," she told McGowan. "You will announce a special edition of the Argus to be available on Wednesday next, containing the 4 concluding chapters of The Rose of Thebes. If Purvis complains that he can't do the illustrations in time, you must get someone else." McGowan already had the next 2 chapters. Lydia sent Tamsin for the final ones, which were locked up in the study desk. Very shortly thereafter, the editor departed with the precious chapters, even more excited than when he'd come. Doubtless this was because he'd discerned another leap in profits in the very near future. After he'd gone, Ainsworth shooed the others from the room. He plumped the pillows behind Lydia and rearranged the lap-robe. Then he drew up an ottoman and perched upon it. His elbow resting on his knee, his jaw resting on his knuckles, he gazed at her reproachfully. "You are evil," he said. "That's just as you deserve," she said. "It's a damned dirty trick," he said. She shaped her expression into limpid innocence. "What is?" "I don't know exactly what it is," he said. "But I know you've played the world a trick because I know you. No one sees the devil in you. I do. I reckon it takes one to know one." He smiled then, the killer smile. Beyond the windows the sun could make no headway through heavy grey clouds. Where she lay, though, golden sunshine penetrated every pore and cell, and its warmth stole into her brain and melted it to syrup. "That's not going to work," she told him, aware of the blissful, thoroughly stupid smile with which she helplessly answered his lethal one. "I'm not going to tell you the rest of the story. All you're doing is making me amorous." He let his rogue's gaze travel slowly from the crown of her head to the toes curling under the lap-robe. "If I could get you panting with lust, you'd tell me," he said. "But that's against doctor's orders." "He said only that I was to avoid exertion and put no strain on the wound." She shot him a sidelong glance. "Use your imagination." He got up and started walking away. "It seems you don't have any," she said. "Think again," he said without turning. "I'm merely going to secure the doors." As it was, Vere had barely enough time to restore his wife's and his own clothing to rights after the intimate interlude. This was because the girls, who apparently had no sense of discretion, decided to start banging on the drawing-room doors at the precise moment he was starting to interrogate his wife about Miranda. "Go away," he commanded. "What are you doing? Is Cousin Lydia all right?" Woof! This from Susan. He heard the panic in their voices and recalled that they'd been shut out of their brother's room when he fell mortally ill. He went to the door, pulled away the chair he'd fixed under the handle, and opened it. He looked down into two pale, worried faces.
"I was only beating my wife," he said, in a friendly way.
Two sea-green gazes shot to Lydia, who rested in a dignified, semi-recumbent posture upon the sofa. She smiled. "How can you— Ow!" Emily cried, as Elizabeth elbowed her in the ribs. "He means you know what," Elizabeth whispered. "Oh." Susan sniffed him suspiciously. Then she went to the sofa to sniff her mistress. Then she grumbled something to herself and flopped down at the foot of the sofa. Emboldened, the girls advanced upon the Duchess as well, and flopped down on the carpet next to Susan. "Sorry," Elizabeth said. "It never occurred to me. Aunt Dorothea and Uncle John never locked themselves into the drawing-room for that purpose. Or any other room," Emily said. "At least not that I ever noticed." "In the bedroom," Elizabeth said. "They had to do it sometime. They've 9 3/4 children."
"When you have 9 3/4, Vere said, approaching them, "I reckon the bedchamber is the only place you can have a prayer of privacy, if you bolt the doors."
"You can do it wherever you want," Elizabeth said magnanimously. "We shan't interrupt again. We didn't realize, that was all." "Now we do," said Emily. "We'll keep away, and try to picture it," she added with a giggle. "She's very young," her sister said. "Just ignore her." "We like Susan," Emily told Lydia. The girl commenced scratching behind the mastiff's ear. This was all the encouragement Susan needed to drop her big head into the girl's lap, close her eyes, and subside into canine bliss. "When she's not hunting villains, she's very sweet," said Elizabeth. "We've 6 mastiffs at Longlands." "I missed them," said Emily. "But we couldn't bring even one to Blakesley because they drool too much, Aunt Dorothea says, and dogs put their tongues in improper places. She prefers dogs that don't slobber so much. They are more sanitary, she says. She believes Robin caught diphtheria from one of the dogs," Elizabeth amplified. "The boys had gone out to catch rabbits and they had the dogs with them. No one knows what the dogs got into, but Rolf, he was only a puppy then, came back covered with muck and stinking. Still, 2 women in the village caught it too, and they weren't with our dogs. And none of the other boys got it, though they were with Robin," said her sister. "It doesn't make sense." "No one is exactly sure how one contracts the disease," Lydia said. "They don't understand why sometimes it will devastate an entire town, and other times it attacks only a handful of people. Even then, one cannot predict who'll have a mild case, and who'll have a fatal one. It's dreadfully unfair," she added gently. "At least he went quickly," Elizabeth said. "It was all over in 2 days. He was unconscious for nearly all the time. The nurse said he felt little, if anything. He was too weak even to feel afraid." Vere had turned away and moved to the window. Dusk was settling in. That much he could make out through the mist clouding his vision. "I know he wasn't afraid at the end," he heard the older girl's voice behind him, "because Cousin Vere was with him." "Everyone else was terrified," Emily said. "The doctor said Aunt Dorothea must keep away because she might get sick, and even if she lived, the baby she was nursing could get it and die, and Uncle John must stay away too because he could give it to her. They wouldn't let us go to Robin." "They were trying to protect you, as they tried to protect all their children," Lydia said. "I know, but it was very hard," Elizabeth said. "But then Cousin Vere came," her sister chimed in, "and he wasn't afraid of anything. No one could keep him out, though they tried. He went in and stayed with Robin just as he stayed with Papa. He held Papa's hand. He never left him even for a minute, and it was the same with Robin." "Cousin Vere won't tell you," said Elizabeth. "He's pretending he doesn't hear. That's what he did when we tried to thank him."
"I hear you,"
Vere said, dragging the words from his seared throat. He turned away from the window, saw 3 pairs of ominously bright eyes fixed upon him.
"Gad, what a bother you make," he said. I loved the lad. What else should I do but stand vigil at his deathbed? What in blazes had I to lose?
He advanced to glower down at the young faces lifted toward his.
Why must you make me out to be a hero? It's sick-making is what it is. You'll make Grenville cast up her accounts. Now she, he added, nodding toward her, is a true hero. She raced to your rescue, though she didn't know you from Adam, and had everything to live for, on account of being married to me. She saved your evil little lives, and instead of thanking her and promising to be good girls from now on, you must maunder on about what I did ages ago.
This ungracious speech had the desired bracing effect. The tears were blinked and brushed away, and the girls turned contrite countenances to Lydia. Dutifully they thanked her for saving their lives, and promised to be good in future. "Never mind that nonsense," she said crisply. "The Miss Innocence expression may have worked with Lord and Lady Mars, but you don't pull the wool over my eyes so easily." The angelic expressions gradually transformed to wariness as she went on. "Innocent misses do not snoop in others' correspondence, or read anything else not intended for their eyes. You are devious and daring to a fault. No biddable young lady should have a clue how to escape a vigilant household, let alone dare it in the dead of night, let alone not only escape undetected but contrive to remain undetected for more than a week. While I admire your ingenuity and comprehend your desperation, born of apparently blind worship of your wicked cousin," hope began to glow in the young faces. "It's also clear that you have been woefully ill-supervised during the last 2 years. You may be sure that state of affairs is at an end." Lydia's stern tone had even Susan sitting up at attention. "Woof," she said. Hope faded from the allegedly innocent faces. They turned twin pleading looks toward Vera. "We didn't mean to be so much trouble," said Elizabeth. "We only wanted to be with you," said Emily. "Yes, but we go together, you see," said Vera. "We're of one mind, Grenville and I, and the mind is hers on account of my being a man and not having one." His wards exchanged troubled glances. Then Elizabeth said, "It doesn't matter. We wanted to be with you, and no matter how strict Cousin Lydia is, at least she isn't timid and boring." "Maybe she'll teach us how to fight," Emily said, brightening. "She most certainly will not," Vera said. "And how to smoke cigars without getting sick," Elizabeth added. "Absolutely not," Vera declared. "I can think of few more disgusting sights than a female smoking." "Then why did you give her one of yours?" Elizabeth asked, all innocence. "Because she's different. She isn't normal." He glared at the girl. "And I'd like to know where you heard about that." "In the Whisperer," Emily said. "A scandal rag," Lydia said in answer to his blank look. "You're a perennial topic in its pages. Still, they have excellent reporters working for them. The information is usually accurate. I've used leads garnered from there myself from time to time." Her considering gaze took in his wards. "I do not believe in sheltering young women from the realities of the world. What I read, they may read, but it will be done in a family gathering with discussion. As to fighting, damnation, Grenville! Even young ladies should be acquainted with basic skills in self-defense. With proper chaperonage, they should not require them, in the best of all possible worlds. But the world is unpredictable." The girls instantly bolted up and commenced hugging and kissing the Duchess. He saw the glow so warm come into her eyes. They would be a handful, and she knew it, and couldn't be happier. Death had cheated her of her mother's and sister's love, but she'd kept her heart open. She'd made a family of the women who'd needed her, young and old. She'd make a family of Elizabeth and Emily, and love them unstintingly, as she loved him. He had not been so wise. Losing those he'd loved had made him drive away the ones who remained, whom he might have loved. He'd been angry. He'd understood that days ago, after the nightmare about Robin. The boy had betrayed him in dying, as Charlie had done, and Vera had shut him out, and everyone and everything associated with him. But the mad, grieving rage wasn't the only reason. Vere knew he'd been a coward. Unlike his wife, he'd been afraid to risk it again, afraid to love. It had had to take him unawares, as she had done, time and again. Sneaky, devious, refusing to play by sporting rules. That was how love worked, and he was damned glad of it. He arranged an injured expression on his face and said plaintively, "Oh, that's just like you, Grenville, hogging all the affection. Don't I get any? Or is this just for plaguey females?" "Come here," she said. "We'll share." Chapter 19. The following Wednesday found Diablo still bleeding to death in the pages of the Argus. His servant, Pablo, hurrying toward the master, slipped in the pool of blood, fell on top of him, and instantly commenced weeping. "Ugh, get off! You stink!" These words emanated from the corpse. Pablo's stench revived the master as effectively as sal volatile might have done. In a short time it was discovered that the deadly spoon had struck some inches below his heart, and while he was bleeding like a stuck pig, he wasn't bleeding to death. The dripping he'd heard was the contents of a wine bottle Miranda had overturned in her flight. If she hadn't kneed him in the groin when she drove in the spoon, he might have kept his balance and managed to catch her. Instead, he'd fallen and temporarily lost consciousness. His skull throbbed, and his side bled, and his nether regions were probably damaged permanently, but he was alive. And he was furious. London rejoiced and went on reading avidly. As it came to the end, London breathed a collective sigh of satisfaction. Orlando had proved to be the true villain of the piece. Diablo, as all proper heroes must do, rescued the heroine, retrieved the Rose of Thebes, and killed the villain. And the hero and heroine lived happily ever after. At Ainswood House, the concluding chapters were read aloud in the library. With the assistance of her cousin, the Marquis of Dane, her Grace did the honours before an audience comprising her husband, Dane's wife and son, Elizabeth, Emily, Tamsin, Bertie, Janes, and those servants fortunate enough to be posted within earshot. Dane had arrived in London and reached Ainswood House in time to see his cousin's apparently lifeless body carried inside. He'd kept Ainswood quiet in a corner of the bedchamber while the physician did his work. When that was done, Dane had slipped out with the doctor, leaving Ainswood to quarrel with his wife. The following evening, Dane quarrelled with his own lady, who, contrary to orders, had left Athcourt and proceeded with suicidal haste to Dane's London townhouse. She'd brought the demon seed with her, because, she said, he was worried about his papa, and howled blue murder when Jessica tried to set out without him. Today, though, Dominic was miraculously well behaved. He sat mute on the carpet between Emily and Elizabeth, listening with riveted attention to the story. Even during the half-hour rest and refreshment interval preceding the final 2 chapters, he only played quietly with Susan and allowed the girls to stuff him with more sweets than were good for him. Vere wasn't sure whether the child understood the tale or was captivated by the readers. He worshipped his father, and so naturally believed everyone must be absolutely quiet and pay complete attention while Papa read. One might expect the boy's attention to lag when another took up the reading task. This other was Grenville, however, and she didn't simply read. She impersonated each character by turns, giving them individual voices and mannerisms. In short, she acted, though she'd solemnly promised Vere she wouldn't leave the sofa. Dominic remained entranced throughout, and at the end he cheered and clapped as hard as the adults did, and jumped up to join the standing ovation. Grenville accepted this tribute with a sweeping bow. It was the same extravagantly theatrical one she'd vouchsafed the Duke of Ainswood after her performance in The Blue Owl, complete with imaginary doffed hat. Only now, finally, did Vere realize why that bow had nagged his mind. He'd seen its perfect replica before, long before he'd ever clapped eyes on her. He'd seen it for the first time when he was a schoolboy at Eton. He turned to Dane, whose black brow was knit as he watched his cousin. "Recognize it, do you?" Veer said.
You told me she was a fine mimic,
Dane said.
but I can't think when she could have seen me do that.
Do what? Grenville asked, as she finally returned to the sofa. Veer frowned at her until she put her feet up and settled back upon the cushions.
The bow, he said. The theatrical bow.
My father was an actor, she said.
Dane's father wasn't, he said. Yet Dane had the knack of it when he was but 10 years old. I saw it for the first time after he'd emerged victorious from a battle with Wardell, a boy twice his size and 2 years older, when we were at Eton.
I saw it for the first time in the inn-yard at Amesbury, said Lady Dane. After Dane and Ainswood pounded each other. It is quite distinctive, isn't it? Dane does have a theatrical streak, but the Ballisters have always liked to make a show. They seem to have a fine flair for drama, one of several characteristics they don't scruple to use to get their own way.
The first Earl of Blackmore often amused his king with impersonations,
Dane told Grenville.
Your mother's grandfather and his brothers were exceedingly fond of the theatre and actresses in their youth. Before my father's time, acting troupes were often invited to Athcourt to entertain the house guests. Naturally, Grenville, you can't have inherited a single talent from anybody but the Ballisters, Veer said. All beauty, intellectual gifts, and virtue flow therefrom. Not virtue, said Dane. That's never been our strong suit. We've had our share of pious hypocrites, my father, for example, and Lydia's grandpapa, but we've produced at least one devil in each generation.
At this point, the devil Dane had produced began showing signs of restlessness. The girls invited him to play in the garden with them and Susan. Tamsin went to supervise. Whither she went, there also went Bertie.
I'm all amazement,
Dane said, when the younger contingent was gone.
I've never seen Satan's spawn keep still for so long. He was under the spell of a master storyteller, Veer said. There isn't a man, woman, or child who can resist it. The gods must have given you the talent, cousin, Dane told her. I've never heard of any of our lot who had it. We've some fine letters in the archives, and any number of stirring political speeches, but what poetry I've seen is abominable. I've never come across a Ballister-written tale spun out of thin air. My wife holds that talent cheap, Veer said. She refers to the Rose of Thebes as sentimental swill, and that's the kindest epithet she bestows upon it. If McGowan hadn't let the cat out of the bag, she'd never have admitted she wrote it.
It serves no useful purpose, Lydia said. All it does is entertain, with simple morals. The good end happily, the bad unhappily. It has nothing to do with real life.
We have to live real life, like it or not, Veer said, and you know better than most the sort of lives the great mass of humanity lead. To give them a few hours' respite is to bestow a great gift.
I think not, Grenville said. I begin to think it's socially irresponsible. On account of that wretched story, girls take it into their heads to bolt in search of excitement they can't find at home. They'll imagine they can dispatch villains with sharpened spoons.
You're telling me the members of your sex are imbeciles who can't distinguish fact from fiction, he said. Anyone fool enough to try one of Miranda's tricks is either reckless by nature or doesn't own a grain of sense. Such people will do something stupid with or without your suggestions. My wards offer a perfect example.
Your wards only prove my point.
Dreadful girls, you called them before you'd ever clapped eyes on them. Veer's voice rose. They're Mallorys, Lydia, and the Mallorys have been spawning Hellions since the dawn of time. You will not use Lizzie and Em as an excuse to stop writing those wonderful stories you please to call romantic claptrap and rubbish. You are a talented writer, with the knack of communicating with readers of both genders of every age and background. I will not permit you to throw that gift away. As soon as you're well, you'll start another story, damn it, if I have to lock you in a room to make you do it.
She blinked once, twice, then, Lud, what a fuss you make, she said. I had no idea you felt so strongly about it.
I do.
He left his chair, walked to the fireplace and back.
I should be illiterate were it not for romantic claptrap and sentimental swill and improbable tales. I cut my teeth on the Arabian Nights and tales of the genii. My father read them to me, and they made me hungry to read more books, even without pictures. My mother gave me storybooks,
Dane said, his voice very low.
They provided me some of the happiest times of my childhood.
We read them to Dominic, his wife said.
You saw the lad, Veer said. For the time you read, nothing else in the world existed but your story. Not a peep out of him, for half hours at a stretch. It was the same with Robin when I read to him. He would have loved your story, Grenville.
The room became very still, heavily silent. His wife's cool voice broke the tension. Then the next one will be for him, she said, and it will be 10 times better than anything in the Arabian Nights.
Naturally it will be 10 times better, Dane said mildly. A Ballister will have written it.
Veer didn't know why it nagged at his mind, only that it did.
Grandfather and his brothers exceedingly fond of the theatre and actresses. Virtue, never been our strong suit. Devil in each generation. A Ballister will have written it.
That night the Duke of Ainswood dreamt about Charles II. Grenville was entertaining His Majesty with an impersonation of the 3rd Marquis of Dane, who stood among the courtiers, wearing only a plumed hat, with the actress Nell Gwynn draped on his arm. Veer awoke as the sky was beginning to lighten. His wife was sleeping soundly. He left the bed, moved noiselessly to the other side, took up her mother's diary and went to the window to read it. It didn't take long, and when he was done, he was as dissatisfied as he'd been the first time. The gaps between the entries, the sense of too much unsaid, the pride that wouldn't let her complain. The nearest she'd come was in the first entry, in her scornful description of her husband, the bitter undercurrent when she spoke of her father. Memory submits to no will, not even a Ballister's, and the name and image persist, long after death. Whose name and image persisted in her memory, Veer wondered. No biddable young lady should have a clue how to escape a vigilant household, Grenville had said. Anne Ballister had been closely guarded and sheltered. How had she and John Grenville, a third-rate actor, ever crossed paths? How had he managed to get to her, seduce her into eloping with him to Scotland? Her father was a pious hypocrite, according to Dane. Acting troupes were not invited to Athcourt in Dane's father's time. Anne's father wouldn't have invited them to his home either. Veer had recognized in hindsight all the clues Grenville had carefully dropped into the Rose of Thebes. Carried away by the adventures, the readers had overlooked them. Only when Orlando's perfidy was finally revealed did one discern the seeds, so cleverly sown throughout the preceding chapters. He looked for clues in the little diary, but if they were there, as he was sure they must be, they were too cleverly concealed. He returned the book to its place on the night table and went into his dressing room. According to Beelzebub, the legal firm of Carton, Braze and Carton were a lot of drivelling incompetents. This was why Dane had dispensed with their services as soon as he inherited. Beelz must have bestowed a stare more petrifying than usual in the process, because nothing seemed to have moved in the intervening 9 years, including, most especially, the dust. Mr. Carton the elder wasn't in. On account he's balmy, the law clerk informed Veer. Mr. Carton the younger was in Chancery, embarked on the process of going balmy himself. Mr. Braze was not engaged at the moment, but he was most certainly drunk. As is his usual habit, the clerk explained. It's a sorry state of affairs is what it is, your grace, but it's a place, and the only one I got at the moment, and I make the best of it. The clerk, by the name of Miggs, was little more than a boy, a tall, lanky one, to be sure, with a very little fuzz aspiring to a moustache and a great many spots. If you do what I ask without your superior's approval, you'll probably lose your place, said Veer. Not likely, Miggs said. They can't do anything without me.
can't find anything, and when I find it for 'em, they don't know what it means, and I have to explain it. If I was to go, they'd lose every client they got, and that isn't many, and most of them I got for them." Vere told him what he was looking for. "I'll see," the boy said. He went into a room and did not come out again for half an hour. "I can't find a record," he said when he came out, "but that doesn't mean much. The old fellow kept everything in his head, which explains why he went balmy. I'll have to go into the catacombs, sir. It might take a few days." Vere decided to go with him, which turned out to be very wise, for the catacombs was Carton Bray's and Carton's equivalent of a lumber room, heaps of boxes filled with documents. They were simply stacked, one atop the next, according to no logical system whatsoever. They worked through the entire day, only stopping at midday and late afternoon for ale and pies. Vere heaved the boxes, and the clerk quickly sifted through the contents again and again, hour after hour, in a dank basement, while various insects and rodents scurried about, darting in and out of the crevices between boxes. Shortly before 7 o'clock that night, Vere trudged wearily up the cellar steps, out the door, and into the street. His neckcloth, now grey, hung limply from his neck. Cobwebs clung to his coat, along with miscellaneous dirt and debris. Sweat trailed through the grime caked on his face. His hands were black. But in those grimy hands he carried a box, which was all that mattered, and as he set out for home, he was whistling. To pacify the overly anxious group, Ainswood had sternly ordered to look after her. Lydia had said she would take a nap before dinner. This didn't mean she intended to nap. She'd taken a book with her to the master bedchamber, and fallen asleep reading it. A noise from the window woke her, and she caught her husband in the act of climbing through it. She did not ask him why he couldn't come in the door like a normal person. One glance told her why he'd eschewed the more public route. This morning he'd told her he was going to meet with Mr. Herriard regarding the marriage settlements, and would probably be at it for hours. These negotiations had been delayed while His Grace searched for his wards. Dane had reminded his friend of the matter yesterday before he left. "I collect one of the settlement terms was your sweeping Mr. Herriard's chimney," she said, as her glance swept over 6¼ feet of human wreckage. Ainswood looked down at the small box in his hands. Not exactly," he said. "You fell into a sewer excavation," she said. "No. He frowned. "I ought to get cleaned up first. I'll ring for Jane's." He shook his head. Lydia left the bed. "Vere?" Her voice was gentle. "Did someone knock you on the head?" "No. Let me just wash my face and hands. I can have a bath later." He hurried into his dressing room, still holding the box. She supposed the box contained the marriage settlements, and there was something in them he didn't think she'd like. She beat down her curiosity and waited, pacing. He emerged from the dressing room a few minutes later, wearing a dressing gown and nothing else, and carrying the box. He drew up a chair near the fire and invited her to occupy it. She sat. He settled onto the hearthrug at her feet and opened the box. He withdrew an oval object and laid it on her lap. It was a miniature of a young man, fair-haired and blue-eyed. He wore a faint smile. It was almost like looking into a mirror. "He looks like my brother," she said. Her voice sounded thready to her ears. Her heart was thudding. "His name was Edward Grey," Ainswood said quietly. "He was a promising actor and playwright. His mother was a highly regarded actress, Seraphina Grey. His father was Richard Ballister, your mother's great-uncle. Edward Grey was the devil Richard Ballister produced in his wild youth on the wrong side of the blanket. Richard's father was past 60 when Richard was born, of a second marriage." He took from the box a yellowed piece of paper. It bore a fragment of the Ballister family tree, Anne Ballister's branch, and the names and dates were written in her tiny, precise hand. The second marriage, late in life, explained why Anne Ballister's great-uncle Richard
was only 3 years older than her father. But Lydia's gaze had already shifted lower to where her name was written, below and between her mother's and Edward Gray's. She looked at the miniature, then at the family tree her mother had so neatly drawn, then at the miniature. "This is my father," she said softly, wonderingly.
"Yes."
"Not John Grenville."
"There's no doubt of it," he said. "Your mother made sure. Like a true Ballister, she had it all documented. My guess is that she intended the lot to be given to you when you reached adulthood. Something went wrong. John Grenville ended up with it and sold it to the 3rd Marquis of Dane, via his solicitors. The receipt for the transaction is dated August 1813.
"That explains where he got the money to go to America," Lydia said. She met her husband's gaze. "This explains a great deal. It was Edward her mother had eloped with to Scotland, not the man Lydia had called Papa."
"The box contains love letters he wrote to her," Vere said. 24 at least. I hadn't time to truly study and sort everything out." His green gaze was soft, and he wore his boy's smile, half abashed. "Even the little I read told me he adored your mother. He was born on the wrong side of the blanket, but they were deeply in love, and conceived a child in love."
"I love you," she said, past the lump in her throat. "I don't know how you did this, how it occurred to you, what drove you to look for and find something no one else guessed existed. But I know you did it in love for me. And really, Ainswood, I am so vexed with you. I have never done so much blubbering as I have since I met you." Her eyes were filling. She didn't try to say more, only slipped down from the chair and into his arms. Though he was illegitimate, Edward Gray had been fairly close to his father, who provided for his keep and his education. He was one of the numerous dependents who attended family gatherings. That was how he and Anne had met. She had been told he was a distant cousin. They fell in love. She had been visiting when he quarrelled with his father, who vehemently disapproved of the acting career Edward was set upon. Edward was ejected, permanently. When Anne found out what had happened, she insisted on going with him. He wanted her to wait until he was sure he could support her. She refused to wait. She understood now that her father would never consent to their marriage. She'd be forced to wed the man her father chose. That was out of the question, and so she fled with Edward to Scotland. They were wed over the anvil. No minister, no church, no banns, no parental permission required. Their marriage was legal, but not by their relatives' standards. The Ballisters had no more regard for the savage Scottish race's quaint laws and traditions than they did for the bizarre rituals of Hindus or Hottentots. In their eyes, Anne was a whore, the mistress of a bastard. The box contained letters from the lawyers notifying her she'd been disowned, had no legal claims upon the family, and was forbidden on pain of prosecution to attempt any claims, financial or otherwise, or any other form of communication. But Anne and Edward had known this when they set out. They understood their kin. They knew those doors were permanently closed. They couldn't know that in 3 short months a piece of scenery would fall on Edward during a rehearsal and kill him. He hadn't had time to make provision for his wife, or the child she was carrying. A month later, John Grenville married Anne. As the diary had indicated, he convinced her he truly loved her. She was 17, pregnant, with no one else to turn to. She thought he was generous to accept another man's child as his own. Only when he tried and failed to use her baby as a way into the Ballisters' hearts and pocketbooks did Anne see her error. Still, she hadn't much choice but to stay with him, at least in the beginning. It was either John Grenville or the streets, since she had no other way of earning a living. She had been ill for a very long time following Sarah's birth, and never fully regained her strength thereafter. If she had been strong, she would have left John Grenville eventually, Lydia was certain. Anne had definitely tried to leave him little with which to exploit her death or Lydia's true identity. The diary constituted a very small scandal, compared to the high drama the box held. Every publisher in London would have fought for those documents. Small wonder Carton, Braze and Carton had paid handsomely for the materials, and very small wonder they'd promptly buried them. Evidently the box was overlooked when the current Marquis of Dane changed solicitors. The diary, along with other records, must have gone to the new firm, where everything was properly sorted out, and materials deemed of interest to the new master sent to Athcourt. Since Dane had resided in Paris rather than Devonshire until last spring, it was hardly astonishing that the diary had ended up tucked away in a drawer, or file, or shelf, with other archival materials. The amazing thing was that Lady Dane had found it. That, though, wasn't half so amazing as Ainswood's piece of finding, and he, as usual, would not admit to having done anything out of the ordinary. On the following afternoon, while the younger contingent was out watching a parade in honour of the Queen of Portugal, Lydia and Ainswood enlightened Dane and Jessica. Knowing the Ballisters, Dane wouldn't have had any trouble believing the story, even if he hadn't the documents spread out before him on the great table in the library. What he couldn't believe was that the Duke of Ainswood was the one who'd got to the bottom of it.
"How the devil did you perceive what no one else even imagined was there?" he demanded of his friend. "And what guardian angel pushed you to Carton, Braze and Carton, of all places?" "You're the one who told me the Ballister nature isn't confiding," Vere said. "You're the one who nattered on about mimics and weaknesses for the theatre. You were the one who pointed out how extraordinary it was that the family birthmark, the holy badge of the Ballisters, had appeared upon a woman. Yet Anne never confided that miraculous matter in her private diary. It was natural to be suspicious. All I did was put two and two together, and since she eloped in your father's time, I started in the logical place with your father's solicitors. I certainly didn't expect to find the answers there. I was merely hoping to be set on the right trail." He threw an exasperated glance over the group. "Now that we have Lydia's identity sorted out and she doesn't have to worry about John Grenville's bad blood, don't you think a celebration is in order? I don't know about the rest of you, but I could use a drink." Monday morning found Bertie Trent and his bride-to-be in the morning room of Ainswood House, and it wasn't in order to do what young couples do when they snatch a moment's privacy. They were trying to figure out how to stop a war. Everyone else was in the library arguing about their future. They'd been at it since breakfast. Dane and Ainswood and their wives, with enthusiastic help from Elizabeth, Emily, and even Dominic. They could not agree on where the wedding should be held. Longlands, Athcourt, London, in church, or at whose townhouse. They could not agree on who had the right to provide Tamsin's dowry, or a place for the newlyweds to live, or the finances necessary for maintaining the abode. Because it was Dane and Ainswood doing most of the arguing, compromise was out of the question. Left to themselves, the ladies might have negotiated an acceptable arrangement, but the men wouldn't leave it to them because that meant compromise. Tamsin was very upset. She didn't want a dowry, yet she didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Bertie was upset for her sake as well as his own. He couldn't say a word about his own future because it would look like he was taking sides. "At the rate they're going," he said, "they won't get it settled before Judgment Day. And meanwhile, my grandmother and Abonville will get back from France and they'll be wanting us to live there." "I know it sounds ungrateful," Tamsin said, "but an elopement to Scotland is beginning to exert a strong appeal." "We don't need to do that." Bertie lowered his voice. "You can't walk 10 minutes in London without tripping over a church, and where there's a church, there's a parson." Her enormous brown gaze lifted to his. "We did tell them we were going for a walk," she said. Bertie patted his breast. "I got the license." He'd been carrying it about with him ever since Dane had given it to him a few days ago. Considering the way important documents tended to go astray for decades in certain families, Bertie thought it best to keep this one upon his person at all times. "I'll fetch my bonnet," she said. It took her only a moment.
A moment later they set out for St. James's Church, Piccadilly. They had only to walk a short way across St. James's Square and step into York Street, at the end of which the church stood. They were about to turn into York Street at the same time a well-dressed, bespectacled, middle-aged fellow was turning out of it into the square. He stopped short, and Tamsin did too. "Papa!" she cried. "Tam!" The fellow opened his arms. She let go of Bertie and ran into them. "I say!" Bertie exclaimed. "By Jupiter!" As soon as the first transports were over, Bertie hustled them into York Street so they wouldn't attract attention from Ainswood House. "We was trying to get shackled quick-like," he explained to Mr. Prideaux, "before we was missed. I weren't running away with her or nothing." He produced the licence as evidence. As Mr. Prideaux perused the document, Bertie added, "You ain't going to raise a fuss, I hope? It's all settled, like I wrote you, and she's safe and well, and I can take care of her. We don't need nothing, only your blessing would be a good thing if you can manage it, but we'll do without if we have to." By this time Tamsin had disengaged from her father and was clinging to Bertie's arm. "You won't change his mind, Papa, or mine. I won't go back to Mamma." Her parent returned the licence to Bertie. "Neither will I," he said. "Your mother didn't send me word when you ran away. I found out only a week ago. I was in Plymouth, getting ready to set out for America to look for you when Sir Bertram's letter finally reached me. She had waited for a sign from the Almighty before deciding to send it to my secretary." He took off his spectacles, cleaned them with his handkerchief, then put them back on. "Well, I have looked after you very ill indeed, Tam. I dare say this young fellow will do much better, eh?" "Oh, never mind heaping coals on my head, Papa," Tamsin said. "I can't blame you for running away from Mamma when I did the same thing. If I'd had work to get me away from her, I'd have worked day and night." She put out her hand. "Come with us, there's a dear, and give the bride away." She tucked one hand into her father's arm and the other into Bertie's, and they set off toward the church. It was a very short walk, but Bertie managed to do plenty of thinking in the course of it. When they reached the church, he said, "You know, it seems to me like no one's going to argue with the bride's pa if he says this church is fine with him and this sort of wedding and never mind the fancy trappings. What if we asked 'em all, meaning them at Ainswood House, to come along? You'd like to have the Duchess of A at the wedding, I know you would, Tamsin. And only think how Lizzie and Em didn't get to see Ainswood get shackled." He grimaced. "It bothers me to disappoint 'em." His intended looked up at him, her big eyes glowing. "You are the dearest, kindest man in all the world, Bertie Trent," she said. "You think of everybody." She turned to her father. "Do you see, Papa? Do you see how lucky I am?" "Of course I see," said her father, while Bertie turned vivid scarlet. "And I hope your beau will allow me the honour of writing the invitation to your friends." The invitation was duly written, and a vestryman carried it to Ainswood House. Not a quarter-hour later, the wedding guests trooped into St. James's Church, and nobody argued with anybody, though a few people did cry, as females do, and Susan, whose tender sensibilities couldn't bear tears, tried to comfort them with hand-licking and the occasional cheerful woof. The minister, accustomed to the oddities of the gentry, bore it good-humouredly, and the wedding, if it fell short of certain peers' high standards of grandeur, unquestionably succeeded in making all parties happy, most especially the principals, which after all was all that mattered. After the ceremony, Mr. Prideaux invited the company to adjourn to the Pulteney Hotel where he was staying for a bit of refreshment. It soon became apparent to everyone where Tamsin had inherited her efficiency from, because a very lavish wedding breakfast contrived to be assembled and served on very short notice. Not long afterward, it dawned on Bertie that efficiency wasn't all his bride had inherited. Mr. Prideaux made a little gift of a suite of rooms to the newlyweds, neatly forestalling arguments about where they'd spend their wedding night. Pulteney's was an elegant, very expensive hotel. The rooms turned out to be a suite of enormous apartments, customarily reserved for visiting royalty. Even Bertie, who could not calculate pounds, shillings, and pence without getting a violent headache, had no trouble deducing that his father-in-law must be plump in the pocket. After the servants finished fussing with things that needed no fussing with and departed, he turned to his bride.
"I say, my dear," he said mildly, "maybe you forgot to mention your pa was as rich as Croesus."
She turned pink and bit her lip.
"Oh, come," he said. "I know you must have had a good reason, and you ain't going to be too shy to tell me. I know you wasn't worried I was a fortune hunter. Even if I wanted to be, my brain box don't work that way. I hardly know what to say to a gal when I like her, let alone say things pretending I do when I don't and it's only her money I like. Whatever I'm thinking comes right out of my mouth generally, and you know what I mean, whatever I say, don't you?"
"Yes, of course I know," she said. She stepped away from him and took off her spectacles and rubbed them on her sleeve and put them back on again. "At Athcourt, when you asked me to marry you, I was going to tell you about my father, but you told me how you'd run away from heiresses your aunt kept taking you to meet. I was alarmed. I know it's silly, but I couldn't help it. I was afraid that when I told you, you'd see an heiress instead of me. I was worried it would make you uncomfortable and perhaps your pride couldn't bear it. I'm sorry, Bertie." She lifted her chin. "I'm not by nature ruthless or deceitful, but in some matters a woman must be. I could not risk your getting away from me."
"Couldn't risk it, could you?" He nodded. "Well, I'll tell you what, Lady T, you done excellent. I didn't get away, did I? And ain't going away, neither."
He laughed. He couldn't help it. The idea of her being ruthless and deceitful on his account, and worried he'd get away, tickled him immensely. Still chuckling, he advanced and drew her into his arms.
"I ain't going nowhere," he said.
He kissed her pretty nose.
"Except maybe into our fancy bed with my wife."
He looked up, glanced about.
"If, that is, we can find out where the deuce it is."
Chapter 20. Longlands, Northamptonshire, 1 week later. Being in regular communication with Ainswood House, the servants at Longlands were fully apprised of their new mistress's standards of domestic order. Consequently, despite only 24 hours' notice of the family's arrival, the Longlands staff turned out in full ceremonial regalia to welcome them. These domestic troops were cleaned, starched, and polished within an inch of their lives, lined up with military precision at sharp attention, all of which disciplined perfection dissolved into a chaos of whoops, whistles, and cheers when the Duke of Ainswood swept up his bride in his arms and carried her over the ancestral threshold. Tears streamed down the housekeeper's plump face when the young ladies she'd so sorely missed rushed at her to crush her with hugs and be crushed in return. Even Morton, the house steward, was observed to dash a tear from his eye while he watched the master set his bride down amid a welcoming horde of mastiffs, whose boisterous greeting set the whole bric-a-brac trembling. The dogs quieted abruptly when Susan made her entrance a moment later, towing Jane's.
"Grrr,"
said Susan. Her ears had flattened, her tail was stiff. Her entire stance clearly communicated hostility. The others were males, and she was not only an intruder but outnumbered, 4-1. Nonetheless, she made it plain she was prepared to tear the lot of them to pieces. This seemed to puzzle the other canines.
"Woof,"
one said uncertainly.
"Woof,"
one of his fellows seconded more boldly. A third barked, then dashed to the door and back. Susan remained rigid, teeth bared, snarling.
"Come, don't be cross,"
Vere told her.
"Don't you see? They want to play. Don't you want to play, sweetheart?"
Susan grumbled and glared at them, but her hostile posture relaxed a degree. Then one of the dogs darted forward,
a ball in its big jaws. He dropped it a safe distance from Susan. "Woof," he said. Warily, Susan advanced and sniffed the ball. After grumbling to herself a bit more, she took it in her mouth and trotted to the door. The other dogs followed. Veer met his wife's gaze. "Those fellows will do anything for you-know-what," he said. "I'm amazed they didn't crawl on their bellies." He gave Lydia his arm and they started up the stairs. "They're not going to get any you-know-what," she said. "Not today, at any rate. She isn't in season." "They're softening her heart in advance," he said. "She's an aberration, you know," Lydia said. "Oversized and the wrong colour. That's why I got her for practically nothing. Her antecedents are suspect. You may not want to breed her with your pedigreed lot." "Mallories aren't as particular about bloodlines as Ballisters," he said. "You, for instance, had rather have an illegitimate son as your father because, bastard or not, he at least has noble blood in his veins." "I shouldn't care if my father had been sired by a chimney sweep," she said. "What mattered was that he truly loved my mother and made her happy, and did his damnedest to be first-rate at what he did. It's character and effort that count with me, not bloodlines." Veer would have argued the point, for everyone knew the Ballisters were the greatest snobs in the world, but they'd reached the first floor and were turning into the family wing, and teasing banter was impossible while his heart thudded so painfully. The walls were covered with pictures, not the masterpieces of portraiture and landscape that adorned the public rooms, but drawings, watercolours and oils of a much more informal and intimate nature, capturing generations of Mallory family life. Halfway to the master's apartments, Veer paused before the picture he knew would be there. He had not looked at it in 18 months. He looked at it now. His throat tightened, his chest constricted. "This is Robin," he told his wife. It was hard getting the words out, but he'd expected difficulty and made up his mind to bear it. "I've told you about him," he went on. "Lizzie and Em have told you about him. Now you see him." "A beautiful child," she said. "Yes. We've other pictures, but this is the best of the lot." The tightness was easing. "It's the most like him." The artist caught his smile, the one Robin seemed to keep mostly to himself, as though he knew a private joke. Charlie had the same smile. "God help me, what an idiot I've been. I should have taken it with me. How can one look into the boy's face and not see sunshine? Lord knows I needed it." "You didn't expect to find sunshine," she said quietly. He met her gaze, discerned understanding in its blue depths. "I'm not sure I would have found it if you hadn't taught me how. I've talked about him, listened to Lizzie and Em talk about him," he continued, his voice growing surer, steadier. "It's grown easier as the days pass. All the same, I wasn't sure I could look him in the eye today. I hadn't done well by his memory, poor lad. It was death and decay and a black, cold rage I'd carried about with me in my heart instead. Unfair, when the boy gave me nothing but joy for 6 full months." His gaze returned to the portrait. "I'll always miss him, and so I'm bound to grieve from time to time. But I have happy memories, so many. That's a blessing. And I've a family to share them with. Another blessing." He could have lingered before the portrait with her and said more, but there would be plenty of time for lingering, for talking, for sharing memories. At any rate, he'd already made up his mind what to do, and that must be done first. He opened the door to the ducal apartments and led her through the passage to the bedchamber. It was an enormous room, as befitted the head of the family, yet a warm one. Late October sunlight burnished the golden oak wainscoting, and glimmered in the golden threads of the rich blue drapery adorning both windows and bed. The bed was immense and ornately carved. It had been built centuries earlier for a visit from James I. "The last time I saw this bed was when I watched Robin depart for the hereafter," Veer told his wife. "My last memory is of a little boy dying in it. I can carry that memory in my heart now, along with others. I wasn't too late. I was there for him when he needed me. It's a bittersweet memory, but not impossible to bear."
"I have some of those," she said. She, too, had watched at deathbeds, clung to hands of loved ones, felt the pulse weaken and fade as life departed.
"Your mother, your sister," he said.
She nodded. He closed the small distance between them.
"This will be our first memory in this room," he said. "I want it to be perfect. It must set the tone for the rest of our life here together, because this is home."
She looked at the bed, then up at him. Her mouth turned up, ever so slightly. She understood. His gaze drifted downward. She wore one of her new frocks, a pale lavender police robe that buttoned all the way down to the hem.
"So many buttons,"
he murmured as he brought his hands to the topmost one. He brought his mouth to hers as well and kissed her. It was long, slow, and deep, and all the while he was unbuttoning slowly to just beneath her waist. Then he eased away from her mouth and sank down onto his knees and continued his work, but more quickly. When he was done, he looked up at her. She shrugged out of the garment, let it drop to the floor. She moved toward the bed, darting one quick but devastating glance over her shoulder. She leaned against the bedpost for balance and reached up under her petticoats. He watched, still on his knees, mesmerized, while her silken drawers slipped to the floor. She loosened the ribbons of the petticoat bodice, and the neckline drooped over her corset, baring her breasts to a tantalizing hair's breadth of the nipples. She turned slowly and clasped the bedpost with both hands. He rose, not at all slowly, and stripped to the skin. Over her shoulder she watched him, her right mouth still curled in the tiny devil's smile. He went to her.
"Wanton, Your Grace, you've become wanton and depraved."
"I've had an excellent teacher," she said softly. He cupped her breasts, trailed kisses over her shoulders and back. He felt her shiver with pleasure, and he shivered and burned inwardly with impatience. "I love you," she said. "Take me like this." She pressed her beautiful rump to his loins. Muslin tickled his swollen rod, a maddening torment that made him laugh hoarsely. In public she could freeze a man with one blast from those ice-blue eyes. In private, with him, she was all fire, the most wanton of harlots. He dragged up her skirts.
"Like this, Duchess? Is this how you want me?"
"Yes, like this, now." He cupped her, tangled his fingers in the silken curls, and found liquid heat. "Now," she'd said, no more patient than he was. He entered her and took her as she wanted, because it was what he wanted too. She understood. He'd wanted this room to echo with cries of passion and laughter and love words. They were not tame and decorous beings, either of them, by nature. They were defiant and fearless and hot-blooded. They were not quite civilized, and never would be. And so they made love like the passionate creatures they were, and when they tumbled onto the bed they made love again, and again, fiercely, joyously, noisily, shamelessly. And when finally they lay limp with exhaustion, their damp, naked bodies twined together, the scent of their passion hung in the air, in the mixed gold and crimson light of the setting sun, and the sounds of their love-making seemed to echo in the room.
"Now there's a memory to warm an old man in his old age," Via said, "and to give a fellow reason to live to a very old age."
"You'd better," she said. "Otherwise I shall find someone else."
"If you try to find a replacement, you'll be sadly disappointed," he said. "I can't be replaced. I'm the only man in all the world who possesses the right combination of qualities for you."
Lazily he stroked her breast.
"You can turn your baluster stare upon me all you like, but you can't petrify me. You can knock me about to your heart's content without worrying about doing any damage. You can perpetrate any sort of outrage your wicked mind conceives, and be sure I'll join in, with a will. You're a troublemaker, Lydia, a baluster devil, Nothing less than a Mallory Hellion would ever suit you."
"Then you'd better stick with me for a very long time," she said. "Else I'll follow you into the hereafter."
"You would, too," he laughed. "You wouldn't quail even at the mouth of hell, with flames spewing at you and demons howling. But I'll do my best to put that off as long as possible."
"I can ask no more," she said, "than that you do your best."
"You may be sure I'll make a first-rate effort to be one of the long-lived Mallorys."
He trailed his hand down to her belly.
"For one, I'm vastly curious to see what sort of monsters we'll produce."
She laid her hand over his. "I am, too. It would be a grand thing, wouldn't it?" she added softly. "If we started a baby on this day, our first day together in this house, in this bed, a child conceived in love, in the light of the sun." Her mouth quirked up, and altogether uninhibitedly.
"A child would make a fine keepsake of the occasion," he said huskily.
"The finest." She tangled her fingers in his hair and brought his face close to hers. In her cool blue eyes twin devils danced, the ones only he could see. "Maybe," she whispered, "just one more time. I know there's no way to make sure." He kissed her.
"You may be sure, madam, that I'll do my damnedest."
He did. Epilogue. In the 1829 edition of the Annual Register, under Births, July, the following notice appeared. 20. At Longlands, Northants, the Duchess of Ainswood, a son and heir. The future Duke, christened Edward Robert, was the first of 7 children of assorted genders. Some were fair-haired and blue-eyed, some dark-haired and green-eyed, but they were all Hellions, each and every one.